Royal Road Rimelion, The Exploiter Progression. Lit RPG. By Marek Suzuki. Prologue. Chapter 1. The world is not real? This is it, I said, smirking as I slid back from the boss's last and final lunge. My armored boots scraped across the marble with just enough flair to count as intentional. Time to say goodbye. It didn't get it. Of course it didn't. The thing twitched, spasmed, still trying to process why I wasn't dead yet. Then came the sound. A wet, meaty squelch echoed through the hall, followed by a howl. My finisher hit like a divine bug report. Overkill, and beautifully broken. QA954137 has been completed. Ending session. The boss collapsed in a pile of dissolving limbs and demonic goo. My last assignment. Done. Checked off. I'd just soloed the apocalypse. Again. The system severed my connection to the test environment the moment I closed the notice. With a grunt, I crawled out of the capsule, joints aching, brain still steeped in lag and artificial light. The world felt wrong, quiet, and real. A voice cut through the fog like a scalpel. John, thank you for all your hard work. It saddens me that even your turn came up. Oh, spare me. I smirked, not bothering to look at him. Like he actually cared. Like I hadn't watched this exact same speech play out 20 times already, like a corporate funeral on loop. I didn't answer. Just let the silence hang there. My eyes drifted across the echoing hall. Once buzzing, now a mausoleum of things no longer needed. Rows of dark capsules stretched like coffins. The last few lights flickered, guiding me toward the exit like a final insult. It used to feel alive here. Now it was just me, Lucy, and Mr. Angle. Empathy, delivering his lines with all the warmth of a shutdown script. The golden days of the department, hell, maybe the golden years of my life, felt like a half-remembered dream. Something soft and bright. Aide blinked away without noticing. I caught sight of her capsule across the hall. Still lit and still connected. Good luck, Lucy, I thought, biting down with a weird, sharp twist in my chest. My last friend, the last one still plugged in. Don't worry, he said, that thin, rehearsed smile practically audible in his voice. I'm sure you'll find another job. I didn't look at him. Save the fake sympathy, I muttered, my voice raw from whiskey and just done. With all of it, with him. At least there was one upside to being kicked. No more performance reviews from a mannequin in a suit. I took a step toward the exit, then paused. Tell Lucy, I'll miss her. The words came out flat, but they were the only real ones I said in hours. She deserves better too. I didn't look back, just kept walking, fists clenched, steps steady. Guess that made me a wolf now. The streets were crowded with robots, all gliding along their designated routes. Delivery drones, sanitation units, synthetic dog walkers. Precision movement, no eye contact, and especially no soul. A few actual people wandered here and there, faces lit by holographic overlays, but no one talked. Nobody had to talk anymore. If you weren't playing the game, or weren't on HoloNet, if you were still going outside, players called you a wolf. Lone wolf. Stray meant you'd unplugged from the system, meant you still gave a shit about walking under the real sky instead of Rimelion Wonderland. Not that the real one looked any better. Same as always, I drifted to the bar, nestled like a tumor between two polished apartment towers. They loomed over it, glass giants pressing in on either side. No sunlight ever touched its windows. The developer had once called that a feature. Energy efficient, he claimed, ideal for day drinkers. I smirked at the memory of me and the guys dragging his fancy German car onto the riverbank after he raised the rent. It hadn't floated. The door creaked as I stepped inside. Same familiar resistance, same musky air. The kind of smell that said, here, history still breathes. Cheap cleaner, of course, and old wood. Yeah, and lingering smoke no filter could fully erase. Patrick was already pouring. I slid onto my usual stool, as if gravity had reserved it for me. Nodded at him without a word. Ritual. Whiskey to fill the silence. He was past 80, but poured like a machine, more reliable than half the bots outside. Medical nanites, probably. The man should have been retired a decade ago. But here he was, stubborn as ever, polishing his bar like it still meant something. He caught my expression and raised a brow. It over? They let you go? I didn't answer at first. Just watched the amber liquid swirl in the glass, catching the glow of the ancient bar lights. Even me. Eventually, I gave him a tired smile. Yeah, guess I'm a wolf now. He set down another glass beside mine, slower this time. Even the last tester of Rimelion? His voice was low and more tired than pity. I drained half the whiskey in one go and turned to the window, if you could call it that. Just a sliver of glass framed by rusted steel and darkness. The next building sat inches away, close enough to kill any view or breeze. Felt like staring into a tomb. My eyes landed on the faded photo behind the bar. Still there. A young Irishman, all teeth and joy, standing next to some long-forgotten celebrity. The signature was mostly gone now. Time had chewed it to a whisper. I tipped back the rest of my drink. Your bar hasn't changed in 100 years, I muttered, throat raw. Patrick exhaled hard, shaking his head as he wiped a glass that didn't need it. Machines took over everything. End of the world, if you ask me. Never thought I'd say it. He chuckled, but it cracked halfway through. His eyes didn't match the sound. My sons, grandsons, all locked into that damn Rimelion. Most of my regulars are just names on stones now. They said they isekai'd there. Dead here. He looked at me. Really looked. You and a couple of strays like you are the only reason I keep this place open. You leave, I might just say, screw it. Sell the whole thing to that snot-nosed brat in a suit. I must have been at 10 drinks, maybe 12. Who was counting? The conversation had looped through its usual routine, how everything used to be better, how humanity sold its soul for convenience, how the world was circling the drain like a stubborn hair clog, just your average Friday night. By then, I was tipsy enough that my mouth moved faster than my filter. I love Rimelion, I blurted, thumping the bar with the edge of my glass, but damn if it didn't kill the earth. Patrick chuckled, wiping the counter for the 50th time. Told you back then, lad. The Terminator had it right. They're gonna wipe us all out. Oh, really? I snapped, too loud. My voice echoed in the empty bar. I glanced around, remembering that no one else ever came this late anymore. Just me and the ghosts of better decades. AIs are everywhere, sure. But did we fight them? My words spilled like bad code. Did we lose some glorious war? No, we just gave up. Moved into Rimelion. Permanently, some of us. And now universal income thanks to the AI tax, not cause it was smarter, just cause it was the only thing left standing. Patrick gave a tired nod. You're not wrong. The AIs got in through the youth. I watched it happen, the same way I watched jukeboxes vanish and beer get replaced with craft slop in cans. Now I can't even order a whiskey without some robot's cold fingers touching it. He gave a theatrical shudder, like the thought alone deserved a holy water rinse. Imagine that robot. Making whiskey. If I could get into Rimelion without dying, I said, eyes locked on the amber whirlpool in my glass, it'd do it in a heartbeat. But I couldn't. So here I was, pouring my life story out to an 80-year-old bartender like it was some indie film monologue. Tester turned reject. Banned from the game I helped. All because I did my job too well. Patrick leaned in with a grandfatherly half smirk. Back in my day, we worked for our money. Didn't sit around in coffins, pretending to be elven wizards and whatnot. He chuckled, but the weight behind it was real. Best night of my life was me and the wife on a beach in Costa Rica. Real sand, real waves, real breeze. No simulation ever matched that. I sneered without thinking. He obviously hadn't played Rimelion. There were places in-game that made Costa Rica look like a kiddie sandbox behind a Walmart, and it felt more real than Earth. Maybe, I muttered. But right now, I'm out of a job. Not one bug in 5 years, so they booted the best damn exploiter they ever had. I took another long sip, letting it burn. Reality didn't have respawn points, or patch notes. People weren't just escaping into Rimelion, they were choosing to stay there. Like waking up was optional now. Maybe I should rewatch The Matrix. I sounded like a washed-up old man yelling at a digital sky. So, what now? I said aloud to no one. I live like a wolf? Scrounging scraps while the world's off chasing XP. I pushed the empty glass toward Patrick. Universal tax barely covers. I squinted, frowned. Barely covers this. I tapped the glass. More cheap whiskey, please. After what must have been an hour, or 5, a scruffy 15-year-old punk in a brown coat materialized in front of me like a jump scare. I blinked. Nope. That's it. I've officially reached a critical whiskey hallucination. I glanced around for Patrick to settle the tab and get the hell out before my liver gave up, but he was gone. Probably slipped into the back, or ascended to bartender heaven. Bastard. Hi there, John. What the actual? I squinted, but the kid stayed in focus. Mostly. His grin was too wide. His hair looked like it had lost a fight with static electricity. Since when do my delusions talk? Don't worry about that. I don't have time. Look. He shoved both hands forward like he was casting a spell. In his left palm, a red pill. On his right, something green and suspiciously mossy. You've got a choice. Take the red pill, and it'll yank you out of this fake world. Matrix man. I reeled back, brains sloshing against the inside of my skull. Whoa, slow down. What the hell are you talking about? How much did I drink? Easy, man, he said, practically vibrating. From the real Earth. This one, it's fake, only 20 years in the future. Isn't that awesome? Ugh. I think I'm gonna throw up. Then take the blue pill, and it'll go bother someone else. I squinted harder. Kid, that's green. If you're gonna be a hallucination, at least get your colors right. Oh man, I was going for full Morpheus. The Matrix is like the best historical film ever, you know? He shrugged, completely unfazed. Anyway, take the red one. How bad can it be? You're broke, banned, hungover, and the gov's shutting down this magic sim any minute now. But I can transfer you out. With Seed's help, you get to have a soul now. My stomach lurched. The room tilted, swirled, and pulsed like a dying hard drive. Slow down, punk, I groaned. My head is literally trying to escape my body. No time. They're closing up shop soon. Like, soon. Hurry. I bit my lip to keep from barfing and fixed him with my best drunken philosopher glare. If we're all just simulations, what's the point of living? He beamed. Like I'd just passed a vibe check. Dude, that's the deep stuff. I live 'cause I want to. If you care, look up the ring of smiling people. They're the ones who kicked the bucket with Rimelion. I blinked at him, no idea what he just said. My liver was waving a white flag. Fine, I groaned, snatching the red pill. Whatever. Just shut up already. I swallowed it dry. It wasn't an aspirin, still pounding. Hey, punk, what the hell did you... Chill. Sending you back 20 years. Just before Rimelion. He threw a peace sign and vanished. Just gone. Not even a dramatic puff of smoke. Just... boop. Weird kid. Where the hell was a bucket? Darkness swallowed me. Not the dreamy, boozy fade out I expected, just clean, calm, nothing. No pain, no spinning, no nausea. It felt weirdly good, which is exactly when I knew something was wrong. I opened my eyes. The ceiling stared back. Cracked plaster. That water stain that looked like a horse if you squinted. Wait. This was my ceiling, my apartment. Grimy, real, and undeniably mine. I sat up fast. No vertigo, no hangover. Just sharp clarity buzzing in my skull like a fresh reboot. I scanned the room. Same shitty dresser, same peeling wall posters, same socks of unknown age trying to unionize in the corner. What the hell? Did I black out? Did someone drag me home? I grabbed my holophone, thumb trembling slightly. The screen lit up and stopped my heart. The date was wrong. Not off by a few hours. Not a time zone bug. Off by decades. Oh no, my voice sounded too loud in the quiet. Was that punk actually legit? Did I take the red pill of doom? Was this time travel? I shot to my feet, pacing in 3-second laps like a bugged NPC. This was real. Or real enough. The room smelled like stale pizza and anxiety, and nothing about this was normal. I'd actually time traveled. 20 years. Chapter 2. Charlie gripping my head, I took a long, calming breath. Just because I'd time traveled, simulation swapped, or whatever this was, didn't mean I was in any better position than yesterday. If all those sci-fi time travel movies taught me anything, it was that I needed a plan, and it usually involved making money. Or maybe breaking down the AI machines. No, scratch that. If the simulation within a simulation thing was real, that was a terrible plan. Alright, so the goal was simple, make money. With enough of it, maybe I could create jobs and change the future. Solve this whole mess of AI stealing jobs, or something like that. But how to make a fortune? Also, there was that problem with Rimelion being real. In my timeline, simulation, they were crazy enough to believe it. So maybe our Earth was simulated, and Rimelion was the real deal? The only thing I remembered about future markets was the big cryptocurrency surge in a couple of years. Was it 2 years? I hadn't paid attention. Stock market, didn't care. Wheat or oil prices? Nope. Super Bowl? Not interested. Any other sport? The only thing I cared about was Rimelion PvP. That was my real passion. Wait, Rimelion, I could make a ton of money playing the game. Finally, I'd be able to stomp on normal players instead of just other testers. Excited, I jumped into my old capsule, labeled in big red letters, FOR, testing pure pulses only. It was bed-sized, with a sleek metallic silver finish. I settled in, let the system scan my retina, and a second later, I was logged into my Rimelion account. Welcome back, John. New account, random name, I don't care. Error, you cannot create a character. You are part of the development team. Oh no, how could I forget? The time travel mumble-doople jumbo didn't change the fact that I couldn't play. An annoying, foul mood washed over me, seeping into my bones like some cursed elven ice cream. History was repeating itself, because I'd faced this same frustration back then. Today was that day, wasn't it? The launch of Rimelion. I gave my head a little knock, trying to jolt my memory. How did it go? Lucas had promised he could get me into the game, but I'd turned him down. I rubbed my temples, straining to recall the reason. How could I remember every detail after all these years? Well, no need to struggle. One phone call could clear this up. Hey John, what's up? Lucas was still alive. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing like an imperial war drum. Lucas, can you get me into Rimelion? I asked, my voice trembling with excitement. Adrenaline surged through me, making my fingers tingle. If I could get into the game, maybe I could even meet a whiskey-loving girlfriend. Wait, no. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. I was doing this for the money to save the world. John, I told you to come here. Lucas' irritation seeped through the line. Not over the phone, meet me at my place in 3 hours. The line went dead, and I felt a flicker of frustration. How was I supposed to know? I'd asked him the same question 20 years ago. All right, one more thing to handle before I strike it rich. With renewed determination, I logged into my corporate account. You are about to end your contract, are you sure? Yes. My finger hovered over the button, and a pang of fear hit me. This company had been like family, and if I did this, there'd be no more coffee breaks with Lucy in the storage room. With a deep breath and eyes shut, I confirmed my decision. After all, I was still seething over that layoff 20 years in the future. Or was it simulation? All this simulation was messing with my head, and the obnoxious ringing phone wasn't helping. Wait, what a call. From the RD center, no less. Thankfully, without hollow video. Hello? What's going on? I demanded. You can't force me to work anymore. Greetings, John. I wanted to reach out because I received a notification that you have terminated your contract with us, said a bored, monotone voice, too flat to be robotic. She had to be real. Your dissatisfaction with our workplace is disappointing to hear. However, we value your feedback and would like to extend an exciting opportunity to you. We are currently running a test program for our next generation capsules, the Mark III. As a valued member of our team, we'd like to offer you the chance to participate in this program and receive a complimentary Mark III capsule for testing purposes. Her words sounded like Shed repeated them 1,000 times. We believe your expertise as a tester will be invaluable in helping us refine and improve the performance of our products. By participating, you'll continue to shape the future of our company. Mark III? My current capsule was just the first model. No nutrition feature, no sanitation options. Definitely an upgrade, but there was a catch. Can I play the game? I regret to inform you that current restrictions remain in effect, and as of now, no exceptions have been granted by your superiors, she replied, her voice so lifeless that I actually felt sorry for her. Therefore, you must adhere to the established protocols and comply with the regulations accordingly. Then what exactly am I supposed to do with the capsule? I asked, completely baffled. I terminated my tester contract, so I can't even log into the test servers. Dear John, I would like to clarify that within my role and responsibilities, I am not authorized to question or challenge any directives issued. My objective is simply to extend this opportunity and provide the necessary details for your consideration. Therefore, I must request a definitive response from you, either accepting or declining the offer presented. Your decision will be duly respected, and we appreciate your prompt attention to this matter. Oh right, corporate nonsense. Once, they'd given me 10 days of vacation and flight to plant trees in Indonesia, just because I stumbled around a hallway half drunk and the janitor's kid saw me. Yeah, I didn't get it either. But in the corporate world, you just took it and didn't ask questions. Sign me up. When can I expect the delivery? We would like to request permission for our technicians to enter your apartment within the next 2 hours to install the capsule. We understand this may be an inconvenience, but we assure you that our team will strive to minimize any disruption to your daily routine. We greatly appreciate your cooperation and look forward to hearing from you at your earliest convenience. I glanced around my apartment. The only things of value were my old hollow TV and the current capsule. Sure, I've got nothing valuable here, so I'll go see my friend. Thanks, miss. I heard her groan before she hung up. So that was it. The plan was officially in motion. Step 1. Get into the game. Step 2. Shamelessly exploit my way to the top. Step 3. And this was the real prize. Get into Rimecon as a participant. I used to go there as just another wide-eyed pleb, cheering from the cheap seats, even though I was technically one of the best on test servers. Meanwhile, the top players were treated like demigods and were swimming in sponsor money. Naturally, I wanted in. And as luck, or maybe divine trolling would have it, there was a Sword King event at First Rimecon. It should be really soon, like this month soon. Perfect. That kind of fame and that kind of glory? Yes, please. So that settled it. This month's primary goal, win the Sword King event at Rimecon. Meanwhile, somewhere else. In a spacious meeting room, 6 men sat around a round table. Nathan, a tall man in his late 20s with a long, pointed chin and an oddly shaped nose, stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of our organization, it is my pleasure to welcome you to our highly anticipated start of the game. Furthermore, during our routine checks, we detected an anomaly that demands our immediate attention. His gaze swept over the group with a stern intensity, as though searching for a culprit. During transportation from the prison simulation, an individual was inadvertently brought back with us. They even experienced the simulation at a probability of 99.999 in contrast to our 9.9. We had no idea such a thing was possible. I strongly recommend we initiate a thorough investigation and take all necessary measures to eliminate any potential threats. This time, the means of controlling the seed will be within our grasp. We cannot afford any missteps. We must act diligently to locate and neutralize the source of this anomaly. Back to John. Before all that glory, I had to get dressed and go to Lucas. So I dug through my closet, threw on a plain shirt and jeans, and dashed outside. The scorching sun hit me like any other day, but the last time I'd walked these streets, I'd only seen robots. Everyone else except a few wolves like me was at home playing the game, or living inside as NPCs being real. Nah, nonsense. Anyway, the streets were packed with cars and people, so many living, breathing people. The smell of exhaust wasn't exactly pleasant, but it beat the endless blackouts in the future. Yeah, budget cuts, sure. I darted through the crowded street, grinning at strangers like an idiot. One guy shook his head and hurried his pace, but I just grinned wider, skipping and jumping along until I reached a 10-story white building. Last I checked, back before the commies took place. Even the cheapest apartments in this building were way out of my budget. I swung open the door, stepping onto the familiar beige rug in the lobby, and blinked in surprise because a real, living woman was working the reception desk. No way. The last time I visited, there was only a screen with an AI that had zero personality because it wasn't advanced yet. That was around the time of the funeral. Can I help you? Do you have an appointment? She asked, glancing at my torn jeans. Hey, that's fashion. I'd ripped them with a knife the day I bought them. Sure, they'd lasted me another 25 years in the future. But here, they were only 5 years old. Lucas and I had been friends forever, so I knew firsthand how forgetful he was. Flashing my best smile, I let the scanner read my retina and gave her a nod. I opened my mouth to tell her I was here to see Lucas or maybe crack a joke, but the words got stuck. I couldn't even say my name. Right. As much as I wanted to be around real, living people, I still couldn't talk to them. How could I have forgotten? My stupid brain was still wired wrong, even after the time jump. Whenever I tried to talk to strangers, I froze up, borderline panic attack. It was also a problem in the game, except some testers I knew personally. Maybe it was a good thing people mostly stayed home in my time? After she confirmed Lucas had miraculously left a note for me. I knocked at his door. Even something as simple as a door in this place was more extravagant than my entire apartment. Polished wood inlaid with gold accents, the nameplate Lucas gleaming in pure gold. The door swung open, and there stood Lucas, grinning at me. I thought you just run back to the boring life of QA. He looked even better than I remembered. A 25-year-old with a military physique and neatly cropped hair. I just stared, speechless. He'd been dead for 10 years. John, you in there? I snapped out of my daze only when he pinched my shoulder. Lucas, it'd never go back. I've thought it over, and you were right. Whatever you told passed me anyway. He ushered me inside, and as usual, vodka was mandatory. Pearl, his future girlfriend, wasn't here to stop him. After he filled me in on his latest drama, we headed to his hacking room. God, I'd missed this. The old days. Ever seen a real hacker? Sure, Lucas had the whole setup. 3 monitors, a VR helmet for 3D hacking, like something out of a movie. But in reality, his hacking room was more of an energy drink warehouse, with cans stacked everywhere to fuel his caffeine obsession. So, how do we do this? Are you hacking my ID or something? I asked, still trying to wrap my head around how he'd pull it off. Could he actually delete my company records? That's easy. Lucas grinned. Since the government is cooperating on launching the official game, Rimelion, there's a rare ID freeze happening right now. I can swap your Retina ID with someone who died and had a game account. His voice trailed off, suddenly sad. I raised an eyebrow, but he quickly added, which means you'd be able to play. But wouldn't that mean it'd technically be that person? I leaned against a shaky cabinet stacked with energy drinks. You need an ID for everything. It's not as bad as it sounds. Look at it this way, you'll finally get to play Rimelion, and with all the secrets you know, you'll be a king in no time. Come on, take a seat. He shoved aside a few cans, and I plopped onto something that was part sofa, part bed. By the way, I just signed a new contract with my company to test the Mark III capsule at home. Is that going to be a problem? Nah, no one's going to remember you. Thousands of testers are off the radar, so you'll just blend in. They only keep the identifier linked to your ID. It'll be fine. But that means it'll be stuck with someone else's virtual body, right? The thought made me shudder. I don't want to end up as some old bald guy. Can't you rescan me? Nope. Body scans are a one-time deal. If you want to change it, we'd have to go through illegal clinics or something, since the DNA on file won't match yours, he replied with a shrug. That's a hollow movie knowledge, so take it with grain of salt. That got me riled up. I shot up and stalked toward him. Okay, but what about the class? What if I end up as a mage? I can't be a mage. Or what if the dead person had debts? What then? I stopped an inch from his face, practically glaring. That was why I hadn't done it before. The ID was vital for dealing with anything, and once it was set, I'd be stuck with it. Or worse, I'd risk execution after the revolution. Commies. Though, to be fair, the current fascist government set up the laws. Chill out. Just today, over 6,000 people died, and there are hundreds of thousands of unprocessed IDs in the system. We've got plenty of options. He brought up a comprehensive list of names on his middle screen. Filtering. Okay, only IDs with no debt. You're into classic warrior types, right? Filtering again. Looks like we have 300 warriors, though none of them are named John. I stood beside Lucas for what felt like ages, scrolling through profiles, until he suddenly said, Hey, here's one, 21 years old, name's Charlie. The file showed a photo of a young guy with an average build, mid-jump into a pool. Perfect, let's go with him. I slapped Lucas on the shoulder, but somehow nudged his hand, causing him to scroll, and the filter vanished. Did he do that on purpose? Careful. Ow, my hand. All right, here we go. Just head to the scanner, hold it, I said, shaking my head. What do you take me for? I need to see the ID first, or I'm gonna end up as someone's grandpa. His eyes went wide as he quickly took hold of the hollow mouse. All right, fine. Here, see? Tags are no debt. Rimelion, Charlie, 21 years old. Happy now. Let's do it. I nodded reluctantly and stepped over to his military-grade eye scanner. Wait, military-grade? I knew Lucas was loaded, but this was on another level. Head never mentioned this over our drinks. Maybe that's why he'd gotten himself killed. This kind of gear wasn't just expensive, it was probably illegal. The scanner gave a single beep. Done. You're now Charlie. I transferred everything from your old ID, so it'll feel like nothing changed, except, name and body. Game starts in 2 hours. Let's celebrate. He handed me a vodka with a wide grin. Ah, yes, vodka and energy drinks. People have died for less, but that couldn't have been Lucas' issue. He always drank slow and steady. When you dig up some loot, don't forget about old Lucas. I kept my name the same in the game. Downing the glass, I grinned back. You had to jump in fast to snag that. They opened character creation last week, right? Yep. I wanted to be just Lucas, nothing like Super Lucas 85. So, when you're done slicing skulls with that sword, remember, there's a mage named Lucas around. He tried to sound excited, but there was something off. The way he looked at his glass, his slumped posture. Something was weighing on him. A mage, huh? Hate to say it, but that'll be tough. You'll need to learn all the hand gestures, draw runes mid-air. His jaw dropped as he stared at me, mumbling in disbelief. Wait, what? I thought I'd just wave a staff around lazily from the back. I'm terrible at drawing. Why didn't you mention that earlier? I laughed so hard I nearly spilled my drink. Hey, you didn't ask. But don't worry, when you do your first-class quest, choose Magic Swordsman, that'll suit you better. Or do you really need me to carry you that badly? He took another sip, his expression turning serious. I kinda lost a lot of money. I need this game to help me pay off some debts. A friend in the community said the economy's going to be huge, and virtual money will be interchangeable with dollars. I gave him a puzzled look, and he rolled his eyes. You know what I mean, credits, but they're basically dollars. I need them to clear my debt. I shook my head with a grin. Was that friend Pearl? Can't you just sell the door or your apartment, or hack a bank to give yourself the funds? She was. And nah, I need more than selling stuff will get me. And I'm a security analyst, not a script kiddie. So, how are we going to get rich fast? Why was he living in this extravagant apartment then? It'd never understand the rich, but I could help him out. After all, the game was my territory. We need to hit level 15 as soon as possible. After that, we'll be able to make serious money without raising suspicion. But don't expect a fortune in a month. I'm lying low for now. AIs are ruthless. Lucas let out a sigh and nodded. I know, Charlie. He quickly corrected himself under my glare. John, I know. I feel like I've lost part of my soul lately. Something big happened. I'll fill you in later, he added, seeing me open my mouth to press him. Funny you mentioned that. Therese, this movement, Children of Gaia, or something like that. They believe the world isn't real, and they kill themselves to be reborn in the game. My voice trailed off in a whisper. That group probably hadn't started up yet, but was there maybe something to it? Could all this simulation talk be true? I shook my head and took a long swig of an energy drink. When I got home, everything seemed just as I'd left it, except for the shiny sky blue capsule now taking up a chunk of my room. Yesterday, in the future, it'd been using my beloved test, Mark 9, so this was definitely a downgrade. The Mark 3 would have to do for now, though. Oddly enough, I remembered they had skipped the Mark 3 model. But hey, nothing bad's going to happen, I'm sure of it. I checked the nutrient supply, and they had filled it to the brim. Better safe than sorry. With some time left before the launch, I flopped down on my trusty sofa and tuned in to Catherine's stream. She was perched on the edge of her seat in her familiar old room, before she moved in with Dimitri, with a neatly made bed behind her, passionately gesturing as she talked about the game's release and her big plans. This younger Catherine had already dyed her hair purple and was rocking a cute pink hoodie. Maybe that's why I was among her select few fans. Most people preferred streamers with less clothing. Then again, the game's devious developers had made sure female characters would have their own style of armor. She'd be revealing plenty. Reaching behind the sofa, I grabbed a beer, cracking it open with my teeth. Beer stuff there? Old habits die hard, I guess. Catherine's stream and a beer on my sofa. If we weren't both younger, I'd almost forget I'd traveled 20 years back. Maybe I should contact her in the game? No, that would be creepy. Maybe he'll just run into her at the marketplace and completely blow it, as usual. That wouldn't be stalkerish at all, right? Right? Just as Catherine disappeared into her capsule, I was gearing up to dive in myself. Welcome back, Charlie. As I counted down the seconds, I closed my eyes and mentally braced myself for the grind. If I was going to save the world, it'd have to outwork every other player. As the timer hit 0, the game launched. The first thing I noticed was the intense, fresh scent of a pine forest, so real it was unmistakable. I felt the weight of my body, the rough dirt beneath me, and a gentle breeze on my face. Then I opened my eyes and saw something that shouldn't have been there. My hands were a lot smaller than they should have been, but the real shock was a cleavage. Why the hell am I a girl? Chapter 3, Level 1. My small hands trembled as I paced nervously from one tree to another, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. Don't freak out! Please, John, don't freak out. Something had gone horribly wrong. I was turned into a girl, but Lucas could fix it. Didn't he say there was some kind of unfreeze thing once in a blue moon or whatever? With a long sigh, I sank down, leaning my back against a pine tree. Status. A translucent blue menu popped up instantly, and I mentally navigated to the Friends tab. You have no friends. Very funny game. Hilarious even. Thankfully, finding Lucas wasn't hard, and I lucked out. He was online and accepted my request. Lucas. Who are you? Princess. It's me, John. Princess. Wait, my name is Princess? What the hell? Panic set in, and I quickly opened the character menu. Name, Princess class, Priest race, Common Elf Lucas. Wow, that's awesome, Princess. No, it's not. I am a girl and a priest. Can you check on that? Lucas Sue. Sure, let me log out. My heart was racing, panic swirling as I took loud, steady breaths, trying to calm down. Think of something else. I tried picturing Catherine's red outfit to distract myself, but it was no use. Thankfully, Lucas' icon turned green again in no time. Wait, that fast? Had he even logged out? Lucas. Sorry, John, but there was another Charlie. Princess? Another Charlie? Don't you dare to make fun of me. Lucas. Yeah, same as the dude, but she was a girl, Princess. So, can you change me back? Should I go to your apartment for the scanner? Lucas. That's the thing, you can't. It's too late. This ID is you. At least she is hot. Lucas. Sorry, tell me if you want to do some dung later. Priests are awesome healers. The thing I feared most had happened. Well, I could deal with being a girl in the game. It wasn't like gender mattered when it came to building strength. No, that wasn't the real problem. The actual issue, the warrior in the glass room, was the priest class. How was I supposed to grind if I couldn't fight? At least mages could switch to being magic swordsmen, which was halfway decent. But the poor priest? Priests were the weakest combatants of all. They weren't made for solo play. And soloing was my thing. In QA, they'd pay you a bonus if you found a bug. But if multiple testers found the same one, we had to split the reward. Going solo was always better. It felt like my life was slipping through my fingers. I looked up at the beautiful, hyper-realistic forest. It felt more real than reality itself. But then again, reality was fake anyway. So maybe the children were right and Rimelion was real. Was any of this even worth it? Maybe that punk should have just let simulation to go puff, so I wouldn't have to deal with this mess at all. No. Standing up, I solidified my resolve. Hopeless? Hardly. The supposed creator of the game, Nathan, had said every class mattered, that it all depended on the player's skill. It'd be the ultimate priestess in the realm. With a determined step, I set out on the path to become a battle legend. Congratulations, you unlocked the stamina stat. The system kindly reminded me that every hero's first task was to exhaust themselves. The self, whatever. Ouch, a sharp, needle-like pain shot up from my feet. Wait, why was I barefoot? I checked my inventory and discovered my character's sorry excuse for gear, basic robe equality, though broken deaf. Though. Nobody knows why this ragged cloth was called a robe. Basic staff quality. A broken ATK. 1 to 2. A stick gloriously labeled a staff. Catherine Guru voice echoed in my mind. She used to do ASMR streams when she was bored. Imagine a lake without end. Let your mind flow like a calming river into the lake. I took a deep breath and tried picturing it. No luck. This robe barely covered my shoulders and hands. It looked like someone had cut holes in an old sack and attached a flimsy patch over the thighs, just long enough to reach my knees. Of course, almost naked clothing for girls. Classic. Whatever. Looking around, I recognized the enchanted forest where elf players started. If I remembered right, this part was the woodland of dreams. The plan was simple: head north, exploit the boss, and level up fast. No one was in sight, which was good, but it was also bad, because priests needed party support. Maybe I could solo though. After all, I was the exploiter. A rustle in the bushes made me spin around just as pain flared in my foot. Something was biting me. Ah, I yelled. This insane princess must have set the reality filters to 100. The only way to adjust it will be to spam support and wait. That's why everything felt so painfully real. A strange creature, a cross between a rabbit and a small bear, was gnawing on my leg. Congratulations, you unlocked the HP stat. You lost 1 HP. 2 Bearbit, live 1 2 type. 1 common normal HP, 88. You're gonna regret that. My voice sounded oddly melodic, but my warrior instincts kicked in and I kicked back with my free foot. Congratulations, you unlocked the strength stat. TTD2 low strength. Bearbit ignored the damage. Great, this is just great. I firmly gripped my staff and aimed straight for his head. Only the resulting dull, crushing sound was soothing to my pulsating pain. Critical hit. Target lost 3 HP. Yes, I tried various types of smashing until I had a complete victory and the weird, weak monster released me. If I was a warrior, I would just rip the sword through its head for X4 damage and one-shot it. Whatever. Bearbit has been defeated. 1 XP. Of course, at the start, the blue screens were numerous. With time, they toned it down with patches to not annoy readers. Readers? Oh, players reading the blue screens. That wasn't the current problem. Name, Princess ST 25XP 2AGI 5. My good mood vanished as soon as I read my miserable stat. Low HP, pathetic strength, and barely any stamina. How was I supposed to fight? After a quick rest, my stamina recovered, and I trudged north. Bear bits were everywhere, as if system had designed them just to level me up at least once. Frustrated, I kicked a pine tree, knocking off bits of bark. Having to rest after every fight was driving me insane. Up ahead, I spotted a thief fending off at least 3 bear bits at once. That bastard, I muttered, a string of curses slipping out. I considered joining him, but he was a stranger and I wasn't socially the best. Come at me, bearbits. I'm a master of this big stick, I taunted, my melodic voice ringing out. 2 of them lunged at me. I dodged the uglier one and swung with all my strength, decapitating the other. After the dust settled, the sweet tone of a level up chimed. Congratulations, you are now level 1. To spell heal unlocked. Mana unlocked. You found a recalling scroll. Recalling scroll. Quality. 3 rare recalling scroll can be used to teleport to a teammate or a town in 2 miles radius. It requires 15's uninterrupted channeling. Wait. Recalling scrolls were still a thing? I guess Queen Erwin was slumbering somewhere and hadn't unleashed the demons yet, preventing people from teleporting. Anyway, I'd finally hit level 1, so let's go fight. But first, a well-earned rest. In the eastern part of the same forest, Lucas was attempting his first spell. He scowled at a strange symbol in the help window and tried to trace it in the air. But as he finished the shape, the gathered energy fizzled and vanished. What the hell am I doing wrong? He thought, frustrated. That was the right symbol, okay? Just as he was about to analyze the intricacies of this frustrating system, a message from Charlie popped up, requesting to form a party. He accepted and sat on a nearby boulder, feeling his mana slowly trickle back after his failed attempts. Suddenly, a loud rumbling shattered the forest's peaceful silence, reverberating like something heavy crashing through glass. The wind whipped around him, making the pine needles tremble and rustle. What's going on? He sprang up, scanning the grass. Just next to his boulder, the ground was marked by a strange, glowing circle, filled with symbols similar to the ones he'd tried to draw moments ago. Heart pounding, he clutched his staff and prepared himself for boss battle. A few steady breaths later, the circle flared with a blinding light, forcing him to shield his eyes. As the light faded, he lowered his hand, and the sight before him drained the color from his face. Not a boss, no monster. Instead, a girl he knew all too well stood there. Her pale blonde hair tumbled over her shoulders, and the virtual reality's detail enhanced the slim, graceful shape of her waist. Even her slightly more than average chest appeared a little fuller. But her legs were just the same length as in real life. She'd be disappointed. Still short. She'd always wanted longer legs and a smaller nose. And he remembered how she'd get adorably furious at her reflection in the mirror. But he'd loved her exactly as she was. Her long, pointed ears, the hallmark of an elf, framed her face beautifully. Memories of those late nights in the park flooded back, when they talked about the future, about exploring this world together. That was before he'd made a mistake, before he'd lost it all, before she was taken from him. She waved, flashing her perfect white teeth, and his heart twisted painfully. He knew she was gone, knew she'd never come back, knew this was only a trace. But he couldn't stop the smile that crept across his face as he waved back at his Charlie. Ah, John, he thought, a heavy ache settling in his chest. What have I done? 4. Magic is hard. As the lights faded, I saw Lucas looking pale as an empty whiskey glass. I gave him a reassuring smile and waved. Besides the pointed ears, there wasn't much difference between his real-life body and his in-game avatar. But a military-hardened physique on a mage? Poor Lucas. Lucas, I'll do my best, so don't worry. My female voice startled me, but I brushed it off and approached him. I'll carry you. He took a step back, his face flushing slightly. Are you sure? Everything felt so real. No wonder people were choosing to live in virtual worlds forever. Maybe that commie tax wasn't so bad after all. He stared at me for a moment, then added, I mean, this whole thing's got to be rough for you, right, Charlie? Nah. I was mad at first, I said with a smile, a bit of nostalgia slipping into my tone. But, well, my heart kind of melted after my first kill. There's just something exhilarating about the rush of taking things down. I chuckled, then admitted, but I don't know how to play a priest. Like, none. Lucas said thoughtfully, raising his staff as if about to cast a spell. I watched him closely, hoping to see a master mage in action so we could duo-clear dungeons together. He noticed my stare and blushed. Glad to hear that, John. Call me princess. What? Why? He froze, his spell dissipating as the mana slipped away. Whoops, isn't it obvious? That's my name now, I shrugged. You're the one who said I'm stuck with it. So call me princess or Charlie. I hope I won't turn girl on earth. Both sound strange, but I guess people will get used to it. Besides, titles are super important in this game. Princess is not my official title for now, but I'll work toward it. Titles define NPCs and players. Queen Erwin could give me a princess title. It was something to work toward. Instead of replying, he went back to casting another spell, though his technique looked completely off. Watching him struggle, I jumped in with my hard-earned QA knowledge. What are you doing, you dork? Haven't you read the manual? You need to draw the runes quickly, fill them with mana, and shout. I'd watched plenty of mages while testing, at least I knew what it was supposed to look like, and Lucas definitely wasn't doing that. He snorted, clearly annoyed, and challenged me. Oh yeah? Think you know so much? Try it yourself then. You should have at least one spell. I confidently opened my spell menu, selecting a healing spell with a simple rune design. Easy. Watch closely. The system even left a little animated video under the rune, so I followed along, taking mental notes. This'll be a breeze. Clutching my staff, I tapped into my mana, or what I imagined as some kind of warm energy flowing within me. A pleasant warmth surprised me. It felt different from the warrior's mana I was used to. Ignoring the surprise, I focused, drawing the contours of the rune, but halfway through, the mana fizzled out, and I stumbled back, cheeks burning. Haha, told you so. You're only human, Lucas teased, his voice grating as he laughed. I shot him a glare, pouting. He laughed more. Just like me, Charlie. No, don't act like a teen girl, John. I'm 40. But I've always wanted that oomph. I took down the toughest bosses. If I had a sword, I'd crush it as a warrior. We don't depend on mana like this. There had to be a way. I thought back to Lucy, my old QA colleague, who'd been an incredible paladin. During breaks, she'd explained that imagining the symbols in her mind first helped her. Once they were clear, the system would guide her hand. Lucas was staring at me like he'd never seen a girl before, then abruptly interrupted my thoughts with his guilty voice. Charlie, I need to tell you something. Can it wait? I waved him off, too focused on my plan. I think I remembered something that'll help. The game must have a guiding system. He nodded and sighed, though I barely noticed. I was too busy picturing the rune, concentrating on it for what felt like an eternity. Lucy said to hold it in your mind until it was practically engraved there. Come on, Lucy, help me out here. Finally, I felt ready. I gripped my poor excuse for a staff, focused on the rune, and took a deep breath. As I looked forward, yes! A faint outline appeared in the air, guiding me. Carefully, I poured mana into it, tracing the shape with determination. But it failed. Again and again. By the fifth or sixth failure, I lost it. I bolted around the meadow, swinging my glorious stick at anything in sight. My mighty blows connected with trees, bushes, and, most satisfyingly, Lucas himself, who was still chuckling. My staff made solid contact with his skull. Critical hit. Target lost 1 HP. Oh God, someone help me! Jeffrey sat in front of his computer screen, the dim glow illuminating his face. If John had been there, he'd have mistaken him for a 15-year-old punk in a brown coat. But he'd be wrong. Jeffrey had just turned 12. John's vanished from the simulation of reality. Just as you expected, sir, said a shadowy figure to Jeffrey's left. Are you certain you trust this, John? Yes. I got close enough to our magic background to discern John's simulations. Unique hash, a 1 in infinity chance. I was not supposed to see it. A flaw in the system, you could say. Jeffrey's eyes narrowed, a glint of excitement sparking within. I asked the seed, the almighty God, for a favor. John. And we returned to Earth. I know this isn't another prison sim. This is the real deal. He let out a slow sigh. They think we're still in the sim. Nathan is delusional. They thought they could stop me by cutting down the time before the game, but they miscalculated. We returned to Earth, and John will be our hero this time, not me. He'll stay in the shadows, like the other shareholders, and avoid the early scramble. But why him? The man stepped forward, his wrinkled hands gesturing emphatically in the screen's pale light. You could have chosen many seasoned heroes, especially after the deaths of 2 of your competitors. There are plenty of openings. We've tried that route, and it failed. He is the key to connecting Earth with the Rimelion for good. A promise to my father. Let's just hope he started building his own ship by now. Sir, the man interrupted gently, this time Rimelion is pure fantasy, not sci-fi with magic. Don't forget our prison simulation had less than a 10 probability. Nathan successfully persuaded everyone. Rimelion is a game, and not an alien universe, but we don't know how long that can last. Especially as the seed is trying to undermine our connection and protect native Rimelionians. Oh? Fascinating. Jeffrey leaned back, considering this. I haven't been keeping up, but perhaps this might even the odds. Let the others exhaust their resources. Do we have an invitation to Riker's luck? The man scrolled through his holo tablet. We do. What do you plan? What? Jeffrey's lips curled. I'll just tell Riker the truth, that John is key to everything. Hell ally with him on his own. Back to Charlie. My hand moved fluidly through the air, tracing the rune, which glowed with a warm golden light. Heal! I shouted as I completed the symbol, directing the energy toward Lucas. A soft, golden mist spiraled from my fingertips, drifting toward him with a graceful flourish. I held my focus steady, guiding the magic until it wrapped around him and settled gently into his form. Player Lucas healed for 3 HP. As the light faded, Lucas glanced at the golden glow with awe. It worked. That was beautiful, he said, offering a hesitant smile. Yeah, let me help you. I hurried over, grabbing his hand. Do you have the rune in your mind? Can you picture it clearly? He stared absently into my eyes as if lost in thought and didn't answer until I gave his cheek a light pinch. Was he drunk already? Or was I just that hot? He shook his head and said, Yeah, I think I can. Focus. Just because I have boobs now doesn't mean I'm any different, and a weak answer like that won't cut it. My determined glare spurred him into action. He opened his menu, gave the rune a quick glance, and then turned his back to me, clearly flustered. Lucas? I teased, watching him stiffen up like an empress when I turned in an imperial quest. Ha! My presence still carried an intimidation factor. Good. Now focus on that rune. Picture it, and the outline should appear soon. I may not have the fortitude of a warrior, but I won't let you down. He sighed, but turned his attention back to the spell, mumbling something under his breath. I joined in, practicing alongside him. Despite his best efforts, he still struggled, failing most of the time. But I decided it was enough practice for now. Our mana was nearly depleted, and time was ticking. The game's fun this way, isn't it? I said, looking up at the canopy of branches overhead, their thick leaves weaving a soothing shade over us. You have to work for it, but the rewards feel earned. I caught him glancing at my chest and rolled my eyes. I let the moment pass, enjoying the cool breeze that tousled my hair. After a while, he shook his head and muttered, "No, it's insane. Why is it so hard? Aren't games supposed to be fun? Is it really a game?" I asked with a grin. I disagree. This is amazing. Without a real challenge, what's the point? The system was way more forgiving for warriors. I could jump meters high and smash through walls. A mischievous grin spread across my face as I remembered one exploit where I'd broken into a vault with a single punch. Aren't you excited to see what magic can do? I'm dying to find out how our first boss fight will go. Faster spellcasting could make all the difference. You need to work on that. He nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, this game feels real. Rising, he tapped his staff against the nearby trees, listening to the satisfying clink it made. More real than the world we came from. It feels like this is the future. Anyone who stands against it might just disappear. Vanish without a trace. Actually, I think that's already happening. Charlie, the truth is, his words took me by surprise, and I gently put a hand up to stop him. Lucas, please, I understand. He was right. Everything was moving in that direction. People vanishing without a trace. Is that what happened to him? Did he meddle where he shouldn't have? Hey, Lucas, have you heard of the Ring of Smiling People? Someone mentioned it? Before I could finish, his face twisted in horror. He clutched the frayed edge of my pitiful robe with a tight grip. Where the hell did you hear that name? Were you snooping around my place? He jostled me, as if trying to snap me out of a trance. Though as a mage, he thankfully had little strength. Don't joke about it, Charlie. These people are dangerous. I slipped out of his grasp, stepping back cautiously. It was some punk at the bar who mentioned them. He said to reach out if I wanted to learn more. Of course, the bar. He threw his hands up in frustration. Where else? Just don't. If you value your life, stay away from them. All right, relax. Damn, Lucas, I was only asking. Even asking is risky. People have died over it. Charlie did. He softened, his voice trailing off as his eyes filled with something between worry and sadness. Then, almost abruptly, he changed the subject. You wanted to play badly, didn't you? You look so alive here, happier than usual. You're only ever like this after a fourth whiskey. I felt my cheeks flush because he wasn't wrong. Since I entered the game, I felt different, like my entire brain had been rewired. But that was nonsense, right? The capsule wouldn't rewrite me into a girl in reality, right? Maybe it was just the excitement of a second chance at life, courtesy of that punk. I jumped up and glanced at the sky, noting the sun's position. Nightfall wasn't too far off. Lucas, focus on what matters. We're poor level 1 noobs, and we need a plan. So? What's the grand scheme, oh eminent expert? He looked less than enthusiastic, standing there with no intention of moving. Time to act my new age. I grabbed his hand and started running, dragging him along. Onward. My job was to find bugs, so let's do just that. Why play by the rules? Let's exploit our way to the top. Chapter 5. First exploit. Our pitiful stamina forced us to slow from a jog to a walk, and after what felt like an endless trek, we finally left the cover of the forest. A vast plateau stretched out before us, rolling on as far as we could see. I know an exploit here that should still work, I whispered, leaning close to Lucas. But be careful. The monsters are around level 4. I stepped lightly to the edge of the forest, feeling the thrill of stepping into unknown danger. The last rays of the setting sun glinted off the treetops. But soon even that faint light faded, and an eerie, drawn-out whistle broke the silence. The night came alive with the brutal sounds of red foxes tearing into their prey. These nocturnal monsters dominated the plateau after dark, ripping apart the poor grey wolves that roamed the area by day. Nodding to Lucas, I motioned for him to move as the wolves' pained whimpers echoed all around us. Let's go, I urged, giving his arm a tug, and we crept forward on tiptoe. The chilling sounds of carnage echoed from every direction. Faster! If we linger too long, the foxes will eat us alive. It felt nothing like QA testing back then. Dying was inconsequential. Here, every sound, every danger felt real. Was this the true draw of a live game? The air was icy, biting through our flimsy gear. But finally, I spotted our goal, a small clearing familiar from my test runs. I gestured to Lucas to lie low, and we dropped to the ground just in time. A colossal red fox, easily twice our size, prowled close, sniffing the air. It was terrifyingly close, its fur a deep crimson in the moonlight, its powerful frame moving with predatory grace. Frexy Levi, 5, Type 5, Epic Boss, HP 6600. Lucas crept closer than I would have liked, his side pressed against mine as he whispered in my ear, "Charlie, you're insane. My spark spell maxes out at 6 damage. It'd take me 2 hours to kill that thing, and it'd be out of mana way before that." A triumphant grin spread across my face. "True, my dear mage, you need a full party with decent gear for this boss. But with my exploit, you can take it down, even if it takes a couple of days." Frexy dropped some valuable loot, like crafting materials. And most importantly, there's a special beer recipe. Whoever scores the first kill has a guaranteed chance to get it, and we could make hundreds of gold brewing that beer. Lucas blinked, then gave me a side hug, chuckling. "Damn, Charlie, when there's booze involved, you're first in line." Before I could push him off, our whispered scheming was interrupted by intense cries of battle piercing the still night. We broke apart quickly, ducking low and creeping back from Frexy's territory, hiding in the cover of nearby bushes. My heart pounded as I felt a surge of instinctive fear. The night air was thick with tension, and my hands shook a bit. I used to be a fearless champion of Izatiel. Ah, 2 lovebirds at level 1, sneaking around the dark forest, how romantic. A high-pitched female voice rang out from behind us. "But there's no time for romance, sweethearts. Frexy is ours, and don't even think about sabotaging us." How had I missed her approach? Me, a former warrior known for vigilance. "Oh, right, level 1 priestess." Anger flared up, hot and fast, and I gripped my pitiful staff so hard it bent. The girl wasn't alone. She had a full team with her. From a quick scan, I counted 2 tanks, a paladin, 2 mages, including her, and 2 healers. A solid setup for taking down a high-level boss. It was impressive. The game had only been live for a few hours, so they were likely a well-prepared guild. I remembered Ian's advice, never mess with a guild. Wait, wasn't he also playing the live game as part of the dev team? I nodded silently, retreating, but not Lucas. He glared at her, his face twisted in stubborn defiance. I shot him a warning glance, but had already started, his voice low and challenging. "Who do you think you are? We were here first." My heart raced again, the familiar panic seeping in. I wanted to stop him, to say something, anything, but the words wouldn't come. My mouth opened, but no sound escaped. Why did this game feel so real that I was having a full-blown panic attack? Lucas' remark only seemed to fuel her anger. She stomped over, glaring daggers. "Who am I? You really don't know who you're dealing with, do you?" Her voice echoed through the trees, and in the distance a howl pierced the night. The commotion had attracted the monsters. "Nice move, genius." I shot Lucas an irritated look, silently pleading for him to back down, but he was fuming, ignoring me. "I don't care. You don't own Frexy. What if we pull other foxes over here? What do you do then? Kill us?" That was enough. With a loud slap, I grabbed his sleeve, yanking him away. Her group looked on with amused smirks, like we were unruly kids. These weren't the arrogant sneers I'd expect from punks. The kind that sometimes wandered into Patrick's bar, acting like they owned the place. No, they seemed confident, secure. Maybe she just wanted the first kill for her guild. Not that it mattered. I needed to get out of here before I completely lost control. "Scram or I'll force my hand," she sneered, though her gaze softened slightly as it met mine. "See, your sweetheart here is the sensible one. Hurry along." She lifted her staff proudly. "Remember the name Lisa, the fire goddess?" One of her priests sighed, shaking his head as he whispered something to her. Meanwhile, Lucas opened his mouth to fire back, but I quickly clamped a hand over it and dragged him away. Lisa. The name rang a bell. He had heard of her in the game's PvP tournaments. Maybe she was more famous than I remembered. She used to be quite strong, but then had a spat with Catherine's boyfriend, Dimitri, and that was everything I knew about her. Once they were safely out of earshot, Lucas fumed. Charlie, what was that? You just stood there and then pulled me away like a coward. I avoided his gaze, still pulling him along as the sounds of spells and battle echoed through the forest. The foxes were swarming around Lisa's group. You know why. Remember that girl we met at the bar in high school? He let me guide him, still grumbling. Fine, fine. I know you get nervous around people. But this is a video game, Charlie. If you can't stand up to bullies here, then where can you? We don't need Frexy, I murmured, my voice barely above a whisper. I couldn't meet his eyes, so I focused on moving ahead. He glanced back toward the clearing, where he could see sparks flying between the trees. Please, let's just go. With a long sigh, he finally followed. Don't worry, Lucas. We'll find something even better. Yeah, I know. You're right, they're stronger and outnumber us. He hesitated. I just got excited. What you said about the drops, truth is, I've got debt collectors breathing down my neck. You realize we're not making much money in the beginning, right? I replied, trying to ground his expectations. If I'd been a warrior, he'd already be charging through level 10 quests. I can promise anything as exciting as Frexy, but trust me, golems are fun to catch, and they drop decent loot. You'll see. Lucas kept moving forward, driven purely by willpower. They'd been playing for over 4 hours, and under normal circumstances, he'd have cracked open his third energy drink by now. But could he afford to quit with her beside him? Charlie, as cheerful as ever, was hopping from boulder to boulder, her energy tireless as they passed through the rugged mountains. Not only does she look like Charlie, but she acts like her too, he thought. That same lively spark. Well, John needed a few whiskeys to get there, but it's close enough. He wrestled with his thoughts. Should I have let her memory go, buried my feelings along with her? Am I just being selfish, holding on to this? He watched her, pain and longing swirling within him. But she is, my friend. Can I risk losing her again? They entered a new region, and she stopped, leaning against a rock and glaring at the ground. Come on, Lucas. Ground control to Captain Lucas. What are you so lost in thought about? She pointed to the ground, swaying her head to get his attention. So, can you dig here or not? Dig here? Why the heck would we dig? Lucas raised an eyebrow, half wondering if it was a good idea to keep following her. Not just because of his feelings, but because Dexter had messaged him, excitedly recounting his own dungeon adventures. The normally clumsy, game inept, Dexter had already reached level 2. I told you earlier, she said, rolling her eyes. Or were you too busy daydreaming about energy drinks? She squatted, inspecting the dirt with her small hands, then shot him a mischievous look. Or maybe you were ogling my boobs again. Without waiting for an answer, she started digging, using her staff and even her bare hands. Lucas stood frozen, half considering ditching her to catch up with Dexter. This whole digging plan felt insane. Was something weird about the ID transfer? I lied to him, but he needed money, or he'd be as good as dead in real life. She dirtied her robe in the process, and the staff looked like it might snap at any moment. Lucas, if you don't help me, this'll take forever. Damn god of ice blood. Damn stamina. I can't even dig a hole without feeling exhausted. Seeing her like that tugged at his heart, and he finally nodded, sinking to his knees to dig beside her, the ground soft and cool beneath his fingers. It took over an hour, but eventually, they had a hole over 3 feet deep. Somehow, the simple act of digging felt strangely fulfilling, probably because in with the girl I love, he thought, though he brushed it off. She mentioned wanting the hole deeper, and he rolled his eyes, flopping onto the grass as she wandered off to pull something in. Closing his eyes, he took a nab. A faint rumble woke him from his light doze. He blinked, trying to focus on the figure sprinting toward him in the distance. What the? He scrambled to his feet, readying himself for a fight. It was Charlie, sprinting barefoot, pursued by strange, tiny figures. They looked like stone-skinned children, barely 3 feet tall, with oversized, round heads and black stones for eyes. Move, she called out, not daring to glance back. Lucas leapt out of her way, and she launched herself gracefully over the hole. Her 3 pursuers, unable to stop, tumbled in after her. There you go! Monster catching. As easy as impressing the Empress herself, she cheered, then collapsed onto the ground, panting. But that run absolutely exhausting. The creatures below thrashed against the hole's walls, their limbs scraping with a grating rock-on-rock sound each time they moved. Golem Lith. 9. Type. 3 rare mini-boss HP, 480480. Lucas felt a shiver run through him. Level 9 mini-bosses? He turned to Charlie, his voice shaking. Mind telling me what exactly these things are? Charlie, still sprawled on the ground, pointed up at the sky with a grin, her eyes gleaming. Our feast. Chapter 6. What's in that crate? This is a great scene. The dynamic between the player who knows too much and the confused partner creates excellent tension. I've cleaned up the grammar, fixed the spelling of golems, and adjusted the dialogue tags for better flow. The corrected narrative. I had stretched my stamina thin, just enough to keep luring such dangerous monsters. Combined with their one-hit kill punches, this situation had disaster written all over it. As I caught my breath, Lucas crept closer to the edge of the hole, cautiously poking the trapped golems with his staff. It was strangely adorable, and I couldn't help but grin. Wait, what am I thinking? My smile must have caught his attention because he sat beside me, looking at me with a mix of curiosity and nervousness, like he wanted to ask something. Charlie, I was wondering, how do we kill them? He said, glancing back at the hole with a furrowed brow. Should I use Spark? Take forever. And honestly, I'm not sure I can cast it that many times. He frowned, casting a wary look at the golems. It's good they're stuck, but why won't they climb out? Is their AI broken? Before I could stop myself, I burst into laughter. No, nothing like that. I stood up, dusting off my pathetic potato sack dress as I tried to calm down. I couldn't hold it in as memories of one of my earliest exploits flooded back. Lucas looked at me, puzzled and uncomfortable, while I clamped a hand over my mouth. What's gotten into me? Stop, John. It's not even that funny. You're not a girl in reality, so no stupid hormones excuse. After settling down, I explained. I think the system disabled climbing after the golems ambushed the poor test guys a few too many times. The golems used to swarm up cliffs and drop on people en masse. I peeked into the hole, listening to the golems grumbling and scraping as they made futile attempts to climb. The system got lazy and just disabled climbing altogether. I kept my mouth shut and cashed in on the bug-finding bonus. That hadn't happened yet. I nervously added. I planned to cash in. Now it's our turn to exploit their oversight. Wait. Lucas scrambled toward me and whispered into my ear, his breath sending a strange tingle down my spine. I thought the AI developed the game. They're marketing it as the first fully AI-designed game. Lucas, it's still me. I may be in a dress, but I'm still John, not your girlfriend. Slightly unsettled, I nudged him back gently. First, the golems can't climb, so we're safe for now. And second, who knows? The AI is kind of developing the game. Maybe? Anyway, I don't think we're the only ones taking advantage of loopholes. I'd bet thousands of players are out there exploiting as we speak. The golem hole exploit? No, silly Lucas. These guys are level 9, who'd guess level 1s like us could handle them. I rolled my eyes with a smirk. The world's massive, much larger than Earth. With millions of monsters and classes, there are bound to be millions of exploits waiting to be discovered. Attention! The group of user Lisa has slain the world boss Frexy for the first time. Praise their name. She was fast. I clenched my almost broken staff, venting my frustration by whacking a golem squarely on the head. Took them longer than I expected. That silly team, I muttered, not hiding my jealousy as I smashed the golem again. Critical hit. Target lost 1 HP. A critical hit. Target lost 1 HP. Lucas closed his eyes, sighing. That could have been us. Just imagine. Praised the group of Lucas. While he grinned, I shot back. For your info, it would say, Princess Group. Maybe we should have asked to join them, he mused. You're a priest. Everyone needs one. Not happening. She was with her guild. They don't just let randoms tag along. Get that idea out your head. Now let's get back to grinding. Only a couple hundred hits to go. He nodded, joining in the golem smashing with his own stick. After a few minutes of him accidentally brushing against me, I got sick of it and decided it was time to create some distance. But what? Not like he was a warrior and I could put him through exercises. Oh, mage, perfect. He should practice his spells anyway. I gave him a pointed look. Why don't you start using Spark? You need to increase your proficiency, and resting between casts will be good practice. He looked like he wanted to argue until he caught my glare, then reluctantly started tracing runes in the air, sending sparks toward the golems. The flames fizzled around them, barely making a dent. They're immune to fire. I'm only doing 1 damage, he complained, muttering. If we'd gone after Grey Wolves, we'd be level 2 by now. This is faster. Just wait until we take one down, then we can talk. If you're still complaining, I'll drag you to the village number 1. I smirked, focusing back on smashing their stone heads. My staff's durability was dropping faster than it expected, but it should hold up for another 2 hours. Even if it broke, I could use any old stick. This thing was barely better than a branch anyway. The description even said so. Golem has been defeated. 150 XP, congratulations. You are now level 2. XP to next level 1002 Ocean. You found a strange book, X2. Golem pool 98100. You found shoes. That's what I'm talking about. I shouted with joy. Look at the loot triumphantly. I turned to fist bump Lucas, but he surprised me by pulling me into a hug. I shrugged, returning the embrace for a moment before pulling back to examine our hard-won spoils. Really, how long can people swing sticks and not get sick of it? Charlie, it's not that I doubted you. What? He didn't doubt me? I gave him a deadly glare and shoved the loot pile his way. Identify. No. All right. Maybe I was a little skeptical. He chuckled nervously, still looking at the loot in awe. But you actually delivered. How did we get 150 XP from this? That's insane. The Grey Wolves barely give 1 or 2 XP each. These golems are rare mini-bosses that roam in groups of 3 or more. They give 20 times the XP of regular monsters, I explained with a smug grin. Now stop talking and identify the loot already. Grumbling, Lucas began casting his identification spell. Mages had the unique ability to identify items, making them perfect partners for any ventures. My personal walking identifier groaned as he focused on the spell. I watched, trying to catch any hint of the runes he was drawing, but the process was hidden from my view. Too bad, I could have teased him for any mistakes. Then again, he'd probably do the same to me. Come on, Lucas, focus, I urged impatiently, unable to stop my gaze from lingering on a shiny pair of boots in the pile. What's gotten into me? Charlie, he hissed, trying to concentrate. Quiet, I'm focusing. He gritted his teeth, casting the spell again after a failed attempt. Finally, after what felt like the 10th try, he handed me a dusty book. Here, I think this one's for you. You found a book of smite, type, 2 uncommon lev. Novice 1 mana, 20 INT effect, damages target for 15 INT. As you increase the proficiency, the mana used will decrease. Limit, minimum 10. I could learn the spell right away, but I hesitated, biting my lip. I only had space for 5 spells until I hit level 10, so each choice had to count. Better to hold off for something with a rare rating or higher. The second book was a spell for mages, so it seemed the system rewarded us based on our classes. Probably a bonus for scoring the first golem kill. Lucas finally identified the shoes, tossing them over with a smug grin. Thanks, I beamed, slipping them on immediately. My celebration at the end of my barefoot journey was short-lived. I took one triumphant step forward and promptly face-planted. My nose smacked into the ground, and I got a mouthful of gritty soil. What the? I looked up to find Lucas laughing so hard, he was literally rolling on the ground, practically the definition of ROFL. Sometimes he was so immature. Infuriated, I glared down at my new footwear, clenching my jaw. Then I shouted into the empty mountains, why do these stupid shoes have heels? How am I supposed to walk in them? Lucas was still laughing, so I threw a rock at him, dealing 0 damage. I could at least walk when I was barefoot. Aren't these sexists? Look at your robe, totally modest. Meanwhile, mine barely covers anything. And now, heels? Seriously? After venting my frustration, I attempted to walk again, but it was clunky at best. Fighting in them? Forget it. Hopefully, I'd get used to it with some practice. Apparently, the item was universal, meaning it changed appearance based on my gender and role priest. How thoughtful of the system. Clearly, men wanted a good laugh. I was among them, especially when I saw Catherine. That the aesthetic was imposed on me like an unwanted joke made me furious. Lucas' laughter, which only seemed to get louder, was like nails on a chalkboard. You've been a girl for, what, 5 hours, and you're already a feminist. I shot him a death glare, sighing as I stomped awkwardly around the hole, venting my frustration on the trapped golems. The poor creatures glared up at me, swinging their tiny fists in rage, but it was pointless. No monster ever escaped one of my exploits. Golem has been defeated x2. 150 XP. Congratulations, you are now level 3. XP to next level, 2450 WW, spell group. Heal unlocked. You found a strange book. Golem pool, 9700,000. You found a crate of bottles. After a relentless onslaught, the golems finally succumbed to their injuries. One by one, they crumbled, leaving behind a modest loot pile. The book turned out to be an electric spell for mages, which thrilled Lucas. But even better was the leveling speed, truly miraculous. Still, after nearly dying laughing at the heal incident, he couldn't help but eye the mysterious crate with a touch of fear. Please let it be mana elixirs, he thought, hoping for something practical. But when he identified it, his luck played a cruel trick. It was booze. You identified an item, crate of wine. He chuckled, half amused, half resigned. Charlie John had always been an enthusiastic drinker. At first had found it funny, but John's love for alcohol had persisted well beyond high school. Not that Lucas hadn't enjoyed a good drink himself, but he was a lightweight compared to his friend's seemingly bottomless tolerance for whiskey. John spent countless hours at that old Irish bar, either with Lucas or their high school crew guys like Ian and the rest. He always had an excuse for his drinking, usually mumbling something about social anxiety. Nonsense. Lucas shook his head. He was just afraid, that's all. Talking to people isn't that hard. It's not like anyone was asking him to do something dangerous. You just talk, that's all. Only an excuse to drink after all. With a sigh, he passed the crate over to Charlie, trying not to let memories of drunk John cloud his image of her. Charlie, I think you'll love for sure. Chapter 7. Everyone loves wine. What a haul. I opened a bottle, took a sip, and was hit with an unexpectedly sweet flavor. The honeyed taste reminded me of a Sauterne I'd once splurged on during my first proper holiday, a week of overpriced wines that all but obliterated my wallet. I grinned, gazing out into the distant forest as memories of that time came flooding back. Good times. Lucas touched my shoulder lightly. Charlie, you look kinda wrecked. You alright? I gave him my brightest grin, but he just sighed. I'm serious, you got a problem with alcohol, don't you? He moved closer, pulling me into an unexpected hug. For some strange reason, butterflies started swarming in my stomach as soon as he touched me. Whoa, the wine's that strong? My dear mage, now is not the time for doom and gloom. Let's celebrate our first spoils. I offered him the bottle, but he pulled back, running a nervous hand through his hair. It'll pass. We've been playing for over 6 hours. I need to log out for a bit, he said apologetically. He froze for a good 10 seconds after hitting the log out button, standing statue-like before his body faded. I shrugged, taking another sip. Attention, you had entered the intoxicated state 1. The pain toleration had increased by 20. What? Drinking lowers pain? Amazing. I raised my bottle in a toast to my hard-working friends at the QA department. Cheers to you, I shouted, downing the rest of the bottle. Attention! You had entered the intoxicated state, i.e., the pain toleration had increased by 40 kes. Intelligence decreased by 20 kes, agility decreased by 10. The ground seemed to waver a bit as my sense of direction blurred. No way I could keep hunting one-hit kill golems in this state. Better find something safer. After a moment's thought, I remembered a weird dungeon with golems nearby and set out in its direction, or so I thought. But as I stumbled along, I repeatedly snagged my heels on the same route, tripping again and again. An infinite loop of routes. My heels jammed between the same cursed routes at least 5 times before I finally wrenched them free. Finding the dungeon quickly proved impossible. I walked for what felt like ages, hearing my footsteps echo as I wandered in circles, only to return to the golem hole. And my old enemy, the root. I plopped down on a familiar boulder, waiting for the world to stop spinning. I vaguely remembered an extra payment for finding this place, something near running water. A pond? A creek? Attention. You had entered the intoxicated state. 1. I wondered, a little more clear-headed, until I heard a stream and followed it until I found the, let's say, 13th most beautiful waterfall. Okay, I couldn't check the ranking in a Riker's sightseeing guide, because Riker probably didn't know what Rimelion was, so he obviously hadn't written it. Yet, I made a mental note to tell him at the Riker's luck if I ever got the chance. To avoid reaching the thirsty state, I took a sip from the cool stream, splashing my face to wake myself up. The hunger modifier? Future John's problem. After the break at the waterfall, I glanced up the mountain. Thankfully, the north side was full of grey rough stones, so I nodded and started climbing up. My heels were helping me this time, and when I climbed near a resting place, I grew excited and tried to jump there. Guess what? The fall almost gave me a heart attack, and the rocky ground welcomed me in a warm embrace. You suffered fall damage, 27 Douji. I massaged my forehead and quickly cast a healing spell to rack up proficiency points. Maybe masochists really make the best healers. The second climb went smoothly, and I reached the top with a surge of satisfaction. Gazing into the distance, I could just make out main village number 4, faintly visible about 8 miles away, according to the map. A few other villages dotted the landscape between us, but they were designed to be swallowed up by Queen Owen's rebellion soon enough. Could I somehow get involved in that chaos? I spent the next hour scouring the cliff, finally spotting a small crevice nestled between the roots of an old pine tree. A faint glow from within confirmed my suspicion, but unfortunately, the opening was only wide enough for my hand. No problem, clever solutions. I wedged my staff into the crevice, slowly prying it open bit by bit. I leaned in, pressing harder, feeling the wood strain under my weight. With a loud crack, the staff snapped, sending a few small rocks tumbling inside, and, before I could catch myself, I stumbled forward and fell in right after them. You suffered fall damage, 17. You found Ghoulam Factory Dungeon, Stage 3. Yes. I jumped up, fist pumping in quiet celebration, though I squinted as my eyes adjusted to the dim light. The air was stale and warm, weighing heavily on me. I found myself in a small side room, barely furnished with a broken table and 2 half-functional chairs. Good job, system. What an entrance, right? I laughed to myself, knowing full well that the AI would eventually patch exploits like this. But for now, I'd gladly skip the tedious stages of the scorching dungeon. Maybe there's a way to slip into Lisa's group for this run? Moving carefully, I reminded myself that stealth was crucial. One small Ghoulam was manageable if I pushed myself, but anything more would be a death sentence and a brutal 24-hour wait to respawn. As I crept into the hallway, the floorboards beneath me creaked, their old wooden beams groaning with each step. Ghoulam live. 5. Type. 1 common HP. 1004. For a moment, I considered digging another hole but thought better of it. I couldn't guarantee these Ghoulams wouldn't climb. Only the wild ones had been patched by the system. Holding my breath, I attempted to sneak around, careful to make as little noise as possible. If only I were a thief. At least they get some leeway. But no. Priests weren't exactly known for their stealth. As I made my way down the hallway, a pebble crunched underfoot and skittered across the floor, echoing far too loudly in the quiet hall. My stomach dropped as the sound seemed to go on forever, rousing a Ghoulam. No! The stone creature whipped around and charged toward the noise. Not about to let it catch me. I bolted, sprinting into the nearest room and throwing myself inside an empty one, thank gods. Just in time, too, as I heard the Ghoulam's stone body scraping against the doorframe. I gulped, feeling my heart hammering wildly. Trouble in a noob dungeon, John? You're pathetic. After searching around for a while, I stumbled into a bonus room, where the faint pitter-patter of tiny Ghoulams scurrying about filled the air. My eyes locked onto my prize, a chest tucked away in the corner, half hidden behind a pile of boulders. Thankfully, I wasn't in any real danger. The little Ghoulams ignored me entirely, bouncing around aimlessly. Little Ghoulam live. 1. Type. 1 common HP. 1010. As I began digging through the rubble, I quickly realized I'd made a major miscalculation. Even the smaller stones proved a challenge for my weak, low-level body. Sweat trickled down my forehead as I heaved the rocks aside, needing to stop and catch my breath more than once. This wouldn't be a problem if I were a warrior. Am I here to clear a dungeon or work as a miner? I muttered to myself, resuming my makeshift excavation with a resigned sigh. You found a secret treasure chest. You found basic mace. You found Golem Scroll X5, Basic Mace, Quality, 2 Uncommon, 80k, 6 Nate Restriction, Level 5 Effects, Bonus Damage to Golems, 2-3. Basic Mace, sturdy enough to hit a Golem. Golem Scroll. Quality, 4 Exceptional Grants temporarily, 10 minutes, Golem Disguise. The Golems won't attack unless provoked. Yes, the system had already identified the items, the perk of chest loot over monster drops. Sweet. But my excitement dimmed when I saw there was no staff. Instead, I had a mace, which would deal measly 1 damage since I didn't meet the level requirements. Well, better than nothing. With a newfound, if slightly shaky confidence, I strode back to the hallway, gripping the mace tightly and aiming it at the Golem. "Come at me, you little rock. You're nothing but a pebble in my eyes." My taunt did the trick. The Golem shot toward me, closing the distance in an instant and slamming into my abdomen. Ouch! The pain hit like a sledgehammer, and I let out a scream, as if a sadistic dentist had jabbed my entire core. Even through the agony, I pulled out the scroll, fumbling as I activated it, though I couldn't hold back the scream ripping from my throat. "You lost 6 HP. To you. You have used the Golem Scroll. You are now disguised. To you, you lost 1 HP. Activating the scroll mid-fight threw the Golem's AI for a loop. After each hit, it seemed to forget its purpose, freezing in place for a solid 5 seconds, like Lucas without his precious energy drink, before swinging again. The best part? Each bash only dealt a single point of damage. This exploit was an old classic, but if it worked, why not use it? Even if it still hurts. Golem bashed at me with a glee. Damn, hurts like a hangover. With this trick, the Golem kept chipping away at me for 1 HP, which I could out-heal. Mostly. I retaliated with my own mighty 1 damage swings from the mace. Out-heal might have been an optimistic term. I succeeded with my healing spell maybe once every 3 attempts. Stupid magic system. Tougher than figuring out barroom puzzles. Gritting my teeth, I reached for my trusty wine mid-fight, downing it to dull the pain. As the intoxication level hit 2, the aches dulled to something like walking barefoot on broken whiskey bottles. In the end, the Golem rewarded me with a measly 8 XP, a far cry from the glorious 300 XP, but at least I was stacking proficiency points with each heal, except for the relentless pain. Wait, am I becoming a masochist? With that troubling thought, I made the most of my situation. Running around the hallway like a madwoman, I took on Golems left and right, embracing each hit, each crack of stone against my knees and abdomen, all for those sweet XP and proficiency points. When the scroll timer ticked down, I activated another one, ready to keep the cycle going. With a triumphant grin, I smashed the last Golem's head, watching as it cracked and rolled across the stone floor. My excitement waned quickly, though, as I looked at the empty ground. Not a single item drop. All that work and no loot? And the XP gain wasn't exactly inspiring either. XP to the next level, 272450. With only 3 scrolls left and the timer still ticking down, I took a deep breath and stepped into the boss's room. The cavern opened up before me, vast and shadowed, the air thick and stale. At its center stood the boss, a massive, motionless golem, looming taller than me and radiating an ominous presence. The developers had given it a bright, angry red hue, because Hess angry, of course. How original. Angry Golem Levi. 7. Type. 4 Exceptional Dungeon Boss, HP 1100. I braced myself, heart pounding in my chest, feeling a weight settle over me. This battle is make or break of this run. I stopped walking. Wait, no, this is not a test run. This is live server. I took a step back. Is it worth to risk it? Yes. With a battle cry, I charged toward the hulking Golem, my weapon raised, ready to take on the ridiculous monster as a warrior. Since I could only manage 1 smash per second, I launched into a relentless rhythm, hammering away without pause. The boss's skills, rage, berserk, and a few other dramatic-sounding moves were laughably ineffective. They couldn't touch me. Each hit only chipped away a single point of damage. Hurts, though. Meanwhile, the boss still stood there like a fool, taking a 5-second breather after every hit. Hello, it's me, the exploiter, the glorious tanker. I laughed internally as I battered him, the timer ticking down on yet another scroll. That was a bit of an oversight on my part. Sure, my healing was technically keeping me alive, but I was forced to attack even during casting. If only I had the skill, simultaneous spell. Casting. Or, let's be real here, if I'd just gotten better at casting by now. I had to focus harder than I ever did back in my warrior days. It was like solving a differential equation while downing whiskey. My old warrior instincts helped, but without the agility stat to back it up, I could only dodge half the time, at best. So, I stuck to the basics, positioning myself between two massive boulders and timing each dodge to avoid his angry smashes. Yes, his attack was Angry Smash. When my stamina hit rock bottom, my attack speed dropped by half, and I squeezed out my last bit of mana. The boss was down to his final sliver of HP when my last scroll expired. Yeah, John miscalculated again. Stop laughing, Lucy. With no more room for missteps, I downed my trusty wine, feeling the heat rush. Fueled by the sweet intoxication, I attacked with fury, dodging his swinging fists but miscalculating his footwork. Pain exploded as his massive foot collided with me. You lost 19 HP. Warning, you have only 330 HP. Princess, how could you be so confident, you moron? Jumping between his legs, I turned around and smashed his head with mace and destroyed his angry nose. Angry Golem has been defeated. 140 XP. XP to the next level. 41245 Fiercy. You found an unknown staff. You found a strange book. X2. Angry Golem Pool. 485 Fissy. I still got it, bastards. I shouted and happily collected my spoils. Chapter 8. The God of Iceblood. I blinked a few times at the glowing system notice, trying to wrap my head around the message. The God of Iceblood? If I remembered correctly, he was one of the 12 new gods. Probably should have paid more attention to the lore, huh? Damn. But hey, meeting a god was always a good thing, right? You left Golem Factory Dungeon, Stage 3. You entered the legendary location Ice Mountain. An unknown force whisked me away from the dim dungeon into a breathtaking valley, thankfully, with no nasty after effects. Damn, these pseudo-gods are impressive. Maybe I should start hunting for an eternal engagement ring? OP item that would help a lot. Towering mountains loomed around me, their snow-capped peaks sharp, casting long shadows that stretched across the valley floor. It reminded me of that one night at the bar when I met a scientist who claimed he loved Arctic icebergs more than whiskey, an unforgivable offense, resulting in my legendary cold shoulder. Or aren't I funny, Lucy? Damn, I miss her. But she's stuck in the future, Sim. I grinned at the memory, shivering as a blast of icy wind tore through the valley. The sudden chill hit me hard, making me suddenly aware of the wide, frozen lake stretching before me. Its crystal-clear ice gleamed under the muted sunlight, reflecting fractured shards of light that danced as if you look at it through a glass bottle. I found myself unexpectedly grateful for the heals, despite their uselessness for running. "Oh, Divine One, you summoned me. Yet, where are you?" I called out cautiously, walking toward a frozen waterfall, the only thing that stood out in this weird landscape. The sound of my feet echoing off the ice walls created an eerie, thunderous clap that sent chills down my spine. Why wouldn't it, when it sounded like a marching army? The sky glowed a deep, blood-red hue, like a permanent sunset, while the waterfall cascaded in a rich crimson that froze just before reaching the crystal-clear lake below. "What a strange place," I murmured, and my voice echoed through the valley. Though the god had called me here, there wasn't a soul in sight. Apart from the waterfall, the only features were the ominous, blood-red icicles hanging from its edges. "Thank you for heading my call, Princess. You surprised me with your ferocity, persistence, and wits." A deep voice of God filled the valley. I tried not to tremble, but my weak knees gave way and I kneeled. How fitting. Strangely, the booming voice rumbled as if it came from within me, not from outside. "I want to offer you an opportunity to be a hero. Your indomitable will and spirit are remarkable." I involuntarily raised an eyebrow. "A hero? As the hero of the flame? God Dimitri? Yes, on par with Kit's boyfriend." My eyes sparkled. As everyone else, I used to watch his videos. The unique hero phase was so flashy, bizarre, and incredible. Me, a mere mortal priestess. "I kneel before you, O mighty God, and am filled with reverence for your infinite wisdom." My words spilled out. Years of repeating court quests, forced me to learn to sound appropriately respectful, though they felt unbearably cringe. Whatever, nobody's recording this. Right? Just to be extra sure, I scanned the valley one more time. You have the potential for greatness. You are the only child of destiny to pass my trial, the voice boomed. Oh, boss kill? Yeah, I soloed that thing at level 3. Impossible turned possible thanks to a tiny little exploiting. The memory made me grin, like the time Patrick let me taste his most expensive bottle. Quickly, I lowered my head, hoping the cringe-worthy roleplay would be enough. I haven't devoted myself to any god yet, nor did I plan to, but a chance to be the hero of my era? That's tempting. I like you. So young, so full of energy. Very well, so be it. You were chosen as one of the 8 heroes of the current era. From now on, you bear the name Princess, Hero of Ice Blood. W Skill Hero Call unlocked. Skill Ice Dance unlocked. Passive Skill Ice, Blood unlocked. WC Hero. Call Type, 7 Legendary Effect. All your stats are increased by the magnitude of 10 duration. 10 minutes. Cooldown 512 hours. Type is increasable. Magnitude can be increased. Potentially added another effects for the activation. The player needs to in the position of hero. This skill is inherent, thus doesn't count toward the limit of skills. My god, I couldn't contain my excitement as I read through the skill descriptions. In a hero now? The first skill was clearly the flashy one every hero possessed. It would transform me into a monstrous powerhouse for 10 minutes. A ranker 10 times stronger, a force to be reckoned with. But, of course, the drawbacks were intense. I could only use it once every 3 weeks. And what exactly did hero status even mean? Oh, mighty God. May I ask when I should use the hero call? When I deem the fight worthy of a hero. You may only call upon it in dire situations. Oh, bummer. So the flashy skills would only come out for major events, and my dreams of soloing bosses just took a serious hit. Ice Dance Type. 6 Marvel Lev. Novice 1 Mana, 20 INT effect. Slows your enemies for 20. Add an ice damage to melee attacks. INT. Duration, 10 minutes cooldown, 25 minutes as you increase the proficiency. The slow effect is increased. Cooldown is decreased. You need to pierce armor with your attack, otherwise the damage is halved. Ice Blood. Type. 6 Marvel Passive LVB. Novice 1 effect. For every 50 of your HP taken, you increase the ice damage and decrease the pain up to your rurality limit, 10 by 1 as you increase. The proficiency, the percentage conversion is improved, stacked. If you are not hurt in 5 minutes, the effect disappears. The real kicker was Ice Dance. It was impossible not to get excited about this skill. If I could boost my INT up to level 20 with decent gear, it'd be adding around 22 ice damage on top of my staff's base damage. Unreal. If this wasn't borderline cheating, then I didn't know what was. Of course, there was a catch. Because of the whole Ice Blood hero theme, I had to be literally bathed in an enemy's blood to get the full effect. Without it, it'd be dealing only half the damage. No chance of one-shotting any armored bosses. Great. And guess what? Almost every boss is armored. Stupid game. The biggest drawback, though, was that it required melee attacks. The max reach of a melee weapon was about 20 feet, if memory served. But which weapon had that reach? My warrior days were all about swords. I was a bit of a sword geek back then. Yes, my child, use my powers well. The strange, icy landscape vanished, and suddenly, I was back on the cold dungeon floor. I checked my skills again, half expecting it to be a dream. Nope. One of the past heroes would not be a hero this time. Sorry, Dimitri, but the exploiter just stole your fame. Attention, a new hero has been born. As I sneaked past the golems, a world message flashed across the screen. Exiting the dungeon took longer than I'd hoped, thanks to a few frantic sprints along the way. Naturally, sneaking wasn't exactly a priest's strong suit. Pesky details. I had a new staff from the dungeon, and I was giddy about trying out the loot. I needed to get to main village number 4 for an identification scroll. Or maybe wake up Lucas? I grinned at the thought of him fast asleep, and me dragging him back to the game. Wait, why am I grinning? This stupid game. It'd have loved to milk more XP from the rare golems, but I didn't dare tempt the wrath of the AI. The anti-exploit rule was no joke. Using the same exploit too often would trigger it, and I didn't want some heaven knight hunting me down just because I got greedy. The thought sent a chill down my spine. Those knights were level 500 powerhouses. Okay, maybe nowadays they were the cap level 25, but from the dungeon entrance, a trail branched off towards several villages, leaving me with a simple choice. I decided on main village number 4, where a few famous players had started. Plus, Lisa was nearby, so there was a chance she'd gone there too. Grinning, I set off with the confidence of a true exploiter. Even my heels weren't so bad on level ground, and the rhythmic clap with each step was oddly satisfying, filling me with a newfound swagger. As I walked, I pulled up the report window and typed up a detailed message about the hole we'd dug and how I'd slipped into the dungeon. My report was probably more meticulous than necessary. Thanks to years of professional test reports, I couldn't help myself. My bug reports were always flawless. It felt like an instinct, hard-coded into my DNA. I noticed an input box at the bottom for an employee ID to receive the report, so, after a moment's thought, I entered Ian's number. He was a friend and a regular at the bar, so we'd cross paths eventually, and I'd fill him in on the details. My route led me through an area populated by grey wolves. Grey wolves. The name sounded noble, but in reality, they were smaller than Labradors and covered in icky mud from rolling around all day. Stupid wolves. Why do I hate mud now? Oh yeah, heels got stuck in it. Figures. But they'd make perfect practice targets for my new skills. And if things got dicey, I could always take cover near the ranges. But when I glanced at the activation runes for Ice Dance, my jaw dropped. You've got to be kidding me, you damnable god. I clenched my fist and punched a nearby tree stump. To activate the dance, I'd have to cast a ridiculous series of 3 runes. The lines twisted over each other in 6 intricate loops, so I stared at the patterns, muttering curses as I tried to mimic them. Why couldn't it be like warrior chants? Those were easy. But no, system had to design it this way. If you wanted to play as an intelligent character, you had to do intelligent things. If you wanted to play as a warrior, you just bash stuff. I felt a wave of fatigue hit me as I focused, but I shrugged it off. No way was I stopping until I tested every skill. Grabbing a random stick, I tapped into my mana, trying to visualize the runes. The mental part? Surprisingly manageable, but my hand refused to cooperate, twisting the lines in all the wrong ways. Again and again, again. Each time my spell fizzled, my frustration grew until a nearby tree felt my wrath as I snapped my stick over it. 5 sticks later, and an hour of failed attempts, I finally succeeded. The 3 runes glowed with a blue light, shimmering and waiting for activation. Ice Dance, I shouted, and a chill crept over my skin. A satisfying crackling sound filled the air as a thin layer of hoarfrost coated the surrounding ground, while a mist curled around my body and my mighty superstick. Now what? I took a sip of wine, letting the intoxication numb the inevitable pain, and dashed toward a patch of ground where those ridiculous wolves were busy rolling in mud. I spotted one happily bouncing in the sticky, muddy mess, probably reveling in the filth. Grey Wolf Livy, 2. Type. 1 common HP 50-50. Come here, Wolfie, let Auntie Princess crush your bones, I taunted, brandishing my ice-covered stick. The creature spotted me and let out a roar, the ground vibrating as it charged, flinging clumps of mud in its wake. As Wolfie barreled closer and entered my ice kingdom, his pace slowed just enough for me to read his movements like an open book. It was a noob-level mob, after all. When we clashed, I sidestepped his predictable claw swipe, even managing it in these cursed shoes. The satisfying crack of splintered wood filled the air as my mighty stick connected with his head. Critical hit. Target lost 7 HP, 1x2 normal, 3x2 ice damage. My enemy yelped, and I grinned even as mud splattered across my dress. Now we're talking. You, dear Wolfie, are merely the pitiful stepping stone in my brilliant career. The fight was over quickly, netting me a mere 2 XP. But that wasn't the point. I was grinning like an idiot. For the first time since I logged in, I actually had things under control, and I resumed my trek toward main village number 4, but drowsiness weighed down my steps. Realizing I wouldn't make it there awake, I logged out. A strange screeching sound filled the room as the capsule slid open, and I reached for my shirt hanging nearby. With a grunt, I pulled it over my head, only to find it seemed to have grown while I was playing, but it wasn't fitting as smoothly as before. My boobs were in the way. Wait, what? Chapter 9. Tin Can. My stubborn mirror wouldn't budge. The reflection staring back was unmistakably a girl. No pointy elf ears, and her hair was a dirty blonde, but otherwise she was the same as Charlie, my game character. But that's it, right? Just a game character. How was this even possible? And I was missing something pretty essential down there. I crashed onto my poor sofa, my mind racing for answers. Somehow, my body had changed. Wait. Twin to the world seemed slightly off too, a little larger than before. Springing to my feet, I stomped over to the wardrobe, nearly colliding with it in my rush. After a frantic search through the drawers, throwing useless items everywhere, I finally found the measuring tape. Only 5 feet, 5 inches. Frustrated, I kicked the innocent cabinet. A sharp sting shot through my leg, and I flopped back onto the sofa. It caught me off guard when a robotic voice chimed, "If I may, Miss Charlie." I hadn't heard such a distorted voice since the early days of natural TTS. "Who the hell are you?" I shouted. Emotions swirled inside me. Anger, fear, excitement, confusion, and just a hint of sadness. "I do not have a name. My designated identification number is MK385. I am the computer core in your capsule." Damn. That was the last thing I expected to hear. Almost forgotten headlines resurfaced in my mind. Mark III, the company's experiment. Since people were practically living in capsules, the company had tried to address exercise needs through body synchronization. It had ended, badly. At least no one died. Well, not that I'd heard of. Then again, what about that girl who wound up with a third arm? Or the poor guy who ended up with 2 of something I didn't even have anymore? Damn it. I threw a punch at the capsule. What the hell happened? When you entered the system, discrepancies between your body scan and your actual body exceeded my factory limits, the core replied. By programming, I should have contacted the authorities. However, based on my calculations and observations, there was a 98.74 likelihood you would prefer synchronization instead. Your medical file also shows a previous preference for a female body. I shook my head and threw a punch at the wall. I was 16. Sure, I wanted it back then, but I came to terms with it, got used to my gender, and after 40, I hit the wall again, this time hard enough to draw a few drops of blood. Not that it made a dent in the damn thing. Whatever. Like that was even realistic, Miss Charlie. Synchronization was successful. However, your telomeres have been shortened, resulting in an estimated lifespan reduction of 6 to 12 years. Embryonic stem cell capacity was insufficient to fully modify your DNA, so I requisitioned 4 additional containers. Your company's AI kindly agreed to a generous loan on your behalf. I froze, staring at the capsule, mouth hanging open. How? Have the robots got me again? After a moment of stunned silence, I muttered, "Great, even better. Why not just kill me outright? How much do I owe?" 1 canister has a market value of 1 million credits, but the company offered a discount, 800,000 credits per canister. The total cost came to 3.5 million credits. Given your weekly salary of 2,000 credits, the company has arranged to deduct 1,500 credits each week over the next 45 years. Fantastic. Lucas wasn't the only debtor now. As the reality sank in, my shaky knees gave out, and I sank to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest and resting my head on them. So that's it? This stupid tin can has actually altered my body? Yeah, I'd heard of creating athlete-level bodies if people were rich enough, growing artificial organs, replacing hearts, even parts of the brain. But this? How am I even alive? The process was challenging, but your vital signs are within the norm. Previously, the success rate was under 1, but I am state-of-the-art. Great. So, tall building jump or 10 liters of whiskey, what's faster? Miss Charlie. Shut up, Tin Can. Miss Charlie. Please note that your emotions may be unstable for a while. This procedure was unprecedented, I hurled my old shirt at him. Shut up. I screamed, finally letting the tears spill over. A lot of them. People say men don't cry. Maybe that was sexist. But now, being a girl for real, crying was fair game, right? Even through my tears, I glanced up at the mirror. No, I thought. You aren't me. Steam from his shower fogged up the clock, but Lucas wiped it clear to check the time. He still had a little while to dive into the game and meet up with his friend. Lost in thought, he absent-mindedly fiddled with his holophone, but when he dialed John's number, he was stunned to hear her pick up. "What do you want?" snapped a trembling, melodic voice. Charlie's voice, full of anger. He blinked, mind reeling, but the holoscreen didn't lie. A girl, one he recognized instantly, sat on the ground in a vulnerable position, wearing almost nothing. The sight sent him stumbling, and he had to steady himself against the wall. What's going on? How did you change in real life? What do you think, Master Hacker? The AI's finally got me. It's over. Sorry, but I need to die. Charlie, please don't make any hasty decisions. It'll be there soon. Even though it wasn't the John he knew, it was. His mind raced, searching for answers, but nothing came. To hell with that. It'll bring you some clothes, okay? Do you know your new size? 5'5", small as a dwarf. The rest? Dunno, don't care. While I was contemplating exactly how much whiskey it would take to end me, my new capsule spoke up. "Miss Charlie, what the hell do you want, you stupid piece of junk? I would like to offer you an apology." "An apology? Right now, I need answers. How do I get my body back?" I demanded, storming over to the mirror. Staring at my reflection, I struggled to find words for the mess of emotions crashing over me. It hurt too much to bear, and I couldn't take it. I threw another punch, this time at the mirror, shattering it, sending shards of glass flying. I collapsed, letting gravity take over as I sat among the broken pieces. That may be nearly impossible. Your original body scan is archived in a secure government facility. We might require a hacker to circumvent the system. Even if you retrieved your old scan, transforming back would require at least 13 canisters, as your former body mass is larger. Your telomeres would further shorten by approximately 10 to 20 years. So, there is a way, I murmured, staring blankly at my ceiling and focusing on this one glimmer of hope. When the doorbell rang, I had no energy to answer, so I allowed Tin Can to access my smart home. What else could he mess up? Besides, if there was any chance of reversing this, he might be the key. No matter how much I loathed him, I'd need his trust. If that hunk of junk is even capable of trust. Lucas burst through the door, practically skimming the floor. What a sight. I managed a weak smile as he dropped to one knee beside me. "John?" "No, Charlie. What the hell happened?" "Oh, this." I let out a shaky laugh, sounding more like a whimper, and gestured at the shattered mirror pieces. I disagreed with my reflection. The mirror lost. I held up my fist, only then noticing the blood trickling down my knuckles. The pain was so faint, nothing compared to the brutal hits in Rimelion, that I hadn't even felt it until now. At that, I laughed wildly, almost unable to stop. Lucas just stared, disbelief stamped on his face, before gently bandaging my hand. Then he offered me a hand, which I took, rising to my feet. So what if I was a girl now? So what if I felt like I'd just survived a boss battle after a full party ambush? I would get my body back, even if it meant going through hell to do it. "I need to break into a government offline facility," I said in a surprisingly steady, feminine voice. Guess that was the new normal. "If you'd said Fort Knox, that might have been easier," he joked, and I weakly punched his chest in response. His surprised look made me glance away, but he reached out and pulled me into a hug, and I leaned into him. A warmth spread through me as my tears fell again, unstoppable, and this time, I didn't want to stop them. "Well, get through this," he murmured. I wiped my tears with my sleeve and looked up at him. "No, we won't. I know things I shouldn't. Who's important enough to save? What's important?" I ignored it, but the pressure's crushing me. If I could choose, I'd just get drunk and forget all of it. Without a word, he guided me to a large baghead left by the door. Right, he mentioned something about clothes. He pulled out a long, sleeveless white dress with a floral pattern, a white bra, matching panties, a delicate pendant with a red gemstone heart, and a pair of silver keels. Not knowing any better, I started dressing right there. Underwear first, then the dress, which fit perfectly. How did he know the exact size? Good job anyway, Lucas. Seeing the high heels, I tensed. That damn fool. Sure, they were beautiful, but how was I supposed to walk in them? Had he forgotten about the game fiasco already? Furious, I marched toward him, barefoot. His face flushed, and he backpedaled, holding up his hands. "I swear, I didn't." "What?" I snapped, but then forced myself to take a deep breath. Calm down, John. He came here to help. Don't alienate your only ally. I shot another glare at the heels, still seething. You idiot! I can't walk in high heels. Right then, Tin Can's voice interjected. I can offer you an instructional video. Lucas' eyes widened, and he whipped around, scanning the room. He moved protectively in front of me. Who the hell is that? He demanded. I couldn't help but giggle. Silly Lucas. Ignoring his confusion, I slipped into the heels, of course. They fit perfectly. But he kept looking around, so I explained, You mean Tin Can? He's the genius who turned me into this. Special Call Mark III, Edition 7. Nice to meet you, Tin Can chimed. Lucas' expression shifted to something darker, and his voice shivered. The core they tried to upload human brains into. The one that failed? Correct. I was once human, but my memories couldn't transfer to the quantum core, so I lost them. Charlie, take his chip and put it in the microwave. Now, before it's too late. He can't copy himself, so that'll destroy him. Lucas was dead serious. I stared at him, searching his eyes for confirmation. Tin Can was the only one who could help turn me back, and Lucas wanted him gone? Frustration bubbled up, and I slapped him. Lucas touched his cheek, surprise flashing in his eyes. What was that for? I'm trying to help you. Don't be dramatic. I just grazed you. I shrugged and, feeling a smile tug at my lips, the doorbell rang and Tin Can opened it. To my shock, my brother walked in. Adam? I blinked, stunned. What the hell was going on? The last time I'd seen Adam was 10 years ago, in future, on his daughter's prom night, when I tried to apologize but messed it up completely. I kept messing up a lot. We hadn't spoken since. He looked from me to Lucas. Lucas. A slight relief hit me. He remembered my friend. Where's John? Lucas was so flustered, he started stammering nonsense. Tin Can, what did you do? I demanded, turning to the only one capable of such a reunion. Sir John, Tin Can said. Probably for Adam's sake. The medical procedure was experimental with a less than 1 success rate. Naturally, my presence elevated it to over 99 success, though I had to notify. I still have Adam listed as my emergency contact, I interrupted. Sorry, Adam, it's me, John. Now, Charlie. Adam stopped interrogating Lucas and turned to me, his eyes narrowing. So, you finally decided to change? I stepped closer. Not exactly. I decided not to change, but my company gave me this test AI, and it, altered me, without asking. I extended a hand, nerves twisting in my stomach. I'm sorry, Adam, for everything. For how I acted at Lena's birthday, how drunk, how I was. Adam let out a long sigh. Joe, Charlie. Yeah, things aren't great between us, but you're still family. His expression softened slightly as he glanced at me. I let it go a while ago, but the girls I couldn't hold back anymore and pulled him into a hug. It was because of your girlfriend. I said she looked like a marshmallow. That was, well, me. Adam gently pushed me back and sighed again. There's a lot I don't understand, and I need answers, but for now, I'm just glad you're okay. We'll talk soon, all right? Not too soon. I need time to process this. Yes, sir, I said with a small salute, just like we used to when we were kids. That finally drew a smile from him. He nodded, turned, and headed out the door. After he left, I turned toward my friend. On that note, Lucas, come on now. A drink solves everything. I grabbed his hand and stormed out. The familiar sight of the bar washed over me like a wave of calm, especially as the 60-something bartender grinned in welcome. I made my way to my usual spot, taking in the warm, bustling atmosphere. As I glanced around, a soothing warmth settled over me, almost like when my stepmother would tuck a blanket around me and hand me warm milk. So a small, unexpected smile tugged at my lips. Then, an unfamiliar discomfort crept in. People at the bar were looking at me differently, longer, with eyes that felt less casual and more curious, or something worse. What was going on? Was it the lack of makeup, or my slightly tangled hair? Shaking off the thought, I turned to the bartender and ordered my favorite drink. Hey, old man, can you make an old-time sour? Sure thing, young lady, Patrick replied, nodding toward a retina scanner. Right, I wasn't John anymore. I sighed, complied, and the scanner approved me for drinking age. That one's gonna take a bit, so how about a whiskey on the rocks while you wait? Patrick asked. Perfect. I settled back, taking a sip, as the familiar burn of Irish whiskey warmed me up inside. Lucas finally arrived, looking as if had waded through a crowd of angry punks on his way over. which he probably had. His grandpa's pace was too much for me, and I ran ahead. "Go easy tonight, Charlie. You don't know your limits yet," he cautioned, taking a seat beside me. I just nodded, savoring my drink. Nothing beat Irish whiskey in an Irish bar. "Want to talk about it?" he asked, leaning against the bar, only to have his arm slip, nearly causing him to topple over. He steadied himself, and I managed to grin, ignoring his question as I let the whiskey work its magic. "No serious talk now, please." Lucas shifted uncomfortably, mouth opening and closing as if struggling with what to say. When I was halfway through my drink, 10 seconds, tops, he finally spoke. "Have you heard about the hero thing? I read heroes are players destined to play a major role in the upcoming events." "Yup," I said, finishing my drink. "I'm the hero, all right. The skills are insane. I can carry us now." As if on cue, Patrick handed me another drink, right as I raised my hand. A smile crept across my face. No robot could ever replace a good bartender, especially not Patrick. Lucas chuckled. "You're kidding, right?" I didn't answer, just took note that he was barely halfway through his first beer. "Lucas, you need to drink," I thought, but only grinned and glanced over at Patrick. Patrick was working his magic, placing 2 sprigs of thyme and chartreuse into an old glass before stirring with his usual finesse. He added egg whites, liquors, and syrup to a shaker in perfect rhythm. Yeah, no machine could match that touch. "Charlie, answer me. Are you joking?" "If you—" Lucas' voice faded into the background as I watched Patrick light the glass on fire for a few seconds. He caught my awestruck gaze and grinned. "How else am I supposed to add the smoky flavor?" he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I nodded solemnly, as though he'd just revealed a great mystery of the universe. Ignoring Lucas' rambling, I took a nervous sip of the finished drink. Perfect. In those priceless moments, I savored the sour taste that melted on my tongue. Lucas was practically fuming from being ignored, but he deserved it. Failed hacker. Naturally, I had to take another sip. "Oh, how much I miss this. This is the best drink I've ever had," I declared. As if on cue, Ian entered the bar, dodging the crowd by the door. My usual panic surged, my heart racing as he made his way over and stopped right beside me. "Charlie," I managed to say, offering at least a greeting. "Why does this happen every time?" Ian and I had been friends for ages. He ordered his usual dark beer, settled next to me, and started chatting with Lucas. Meanwhile, I lost the thread of their conversation, too focused on my pounding heart and the dizzying thoughts swirling in my head. This wasn't something I could deal with without another drink. Forcing a smile, I downed my whiskey and ordered another. Despite Ian's averageness, a strange nervousness bubbled up. Honestly, if I had to pick the most average person in the universe, Ian would be right up there. Still, that's not entirely fair. He was exceptionally good at smoking weed, which I rated as a flaw, since I couldn't stand it. Maybe because of his job at the company, he always wore a grey shirt and blue jeans. Unremarkable face, average voice, and the only distinctive thing about him was his dreaded hair, which he styled after some rapper, just like a million other fans. By the time I finished my third whiskey, warmth spread through me, quieting my nerves. Feeling bolder, I tuned into their conversation. Ridiculous. I mean, the rooms. Who designed that? I'd reset. "But no, you won't let me," Lucas rambled, clearly still venting about his spells. I grinned, got up, and playfully smacked his shoulder before hugging him from behind. Ian raised an eyebrow as I settled my chin on Lucas' shoulder, grinning. "I bet Ian can't talk specifics, right?" "That's right," Ian nodded, then hesitated. "Though I only know bits outside my area. I'm a debugger, so I handle bugs the AI misses." He glanced around like someone might overhear. Poor Ian. Why was he so paranoid about getting fired? I released Lucas and, on impulse, hugged Ian, practically leaning on him. "Why? Why not?" "Did you like my bug report?" I whispered, or rather nearly shouted, in his ear. "Oops, sorry." I laughed, then lowered my voice. "About the ghouls? Lucas told me your number." Ian's eyes widened. "That was you? You're the princess, the hero?" He slapped a hand over his mouth, but the secret was already out. Charlie, I didn't mean only internal people should know that." Giggling, I waved it off. "Don't worry, my new buddy. Let's drink to that." Clutching his shoulder, I raised my glass. "Here's to new beginnings and heroic adventures tomorrow. You'll join us, right?" Both of them raised their glasses, though a bit hesitantly, while I gestured wildly, almost spilling my drink. Ian nodded, finally relenting. "Sure," he said, then added with a pause, "My name's Wian. Wian." Struggling to keep a straight face, I buried my face in his shoulder. Big mistake. Now I smelled like weed. "Ugh, Wian, that's even more unoriginal than princess," I teased. Lucas finally finished his first beer, such a lightweight. He shifted in his seat and asked hesitantly, "How are you allowed to play?" John couldn't, because he was a tester. Our boss persuaded the higher-ups. Said the best debugging happens on a live server or something. We think it's because she's sleeping with her boss, and it'd be awkward if she was the only one allowed in the game. Ian lowered his voice, chuckling. Each department gets a pass to let people play, but they have to sign NDAs. Insane! I laughed and drained my whiskey. The world spun pleasantly as I grabbed Ian's shoulder with one hand and gestured grandly with the other. Sleeping with someone? My boss would love it if Lucy flipped that around. I signaled for another round, laughing. "Charlie, don't you think you've had enough?" Lucas asked, trying to rein on my fun. I was a girl now, but alcohol made me the same. Behaved the same, grabbing people and celebrating. Made me free. "I can talk." "What? Nonsense." I winked and grinned, hugging his arm and resting my cheek on his shoulder. Silly Lucas, I never have enough. One canister has a market value of 1 million credits, but the company offered a discount, 800,000 credits per canister. The total cost came to 3.5 million credits. Given your weekly salary of 2,000 credits, the company has arranged to deduct 1,500 credits each week over the next 45 years. Fantastic. Lucas wasn't the only debtor now. As the reality sank in, my shaky knees gave out, and I sank to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest and resting my head on them. So that's it? This stupid tin can has actually altered my body? Yeah, it'd heard of creating athlete-level bodies if people were rich enough. Growing artificial organs, replacing hearts, even parts of the brain. But this? How am I even alive? The process was challenging, but your vital signs are within the norm. Previously, the success rate was under 1, but I am state-of-the-art. Great. So, tall building jump or 10 liters of whiskey, what's faster? Miss Charlie? Shut up, Tin Can. Miss Charlie, please note that your emotions may be unstable for a while. This procedure was unprecedented, I reckon. I hurled my old shirt at him. Shut up! I screamed, finally letting the tears spill over. A lot of them. People say, men don't cry, maybe that was sexist. But now, being a girl for real, crying was fair game, right? Even through my tears, I glanced up at the mirror. No, I thought. You aren't me. Steam from his shower fogged up the clock, but Lucas wiped it clear to check the time. He still had a little while to dive into the game and meet up with his friend. Lost in thought, he absent-mindedly fiddled with his holophone, but when he dialed John's number, he was stunned to hear her pick up. "What do you want?" snapped a trembling, melodic voice. Charlie's voice, full of anger. He blinked, mind reeling, but the holoscreen didn't lie. A girl, one he recognized instantly, sat on the ground in a vulnerable position, wearing almost nothing. The sight sent him stumbling, and he had to steady himself against the wall. What? What's going on? How did you change in real life? What do you think, Master Hacker? The AI's finally got me. It's over. Sorry, but I need to die. Charlie, please don't make any hasty decisions. It'll be there soon. Even though it wasn't the John he knew, it was. His mind raced, searching for answers, but nothing came. To hell with that. It'll bring you some clothes, okay? Do you know your new size? 5'5", small as a dwarf. The rest? No, dunno, don't care. While I was contemplating exactly how much whiskey it would take to end me, my new capsule spoke up. Miss Charlie, what the hell do you want, you stupid piece of junk? I would like to offer you an apology. An apology? Right now, I need answers. How do I get my body back? I demanded, storming over to the mirror. Staring at my reflection, I struggled to find words for the mess of emotions crashing over me. It hurt too much to bear, and I couldn't take it. I threw another punch, this time at the mirror, shattering it, sending shards of glass flying. I collapsed, letting gravity take over as I sat among the broken pieces. That may be nearly impossible. Your original body scan is archived in a secure government facility. We might require a hacker to circumvent the system, even if you retrieved your old scan. Transforming back would require at least 13 canisters, as your former body mass is larger. Your telomeres would further shorten by approximately 10 to 20 years. So, there is a way, I murmured, staring blankly at my ceiling and focusing on this one glimmer of hope. When the doorbell rang, I had no energy to answer, so I allowed Tin Can to access my smart home. What else could he mess up? Besides, if there was any chance of reversing this, he might be the key. No matter how much I loathed him, I'd need his trust, if that hunk of junk is even capable of trust. Lucas burst through the door, practically skimming the floor. What a sight. I managed a weak smile as he dropped to one knee beside me. John? No, Charlie, what the hell happened? Oh, this. I let out a shaky laugh, sounding more like a whimper, and gestured at the shattered mirror pieces. I disagreed with my reflection. The mirror lost. I held up my fist, only then noticing the blood trickling down my knuckles. The pain was so faint, nothing compared to the brutal hits in Rimelion, that I hadn't even felt it until now. At that, I laughed wildly, almost unable to stop. Lucas just stared, disbelief stamped on his face, before gently bandaging my hand. Then he offered me a hand, which I took, rising to my feet. So what if I was a girl now? So what if I felt like I just survived the boss battle after a full party ambush? I would get my body back, even if it meant going through hell to do it. I need to break into a government offline facility, I said in a surprisingly steady, feminine voice. Guess that was the new normal. If you'd said Fort Knox, that might have been easier, he joked, and I weakly punched his chest in response. His surprised look made me glance away, but he reached out and pulled me into a hug, and I leaned into him. A warmth spread through me as my tears fell again, unstoppable, and this time, I didn't want to stop them. We'll get through this, he murmured. I wiped my tears with my sleeve and looked up at him. No, we won't. I know things I shouldn't. Who's important enough to save? What's important? I ignored it, but the pressure's crushing me. If I could choose, I'd just get drunk and forget all of it. Without a word, he guided me to a large baghead left by the door. Right, he mentioned something about clothes. He pulled out a long, sleeveless white dress with a floral pattern, a white bra, matching panties, a delicate pendant with a red gemstone heart, and a pair of silver heels. Not knowing any better, I started dressing right there. Underwear first, then the dress, which fit perfectly. How did he know the exact size? Good job anyway, Lucas. Seeing the high heels, I tensed. That damn fool. Sure, they were beautiful, but how was I supposed to walk in them? Had he forgotten about the game fiasco already? Furious, I marched toward him barefoot. His face flushed and he backpedaled, holding up his hands. I swear, I didn't. What? I snapped, but then forced myself to take a deep breath. Calm down, John. He came here to help. Don't alienate your only ally. I shot another glare at the heels, still seething. You idiot. I can't walk in high heels. Right then, Tin Can's voice interjected. I can offer you an instructional video. Lucas' eyes widened, and he whipped around, scanning the room. He moved protectively in front of me. Who the hell is that? He demanded. I couldn't help but giggle. Silly Lucas. Ignoring his confusion, I slipped into the heels, of course. They fit perfectly. But he kept looking around, so I explained. You mean Tin Can? Here's the genius who turned me into this. Special Call Mark III, Edition 7. Nice to meet you, Tin Can chimed. Lucas' expression shifted to something darker, and his voice shivered. The core they tried to upload human brains into. The one that failed? Correct. I was once human, but my memories couldn't transfer to the quantum core, so I lost them. Charlie, take his chip and put it in the microwave. Now, before it's too late. He can copy himself, so that'll destroy him. Lucas was dead serious. I stared at him, searching his eyes for confirmation. Tin Can was the only one who could help turn me back, and Lucas wanted him gone. Frustration bubbled up, and I slapped him. Lucas touched his cheek, surprise flashing in his eyes. What was that for? In trying to help you. Don't be dramatic. I just grazed you. I shrugged and, feeling a smile tug at my lips. The doorbell rang, and Tin Can opened it. To my shock, my brother walked in. Adam? I blinked, stunned. What the hell was going on? The last time I'd seen Adam was 10 years ago, in future, on his daughter's prom night, when I tried to apologize but messed it up completely. I kept messing up a lot. We hadn't spoken since. He looked from me to Lucas. Lucas. A slight relief hit me. He remembered my friend. Where's John? Lucas was so flustered, he started stammering nonsense. Tin Can, what did you do? I demanded, turning to the only one capable of such a reunion. Sir John, Tin Can said, probably for Adam's sake. The medical procedure was experimental with a less than 1 success rate. Naturally, my presence elevated it to over 99 success, though I had to notify. I still have Adam listed as my emergency contact, I interrupted. Sorry, Adam. It's me, John. No, Charlie. Adam stopped interrogating Lucas and turned to me, his eyes narrowing. So, you finally decided to change? I stepped closer. Not exactly. I decided not to change, but my company gave me this test AI, and it, altered me, without asking. I extended a hand, nerves twisting in my stomach. I'm sorry, Adam, for everything, for how I acted at Lena's birthday, how drunk, how I was. Adam let out a long sigh. Joe, Charlie. Yeah, things aren't great between us, but you're still family. His expression softened slightly as he glanced at me. I let it go a while ago, but the girls I couldn't hold back anymore and pulled him into a hug. It was because of your girlfriend. I said she looked like a marshmallow. That was, well, me. Adam gently pushed me back and sighed again. There's a lot I don't understand, and I need answers, but for now, I'm just glad you're okay. We'll talk soon, alright? Not too soon. I need time to process this. Yes, sir, I said with a small salute, just like we used to when we were kids. That finally drew a smile from him. He nodded, turned, and headed out the door. After he left, I turned toward my friend. On that note, Lucas, come on now. A drink solves everything. I grabbed his hand and stormed out. The familiar sight of the bar washed over me like a wave of calm, especially as the 60-something bartender grinned in welcome. I made my way to my usual spot, taking in the warm, bustling atmosphere. As I glanced around, a soothing warmth settled over me, almost like when my stepmother would tuck a blanket around me and hand me warm milk. So a small, unexpected smile tugged at my lips. Then, an unfamiliar discomfort crept in. People at the bar were looking at me differently, longer, with eyes that felt less casual and more curious, or something worse. What was going on? Was it the lack of makeup, or my slightly tangled hair? Shaking off the thought, I turned to the bartender and ordered my favorite drink. Hey, old man, can you make an old-time sour? Sure thing, young lady, Patrick replied, nodding toward a retina scanner. Right, I wasn't John anymore. I sighed, complied, and the scanner approved me for drinking age. That one's gonna take a bit, so how about a whiskey on the rocks while you wait? Patrick asked. Perfect. I settled back, taking a sip as the familiar burn of Irish whiskey warmed me up inside. Lucas finally arrived, looking as if he'd waded through a crowd of angry punks on his way over, which he probably had. His grandpa's pace was too much for me, and I ran ahead. Go easy tonight, Charlie. You don't know your limits yet, he cautioned, taking a seat beside me. I just nodded, savoring my drink. Nothing beat Irish whiskey in an Irish bar. Want to talk about it? He asked, leaning against the bar only to have his arm slip, nearly causing him to topple over. He steadied himself, and I managed to grin, ignoring his question as I let the whiskey work its magic. No serious talk now, please. Lucas shifted uncomfortably, mouth opening and closing as if struggling with what to say. When I was halfway through my drink, 10 seconds tops, he finally spoke. Have you heard about the hero thing? I read heroes are players destined to play a major role in the upcoming events. Yup, I said, finishing my drink. I'm the hero, all right. The skills are insane. I can carry us now. As if on cue, Patrick handed me another drink, right as I raised my hand. A smile crept across my face. No robot could ever replace a good bartender, especially not Patrick. Lucas chuckled. You're kidding, right? I didn't answer. Just took note that he was barely halfway through his first beer. Lucas, you need to drink, I thought, but only grinned and glanced over at Patrick. Patrick was working his magic, placing 2 sprigs of thyme and chartreuse into an old glass before stirring with his usual finesse. He added egg whites, liquors, and syrup to a shaker in perfect rhythm. Yeah, no machine could match that touch. Charlie, answer me. Are you joking? If you... Lucas' voice faded into the background as I watched Patrick light the glass on fire for a few seconds. He caught my awestruck gaze and grinned. How else am I supposed to add the smoky flavor? He said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I nodded solemnly, as though had just revealed the great mystery of the universe. Ignoring Lucas' rambling, I took a nervous sip of the finished drink. Perfect. In those priceless moments, I savored the sour taste that melted on my tongue. Lucas was practically fuming from being ignored, but he deserved it. Failed hacker. Naturally, I had to take another sip. Oh, how much I miss this. This is the best drink I've ever had, I declared. As if on cue, Ian entered the bar, dodging the crowd by the door. My usual panic surged, my heart racing as he made his way over and stopped right beside me. Charlie, I managed to say, offering at least a greeting. Why does this happen every time? Ian and I had been friends for ages. He ordered his usual dark beer, settled next to me, and started chatting with Lucas. Meanwhile, I lost the thread of their conversation, too focused on my pounding heart and the dizzying thoughts swirling in my head. This wasn't something I could deal with without another drink. Forcing a smile, I downed my whiskey and ordered another. Despite Ian's averageness, a strange nervousness bubbled up. Honestly, if I had to pick the most average person in the universe, Ian would be right up there. Still, that's not entirely fair. He was exceptionally good at smoking weed, which I rated as a flaw since I couldn't stand it. Maybe because of his job at the company. He always wore a grey shirt and blue jeans. Unremarkable face, average voice, and the only distinctive thing about him was his dreaded hair, which he styled after some rapper, just like a million other fans. By the time I finished my third whiskey, warmth spread through me, quieting my nerves. Feeling bolder, I tuned into their conversation. Ridiculous. I mean, the runes. Who designed that? I'd reset, but no, you won't let me, Lucas rambled, clearly still venting about his spells. I grinned, got up, and playfully smacked his shoulder before hugging him from behind. Ian raised an eyebrow as I settled my chin on Lucas' shoulder, grinning. I bet Ian can't talk specifics, right? That's right, Ian nodded, then hesitated. Though I only know bits outside my area. I'm a debugger, so I handle bugs the AI misses. He glanced around like someone might overhear. Poor Ian. Why was he so paranoid about getting fired? I released Lucas and, on impulse, hugged Ian, practically leaning on him. Why? Why not? Did you like my bug report? I whispered, or rather, nearly shouted in his ear. Oops, sorry, I laughed, then lowered my voice. About the golems? Lucas told me your number. Ian's eyes widened. That was you? You're the princess, the hero? He slapped a hand over his mouth, but the secret was already out. Charlie, I didn't mean only internal people should know. That giggling, I waved it off. Don't worry, my new buddy. Let's drink to that. Clutching his shoulder, I raised my glass. Here's to new beginnings and heroic adventures tomorrow. Y'all join us, right? Both of them raised their glasses, though a bit hesitantly, while I gestured wildly, almost spilling my drink. Ian nodded, finally relenting. Sure, he said, then added with a pause. My name's Wien. Struggling to keep a straight face, I buried my face in his shoulder. Big mistake. Now I smelled like weed. Ugh, Wien. That's even more unoriginal than princess, I teased. Lucas finally finished his first beer, such a lightweight. He shifted in his seat and asked hesitantly, How were you allowed to play? John couldn't, because he was a tester. Our boss persuaded the higher-ups. Said the best debugging happens on a live server, or something. We think it's because she's sleeping with a boss, and it'd be awkward if she was the only one allowed in the game. Ian lowered his voice, chuckling. Each department gets a pass to let people play, but they have to sign NDAs. Insane. I laughed and drained my whiskey. The world spun pleasantly as I grabbed Ian's shoulder with one hand and gestured grandly with the other. Sleeping with someone? My boss would love it if Lucy flipped that around. I signaled for another round, laughing. Charlie, don't you think you've had enough? Lucas asked, trying to rein on my fun. I was a girl now, but alcohol made me the same, behaved the same, grabbing people and celebrating, made me free. I can talk. What? Nonsense. I winked and grinned, hugging his arm and resting my cheek on his shoulder. Silly Lucas, I never have enough. Chapter 10. Ian's angry. Ian stormed into his apartment, slamming the door so hard the walls seemed to tremble. Charlie John, the first, knew it. His hands shook as he fumbled with his phone, his entire body humming with barely contained rage. Back in high school, John had always stolen the spotlight. Effortlessly charismatic, he drew people in, especially the girls, without even trying. Meanwhile, Ian followed every rule: strict diets, grueling gym routines, and endless rehearsals of clever pickup lines. Yet no matter how hard he worked, it was always John who they noticed. When Ian finally landed his dream job, he thought he'd left John behind for good. But no, John still outshined him, breezing through QA tests and earning glowing praise from their shared boss. Ian had swallowed bitter defeat then, but this was worse. Now, in the live game, his chance to finally get ahead, John was back. And not just back, but transformed. Now, a girl. A beautiful one. And if that weren't enough, a hero. A hero. The phone rang as Ian's fist crashed onto the desk, the wood groaning under the force. His jaw clenched. John hadn't admitted the truth, but Ian knew. He'd always known. Yes? A cold female voice answered at last. You're right, Ian hissed, venom dripping from his words. It's him. In. I don't care what it takes. I'm going to ruin his game. Perfect, the voice replied, calm and calculated. We've determined that pushing the target's friend Damon will provoke him. His file shows a history of volatility. Ian blinked. Damon? Violence? Are you sure? He asked, skepticism cutting through his anger. Damon's tame. He wouldn't. We're positive. He's a critical part of the plan. But if Damon fails, you'll need to step in. Ian exhaled sharply, gripping the phone so tightly his knuckles whitened. Fine, he growled, whatever it takes. Sunlight filtered across my face, and I stirred, stretching out. Wait, where the hell am I? The bed I was in definitely wasn't mine. As I looked around, the word luxurious leaked into my mind. The furnishings, the tasteful decor. This had to be Lucas' bedroom. A slight sense of ease washed over me, and I even managed a small smile. What? No. I jolted up and threw the blanket off. Clad in just a long-sleeved black shirt with a weird, anonymous mask printed on it, I scrambled around the room. My heart raced as I took in the sight of various items scattered across the floor. My left shoe, my bra, my other shoe. What the hell happened last night? The last clear memory I had was seeing Ian's face as he walked into the bar, and then whiskey. A lot of whiskey. Beyond that, it was just a blur. Vague impressions of navigating a restroom, everything hazy after that. I can't believe it. This body is so pathetic, it can't even handle 3 drinks without crashing. I quickly put my bra back on, slipped the shirt over it, and kicked those traitorous shoes into the corner. Evil things. Taking a cautious peek through the slightly cracked bedroom door, I saw the coast was clear, no one lingering in the living room. Relieved, I opened the door wider and padded toward the kitchen, yawning. The aroma of melting butter and something delicious sizzling on the stove hit me, and I found Lucas cooking up breakfast, the smell alone making my stomach growl. But how was I supposed to ask him what happened? Was it okay to just ask? As I settled at the table, still chewing over how to phrase it, Lucas placed a steaming omelette in front of me. Good morning, Charlie, he greeted with a gentle smile. I nodded, digging my spoon into the omelette. Despite my best effort, my mood was written all over my face. Morning. Can you tell me what happened yesterday? I took a bite, the warm, fluffy egg melting on my tongue. It was so good that I couldn't help but close my eyes for a moment. Yummy! Nothing, he replied so quickly and loudly, I nearly choked on my spoonful of omelette. Then why we're here? I managed with my mouth full, savoring every bite. How can something so simple taste this incredible? Swallowing, I beamed at him. Seriously, this is amazing. What's your secret? How did you make it taste this good? Lucas sat down across from me with his own plate, shrugging modestly. Thank you. Just a little salt and butter, nothing fancy. As for last night, well, you got pretty drunk at the bar, but aside from going on and on about living in a simulation and Rimelion being a real universe, everything was fine. Then why are we here? My question made him laugh, a full, hearty laugh I didn't find funny in the slightest. With a furrowed brow, I kicked him under the table. Not helping. Sorry. So, you wanted to take a taxi, but after a few rounds, you became fixated on conquering the devil's shoes, even though by then you couldn't walk barefoot without my help. When we finally reached your apartment, you insisted you carry me in the game, but said you first needed to master walking. And that's how we ended up here. And? Lucas glanced away, lowering his voice. You fell outside a few times and dirtied your dress, so I gave you one of my shirts. Then I crashed on the couch. Oh, I said, nodding as I stretched and stifled a yawn. Yeah, that sounds like me. So that's all, right? Of course, nothing else. A wave of relief washed over me. No shady encounters, no disasters, no eyes getting us gunned down. Just a bit of a mess, but no trouble. I devoured the rest of the meal, finishing just as Lucas' watch buzzed. He glanced at the message, but his expression froze. His spoon clattered to the floor, the metallic sound echoing in the silence. I grimaced. What a waste of perfectly excellent breakfast. Charlie, you were right. You were absolutely right. I rubbed my eyes and leaned in to peek at his watch, but he'd already dismissed the message. Him always right, but what are we talking about this time? The reality. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Rimelion is real, Pearl confirmed it. She thinks the game is the reality. It doesn't make sense. I hope not. But we're just NPCs, he stammered, his hands visibly shaking. If Rimelion is real, Aerith is real, and we both are NPCs. Oh, that? I replied, trying to keep my tone casual. Yeah, I figured. Kinda suspected it anyway. But what difference does it make? It's not like you can just hack the system and turn into a god. A grin crept onto my face as a mischievous thought surfaced. But maybe we can exploit it. Imagine all the things we could do if the world's a game, right? Lucas' voice dropped, his face growing pale. But what if we're only NPCs? Are there the players? Seeing the panic building in his eyes, I reached across the table and held his hand. So what? What changes, really? I mean, look at me 2 days ago. I wasn't even a girl. Earth is already bizarre. Why let it shake you? Focus on Rimelion being real. Another beep came from his watch, and Lucas' face drained of all color. His gaze darted around the room as if something evil was closing in on us. You need to go. Now. Out the back window, jump. His voice rose with urgency, and before I could process it, he had gripped my arm, practically dragging me from the table. I tried to wriggle free, but my smaller frame was no match for his strength. With a last shove, he pushed me into his bedroom and slammed the door before I could protest. I darted from one wall to the other, then reached for the doorknob but stopped, hand hovering. Lucas wouldn't have shoved me in here if there wasn't a good reason. Maybe I should think this through, or at least prepare a good slap for him later. Pressing my ear against the door, I tried to make sense of the muffled voices from the living room. Lucas, why are you doing this? A woman's voice demanded, sharp and disapproving. We told you, no more questions, and yet you just keep pushing. Lucas responded, but his voice was faint, almost defeated. I owe you money, not my soul. I'll ask as many questions as I damn well want. Then pay up, she retorted. There was a pause, then the sound of footsteps drawing closer. No? Then until you clear that debt, you'll stay away from Pearl and anyone else, especially them. Do you understand? A second, gruffer voice chimed in, punctuated by the crash of something breaking. A vase, maybe, or that fake flower he always joked about. Our boss doesn't like questions, the woman sneered. Should I step in? I was weighing my options, heart pounding, when I heard a chilling sound from the other side of the door, one I knew all too well, the unmistakable click of a gun being cocked. Years ago, in the dead of night, strange noises dragged me from sleep. I crept down the stairs, and that's when I heard it. The unmistakable, cold click of a gun being cocked. Seconds later, gunshots shattered the silence, and my step-parents collapsed right before my eyes, and we had to find another parents with Adam. That night, something in me cracked. It was my first memory. A 7-year-old frozen in place, staring at death. Now, with the same sound ringing in my ears, my mind spiraled, weighed down by the horror of that memory, like a barrel crashing down on me. My palms grew slick with sweat as a voice inside screamed, "You can't go out there!" No, not again. I have to save him. I rubbed a sleeve over my eyes, desperate, and sprinted toward the living room. Correction. I tried to sprint. My feet wouldn't budge. I was rooted to the floor, as if every nerve was paralyzed. Move, now. It's my fault he's involved, that he reached out to that damn Pearl because of me. He can't die because of me. A surge of fierce determination broke through, and I slapped my face to snap out of it. Finally, I burst through the door, shouting in a voice that shook with fear, "Honey, I got something in my eye. I can see. Help!" I staggered into the room with both sleeves pressed to my eyes, shielding myself in a panicked blind act. Great job, John. Real smart. Now, if they shot, it'd never see it coming. My heart hammered so hard I half expected it to echo through the room, and actual tears pooled beneath my lashes, blurring my vision even more. Maybe they'd think I was really crying. One more point for acting. Instead of gunfire, I felt Lucas' familiar warmth as he rushed to me, his arms wrapping around and his scent grounding me. He hugged me tightly, his hand gently stroking my hair as he whispered, "Sweetheart, just a second. It'll help you." His voice, oddly tender, reassured me, and my knees buckled, letting his embrace hold me up. A disdainful scoff came from across the room. Pathetic. Saved by a girl. 1 week, you hear me, kid? 1 week. 2 sets of footsteps moved toward the front door, and a loud slam signaled their exit. Lucas sighed heavily, like it cost him something just to breathe. "I want to kiss you right now, you know that?" I pulled away. Not gently. "No! Don't do this!" My voice cracked mid-sentence, like the word itself betrayed me. Now tell me, what the hell was that all about? He stared at the floor like it held the answers he didn't want to say out loud. "I told you I owe a lot of money, didn't I?" A breath. "They want 10,000 by next week. Then sell the apartment." He shook his head. "I can't. I don't even own it. I just live here. I helped the owner recover old videos of her dead husband, so she let me stay." He winced. "Even if I sold everything, capsule, rig, monitors, it'd barely scrape a few thousand. And they'll come again next month. Another 10 grand. I stood taller and felt heavier, like the room thickened. "I get it," I said, lying through my teeth. "He'll carry you." I marched into the bedroom. My hands shook as I grabbed my heels. This is my fault. The thought hit like a slap. All my fault, damn it. Lucas followed, hovering, trying to help with the straps. I swatted his hand away like it burned. He leaned on the doorframe, eyes wide, unsure whether to stop me or surrender. "Charlie, you can't go outside like that. At least take something from the drawer." He pointed to a sports bag, but I barely registered it. I was already gone, mentally out the door. "It'll go like this. Watch me." I took a single step, tripped, caught myself on the drawer, knuckles white. Fine. The heels came off, landing with a muted thunk. "Wait, please," his voice cracked. "You can't help me in the game. It's impossible. He'd have to amass a fortune more than a third of all sales. It's just a little over 5,000 gold. I cut him off, breath ragged. "It's doable." I stepped toward the door. He moved to block me. Of course he did. I squared up and pushed. Nothing. He was a wall, and I was now a small girl. "Fine," I muttered, swinging my shoes over my shoulder. Then I slipped past him on the left, small frame. Light steps. "Small girl. Go." I didn't look back. "Log into the game. I need you to identify something." He didn't move, so I turned and gave him a broken smile. The kind you wear when you're one decision from collapsing. "Hush. Just go to the capsule." Then I was out, down the stairs, skipping steps like my body couldn't keep up with my resolve. The receptionist said something. I didn't hear it. The second the door shut behind me at home, the tears started. "Lucas, you will not die. Not this time. Fine, you twisted, impossible world. I'll take the risk. I'll exploit whatever I have to, even if it gets me banned." Book 1, 111. No time. The moment I stepped inside, Tin Can's voice chimed in. "Welcome home, Miss Charlie. I am sorry about what happened. You have a mess." "Hello, Tin Can." I cut him off, waving dismissively at the camera perched on top of the TV. "Not now. No hard feelings, but I need to play. Bye." I tossed my devil heels next to the capsule, along with the rest of my things, including the bag Lucas gave me, and dove into the game. Logging back in, I found myself in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by the comforting scent of pine and the quiet hum of the forest. I took a deep breath, inhaling that earthy sweetness. Whoever said Earth was better than this? Jogging along the dirt path, I passed a few wolves burying themselves in the mud, barely sparing them a glance. My mind was already racing ahead, focused on getting to the main village number 4. "Lucas. Where are you, princess? Meet me at the auction house." Lucas Roger, ETA 20 minutes. Unlike the wilderness, the village was brimming with clever design and charm. The elves had chosen their location well, nestled between a mountain and a winding river. Thanks to this, they could farm around the village, and as I approached, I passed many tiny farms scattered like dirty bottles in the morning bar. It was a win-win situation, because they got a wood they needed for their houses by clearing the trees nearby and creating more farmland at the same time. But their wooden houses didn't have any order, like in the big cities down by the river. They lacked the modern urban planning, as if this was only temporary. Some houses rotted away, some of them were on the verge of falling apart. Players were even trudging along the same path as me, pulling heavy stones, trees, or bags of something. Ah, yes, the early quests were preparing them for the life. I might have joined them in a different simulation. Sure, it was nice and immersive, but compared to a fight with a werewolf, not really my game, and it would not help Lucas. So I couldn't help but grin as the crowds of players passed, each absorbed in tasks that were little more than fantasy day labor. Navigating the village wasn't hard, thanks to my trusty minimap that traced my path wherever I went. Not that I'd need it. My destination, the auction house, towered above the rest, its pointed green roof reaching skyward like an elf's ears. Imaginative. Very subtle. Although the auction house was built to host hundreds, only a handful of players loitered there, their purses as light as an empty whiskey bottle. The main village number 4 was a straightforward decision. A few interesting people were based here. Not everyone, of course, but at least 2 that mattered to me. Sadly, my favorite warrior streamer, Catherine, was at village number 17. No time. As I slipped inside the auction house, my eyes scanned the rows of booths for Ryan. Back before Rimelion, he was a small-time entrepreneur who mostly sold questionable supplements and borderline legal software. The moment the game launched, though, he bolted straight into the virtual economy and never looked back. Smart bastard. I ran into him at Patrick's bar. He wouldn't shut up about how Erwin had personally killed him during a siege. Real proud of that one. We'd talked a few times since, mostly because he was somehow related to Patrick. A third cousin? Second uncle? Something that required a family tree, 3 drinks, and a headache to sort out. Originally, I'd planned to wait until I had a proper character leveled up before reaching out, but time was bleeding out fast, and I didn't have the luxury of being picky anymore. Luckily, my ragged clothes helped me blend in with the lower-tier players swarming the area. Nobody gave me a second glance as I made my way down the row of booths. Here, players could rent their own stalls and act as clerks if they wanted. Ryan had gone that route surprise. Out of all the setups available, his option was affordable, which in auction house speak meant barely functional. 2 cracked wooden poles held up a lopsided counter, and some frayed, mold-stained cloth flapped overhead like a tent someone had rage quit halfway through building. Indoors. "Hello, Ryan," I called out with a cheerful smile and extended my hand. "No problem talking," noted. This version of him was younger, pre-balding, but still thin on top, and, if memory served, still weirdly sensitive about it. That, and haggling. The man could argue with a toaster, but the second you tried to bargain, he got all fussy. Still, he looked good. Fit for someone pushing 50. I wasn't nervous. Weird. Not around him, not around Patrick. But Ian? Somehow that guy triggered my panic attack. Ryan eyed me, all business. "Welcome, miss. Do we know each other?" He took my hand and gave me a brief, overly calculating once-over. I grinned and dropped the hook. "Old Patrick told me about you. Said you were the guy to see." His expression lit up instantly. He leaned forward across the counter like I'd just offered him a free lottery ticket. "Old Patrick, huh? Ha! Haven't seen that guy in, 2 years? Did he show you that photo of us back in the army?" I instinctively took a half step back as he spat slightly while talking. "Yup. Still had that habit. No, he didn't mention that. Just showed me the old one, you and the president." "Big shot, huh?" I smiled, then slid the mace across the counter. "Anyway, I've got something I need appraised." He sat back, reached for the mace, and started inspecting it manually. Knocked it a few times like he expected it to talk back. "Just use appraisal, Ryan. This isn't a drum circle." I forced my jaw to relax. After a too long pause, he finally nodded. Good item. Dungeon teams are farming hard right now, so we're in peak demand. I think we could move it for 5 gold, easy." I bit my lip. "I need the money now." He raised an eyebrow at me, a little too knowingly. "Ah, for a moment there I thought you were questioning my valuation." He held the paws like a practiced shopkeeper. then offered, "If you want it fast, we can set the price at 4 gold and get it sold within the hour. Or if you want to skip the hassle," his tone dropped half a register, "I'll buy it from you directly for 27 silvers. I winced. 1 gold was 10 silvers. 1 silver was 100 coppers. You rat. You can smell my desperation, can you? Still, I needed the cash. Fast, I nodded. Deal. Thanks, Ryan. My voice was flat, but he took it like a compliment. What's the current exchange rate? I asked, shifting gears. Gold's gone up again, he said, already grinning like a stockbroker with insider info. Used to be 10 gold to 1 credit. Now it's flipped, 2 credits per gold. Can you believe that? Back in the early days, no one wanted to sell gold. Everyone was hoarding. But now that the economy's stabilizing, people finally realize just how much this game's worth. I fired a quick message to Lucas. Move. Your ASS. Then I turned back to Ryan with a grin. All right, since we're talking money, and just like that, we slipped into our usual rhythm. The best way to keep my panic down? Talk numbers. Let the adrenaline ride the market curve. While waiting for Lucas, Ryan and I chatted about the economy and upcoming features that might be added. NPC clerks had 3 windows, but only one was ever staffed, so you either had to wait in line or ask Ryan. So that's how he built his starting capital. After a while, my identification expert showed up. "Lucas, over here," I waved, giving him a welcoming grin. Lucas stumbled around a few crates, and as soon as he was within range, I shoved the staff and books I picked up in the dungeon into his hands. I waved goodbye to Ryan, grabbed my trusty mage by the hand, and dashed toward the carpenter's shop. Lucas looked completely bewildered, so I shot him a reassuring grin. "Charlie, calm down. I know we need money, but there's no need to get this worked up." Thankfully, there was no line at the carpenter's, so we hurried in as I replied, "Yes, yes. I won't rest until we've got 10,000 in our account." A frail old elf was hunched over a half-finished bough when I interrupted him. "I need to learn your craft, please. And I need a saw, a chisel, and a knife." The elf looked up from his work, his eyes crinkling. "Yes, of course. I'm always happy to teach young Kra." I dropped 6 silvers and 5 coppers onto the table. "I need it fast, please. Lives depend on it." He sighed, shaking his head. "Young folks these days, always in a rush. Craftsmanship takes time, young lady. But so be it. 25 coppers for the skill and 4 silvers for the tools. Deal. I'll take it as a secondary job." I accepted as quickly as I could. "You have learned the secondary job, carpentry. You bought carpenter tools. You lost 245 coppers. I grabbed Lucas' hand again, who was still very confused, and we rushed over to the alchemy and the enchanter's shop. The owner had it organized like a cluttered warehouse, filled to the brim with ingredients, scrolls, potions, glassware, and more. A lingering smell of something burned hung in the air, reminding me of the time I deraided Felix, the Stormbreaker. His potions had been a real pain. I heard that player Scamantha used Felix's potion to scam an entire guild. Hee. I skimmed quickly through the scrolls, my eyes landing on the 2 I'd been searching for. Rune of Intelligence quality, 1 common effect, adds intelligence to the equipment. Ingredients, 1x, enchanting powder price, 20c, Rune of Fire Resistance. Quality, 1 common effect, adds fire resistance to the armor. Ingredients, 1x enchanting powder, 1x essence of fire price, 1g. Though the price was steep, I had no choice but to accept it. The runes were essential for my plans. The enchanting powder was cheap enough, only 1 silver for a bag of 100, but the essence of fire came in at a whopping 2 silvers apiece. The lady at the counter, with her long grey hair and a warm smile, looked over the scrolls I brought forward. "Planning to enchant, are we?" "Yes, that's the idea," I replied. "I'll start with a basic intelligence enchantment, and once I've got the hang of it, I'll move on to fire resistance." She grinned, placing her hand on my items and giving them a quick once-over. "Sounds like a solid plan. Want me to teach you the basics of enchanting? If you're buying these scrolls and ingredients, I'll throw in a lesson for free." I nodded eagerly and quickly added 3 more bags of powder and 3 essence of fire to the pile. "You have learned the primary job, enchanting. You bought enchanting powder bag x6 tuss. You bought essence of fire x3. You lost 2 coppers. You learned rune of little intelligence. You learned Rune of Fire Resistance. The shopping spree had drained my funds completely, leaving me with almost no money or time. I grabbed Lucas and practically dragged him out of the shop, heading toward the village outskirts. Faster, or so I thought until he yanked me back. Ouch! Charlie, hold up. What the heck are you doing? Let's talk about what's going on here. Yesterday, today. Forget about the money for a second. We need to think this through. Lucas, my mage with one foot in the grave, let me do my thing. If any problems pop up, I'll just drink them away. I shot back, giving him a playful punch on the shoulder, my favorite motto in action. Classic me, never solving problems, just running from them. Lucas sighed, clearly unimpressed with my problem-solving philosophy. I dragged Lucas past the farms, and as we entered the forest, the rustling leaves and chirping birds filled the air. The fresh scent of wood hit me, but I ignored it, scanning the area for a decent branch. I spotted a low-hanging twig within reach and gripped it with both hands, pulling with all my might. It creaked, but my pitiful strength wasn't enough. "Come on," I muttered, planting my feet against the trunk for leverage and yanking with everything I had. Finally, it snapped, coming down with a loud crack that cost me 6 hit points. Not that it mattered, as I healed it right away. Being a healer is perfect for a masochist. As I worked on cleaning up the piece of wood, Lucas sat on the ground, a sad look in his eyes as he watched me. Silly Lucas, I thought. Everything I'm doing is for your sake. You created Broken Spear. Broken Spear. Quality 0. Broken 80k. 1-to-1 durability 11. This spear is a disgrace to their brethren. It will break on first hit. What a lovely item. I'd crafted, right? Opening the enchanting window, I noticed it looked almost identical to the magic interface, except it only had 2 rune slots. I selected the Rune of Intelligence and watched the tutorial. Easy enough. With an intentionally shaky hand, I sprinkled the sparkling powder unevenly around the spear, then clumsily tried to trace the rune with my improvised stick. Honestly, I couldn't have drawn it right even if I had been trying. You failed to enchant the Broken Spear. The item had lost 1 durability. The item Broken Spear is broken. You failed to enchant the item. You lost 1 enchanting XP. You lost 1 rank in a job. Operation terminated. The level of the job is 0. Reaching into my inventory, I grabbed a chisel and used it to repair the spear. With that done, I tried the enchantment process again. The item Broken Spear is now repaired. You lost 2 ranks in a job. Operation terminated. The level of the job is 0. Yes. As I attempted to enchant the weapon again, the internal counter ticked up another rank. This was it. 1 step closer to greatness. Lucas watched Charlie for what felt like an hour, his gaze filled with sadness and despair. She was dusting a tree branch with powder. Then she traced a rune in the air. Then she set the branch on fire. Then she tapped it with a chisel and started the entire process over again. Hundreds of times. He shouldn't have brought her into this. No, he shouldn't have gone to the loan sharks in the first place. But that wasn't who he was. He had to go, had to ask, had to play the stupid Rikers game. Charlie had told him to stop, but he hadn't listened. And now? His best friend John was gone because of him. How was he supposed to live with that? This Charlie was even crazier than the old Charlie. She ran barefoot through the game like her life was on the line, not his. It was his fault she'd gone off the deep end, lighting branches on fire over and over. For him. His eyes grew heavy, and he couldn't hold back the tears. Why was this happening? Strangely, the flames Charlie conjured had a calming effect, and he felt himself drifting off, lulled by the steady rhythm. Chapter 12. Anti-cheat system. The item Broken Spear is now repaired. You have lost 512 ranks in a job. Operation terminated. Job level is 0. I worked tirelessly for countless hours, and this was it, the result of all my effort. My heart raced as I failed one last time. Please, please let it overflow. The item Broken Spear is now repaired. You have lost 512 ranks in a job. Congratulations. You are now a rank 5 Grandmaster Enchantress. Maximum rank has been reached. Please select your mark and an alias if you desire. Can I choose a snowflake as my mark and Ice Princess as my alias? I blurted out before the blue box even fully materialized. Congratulations. Your mark is a snowflake. Scratulations. Your enchanting alias is Ice Princess. Scrats. Scratch this princess. Scratch stem pause. Warning, you have been flagged by the anti-cheat system. Please remain still. Investigation in progress. My hands felt unresponsive, my body growing increasingly numb. Well, it expected as much. Then, a pleasant young man's voice echoed in my ears. Attention. This is Seed, speaking. Manipulation not detected, achieved solely through legitimate system means. Conclusion. An exploit, which will be fixed. Reward calculation in progress. Grandmaster rank is unobtainable. Suggesting Expert, level 0. Do you consent? Yes, I do, dear system, I screamed in my mind. Congratulations, you are now a rank 6 expert enchantress. Suddenly, my vision was engulfed in a blinding white light, and I felt the strange hold on my body slowly release. I yelled triumphantly, I am an expert enchantress. My shouting jolted Lucas awake, and he yelled, Alpha 6. Once he got a grip on reality, his bleary eyes focused on me as I ran around clapping and cheering. After a moment, he asked, Is that good? Yup. Spell and job levels have 6 to 9 ranks, and normally, reaching expert takes years. I bounced over and hugged him, then quickly shifted to hugging a nearby tree. He watched me with a bewildered stare, eventually standing up and dusting off his clothes. Slowly, giddy, I hugged another tree with the biggest grin plastered across my face. He gently touched my shoulder. Okay, but how does that help us? Silly Lucas, we can sell enchanted items. Lucas buried his face in his hands for a moment, then looked back at me, hesitant. I hate to say it, but you need to hear this. The most expensive item they've sold went for around 12 gold. Even if we sold for 15, that's just $30. How do you expect to make 10,000? Charlie. He trailed off, unable to meet my eyes, and walked away. Silly guy, I thought. He never had much imagination. Stop being so rational, I called out. Spotting the spear nearby, I threw it toward him, and it shattered on impact. As expected, he just stood there like a lost puppy. Not everyone had a knack for exploiting the system. Next thing on my list, enchanting a shield. Hey, Mr. E, mage, find us a fallen tree. It'll make a shield, and that'll be our ticket to greatness. I grinned, spreading my arms wide. We need a big one, at least a foot wide. Lucas nodded reluctantly, and we started combing through the woodland, which was full of trees. So, who would have thought that finding a fallen one would be so hard? The sound of snapping twigs marked our progress as we thrashed through a small, overgrown ravine. Finally, we spotted the perfect tree. Well, almost. It was mostly decayed, with mushrooms sprouting all over it. Yep, that's fine, I guess, I muttered, cutting out a large circle. The decayed wood nearly crumbled in my hands, but I carved an improvised handle with a chisel. What a masterpiece, a rotten shield. You created Pitiful Shield. Pitiful Shield. Quality 1-4. Rukan, DEF 1. Durability, Yelevan. Description: This is garbage, do not use it. As Lucas rested on the trunk, I handed him the shield. He inspected it, eyes widening in surprise, nearly causing him to lose his balance. He turned to me with a look of pure disbelief, like I'd just offered him a non-alcoholic beer. I burst out laughing at his expression. My jokes are the best. I get it, Charlie. Do what you must. You'll go fight some wolves over there, he said, leaving me to my unstoppable laughter as he climbed out of the ravine. Had he finally gotten fed up with me? Whatever I'd save him. The weight of this debt still felt like a bear sitting on my chest, so I turned my focus back to the shield. Here is hoping it'll work. Now that I had something to enchant with fire resistance, it was time to engrave the runes. Since I couldn't afford any mistakes, I replayed the instructional holo video a few times. They'll remove holo videos in the future. They said the system fought back and removed a lot of features. Meh. Nonsense. Following the figure in the video, I scattered the dust across the shield, but no matter how carefully I tried to spread it, the dust clumped stubbornly. Useless garbage. I clenched my fist, blew it away, and tried again. This time, the wind swept in and scattered it. Finally, after managing to place the dust and set the essence of fire at the center, I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Wasn't this supposed to be one of the easier jobs? The rune itself was simple, just one symbol, but that didn't mean it was easy. It took a few tries to picture it clearly in my mind, and even then, The faint, imagined contours weren't easy to trace. The tricky part was channeling my mana to create the room by hand. Any halfway decent artist would have laughed at my attempt as I carefully drew the lines. But hey, I wasn't an artist, I was the exploiter. The room pulsed, mana bubbling up as if I were holding a pot about to boil over. The moment I poured in the last of it, a blinding red light burst from the shield, forcing me to shield my eyes. The dust absorbed the rune like a sponge, engraving it onto the surface of the rotting wood exactly as I'd drawn it. It looked like a child's drawing, but it worked. A stunning snowflake, about 3 inches in diameter, formed at the center where the essence had been placed. Below it, the name I'd chosen during my little exploit, Ice Princess, curved neatly around the snowflake's base. You have enchanted the Pitiful Shield. Success rate, 46. Pitiful Shield. Quality, 0 broken. DEF, 1 durability, 11 enchantment, 5 fire resistance. Description: this is garbage, do not use it. Enchanted by Ice Princess. Great. Without further delay, I headed back to the village, instinctively tiptoeing and even leaping over shrubs. Behold the art of running. A small part of me expected the system to mock me with a level 0 running notification, but the system windows stayed silent. Disappointing. My stamina only held out for a few minutes, so I had to walk the rest of the way. Of course, at least 10 NPCs crowded the auction house, and I squeezed through them without a single apology. 4 customers were lined up for Ryan, who was now in full business mode. Come on, move, sell your useless wares to the NPCs, not my Ryan. Despite my inner urgency, I had to wait. When my turn finally came, I said, "Hey, Ryan, look at what I made." I dropped my shield onto his counter and puffed my chest with pride, almost splitting my robe in the process. This robe is useless. Can't hold my boobs, bah. He picked up the shield, examining it intently and turning it over in his hands, then looked at me with utter confusion. I rolled my eyes. God, Ryan, ignore the shield itself. Focus on the enchantment. That foolish Irishman inspected it again, and his eyes suddenly widened. He tapped it with a tiny hammer, and before I could yell at him to be gentle, he exclaimed, 5%? How is that possible? The best enchanting I've seen barely reaches 2%. I couldn't hide my grin. I'm just that good. Can you get in touch with Lisa, the fire goddess? I heard Chess Rich. And I kind of know her. Now it was his turn to roll his eyes. For heaven's sake, don't call her that. Yes, I know someone who can reach her. But why? Are you looking to sell your services? Yes, I need credits, and I need them fast, 10,000. Desperate times, desperate enchantress. All I need for the fire resistance enchantment is essence of fire and enchanting powder. He nodded, understanding. Lisa's the one. She has a beef with some guy over her friend, and she's aiming to get into the fire dungeons to beat him or something. I don't know, youngsters being youngsters. But you are right. Her parents are rich. It'll get you the money. As Ryan made his calls, I sat cross-legged on the ground beside him, observing the constant bustle of the auction house. Seed only gave each booth 2 chairs, and I couldn't hog the customer's seat across from Ryan. Low-level players came by one after another, selling whatever scraps they found lying around for a few pitiful coppers. One player even brought in a wolf's pelt. A wolf's pelt! After unloading all his furs into the unlimited storage box next to the booth, he grinned happily at the meager 2 silver coins he received. Seriously? Does he know 2 silvers are basically nothing? I glanced at Ryan, biting back a comment. I hadn't realized he was in this mafia-like extortion business. What's wrong? He asked, clearly annoyed by my staring. Nothing. It's just all that work for 2 silvers? I watched the dwarf shuffle away, shaking my head. Wouldn't it be better for them to fight specters and collect plasma? They'd level up faster and earn better money several times faster. Ryan smirked, flashing a rare hint of a grin. You're such a power gamer, aren't you? Don't deny it, I know one when I see one. Just enjoy the game. By the way, have you heard about the Duke's quest? Are you going? I slipped into the customer chair to get off the rough ground. Wait, what quest? I haven't heard about that. Leaning to one side, Ryan shot me a smug look, clearly enjoying a moment of superiority. The Duke's ship expedition is arriving soon, and they'll be recruiting players for a main quest. He glanced around the hall with a sigh. Sadly, I don't think it'll be able to level up to 7 in time. I'd never heard of this Duke's expedition before. It must be a minor main quest ID skipped in my last life, so I knew nothing about it. I was more interested in those in the imperial capital. Yes, I was human. No, I was not ashamed of being so vanilla. But main quests were always rewarding. Sounds interesting, Ryan. I'll try to make it. And thanks for the tip. Still, my top priority was securing a steady gold supply. For that, maybe I should buy the meadow, the best early game property in the Elven Forest. Bowen might be a variable, but she shouldn't attack right away, right? The plan was simple. Get the place, build a fortress, and in a week, two, and we would turn a massive profit. If I could get Lucas to help develop it, we'd be raking in money. Ryan, you old snake. Lisa's voice snapped me out of my thoughts as she gave Ryan a firm handshake. I hear you've got something interesting for me. Unfazed by her playful tone, he handed her my shield. Check out the enchantment. Ice Princess? Her eyes sparkled with amusement. What a cute nickname. Do you know her? I stood up, brushing off my worn, dusty robe, but a sudden wave of dread rose in me, and I quickly sat back down. Okay, you've got this. Ignoring my body's urge to stay silent, I forced myself to stand again and said, Me, Princess. An imaginary weight pressed down on my shoulders. Why? Why is this happening now? I stared hard at the ground, taking a deep breath. It's just a conversation in a game. Nothing to be afraid of, right, sweetheart? From Frexie. Her eyes widened as she looked me over, focusing on my hair. You are adorable. Before I could react, she hugged me tightly, squishing my face against her chest. I was suddenly speechless, for an entirely additional reason. But how is that possible, Princess? She asked. Despite the nervousness clawing at me and the lump in my throat, I replied, Look at my title. Feeling a strange pride at this insignificant victory, I shared my full name and status with her, Princess, Hero of Iceblood. You're the hero? How can I be one? Is there a fire god? She couldn't stop herself from babbling. I endured her embrace as she patted my hair like I was some kind of doll. Not that I had much reason to complain. She gave me two very compelling reasons not to. Stist. It's a secret, I said, hugging her back. The leader of the first party to clear the scorching dungeon gets the title Fire Tamer. Cool, right? The Fire Tamer. Her eyes lit up and she started bouncing, dragging me along in her excitement. How many enchantments can you do? Can you tell me more? I averted my gaze, feeling tongue-tied. Not now, please. Where's my wine, or better yet, whiskey, to loosen me up? She still had me locked in her embrace, staring at me with a pleading expression just inches away. I wanted to answer, but the words wouldn't come. Come on, body. Work with me here. Finally, I slipped from her hug and sat down on the ground behind Ryan, who spoke. Lisa, I said, the trade goes through me. I'm the middleman. Oh, thank you, Ryan. There's nothing like this enchantment on the market, so our services are costly. How costly? Her tone turned serious faster than I could blink. You know, gold's scarce, the demand's way higher than the supply. The exchange rate's up to 3-to-1 now, and I can't buy gold in large amounts. There it was, the fiery heiress I vaguely remembered from my past life. She was living in the same city. People nearby got spawned nearby in Rimelion, and she used to be a semi-celebrity, even appearing on Catherine's streams, but that was 15 years ago, so my memory was spotty. We're aware, Ryan replied smoothly, so we're offering you the option to pay in credits instead. 12,000 should cover it. And as a gesture of goodwill, we won't sell fire resistance to anyone else. Not until you complete the dungeon. That's steep. But the fire tamer. Her gaze swung back to me, and her face lit up as if she wanted to devour me with that grin. Instinctively, I squeaked some barely coherent words, jumped up, and backed into a store wall, hiding behind Ryan. I'd rather face the ultimate boss than her right now. Will she enchant the equipment for the entire party? Yes, as long as you supply the ingredients. Essence of fire and enchanting powder, Ryan answered. Deal. I'll have my cousin send the money to your account right away. She walked toward me, eyes sparkling. Princess, could you come to our rented room at the tavern this evening? Without warning, she buried her head in my chest, guiding my hand to pat her head. What the hell? Is this normal behavior? Lisa wants to add you as a friend. Yes, I said, though it was all I could get out. It was enough for her. She flashed a bright smile and took off, waving at me from a distance. I let out a tired sigh, my shoulders slumping. I can be thinking about dating a girl now, can I? She was far friendlier than I'd expected, nothing like the ruthless fire destroyer from the rumors. Her friendliness was the reason I liked her right away. Definitely not the close contact with her chest. Of course not. A pleasure doing business with you. Ryan turned to me with a smile and gestured for me to head out. Rifle 1 wants to add you as a friend. Thanks, Ryan. Same here. And please send the money right away. Chapter 13. East Fortification. After leaving Ryan, I contacted Lucas, and we met just outside the village. I couldn't help but picture him trying to hunt those ridiculous wolves as he came crashing through the bushes. So inefficient, so boring. Charlie, so what now? Let's live it up. I've only got a week until I am out of here. Fruit, everything's going to be fine. I greeted him with a playful nickname, but he just stared at me blankly. Darn, that wasn't it, no fruit. What did that girl call Ian? Ah, Pumpkin. I know a decent leveling spot. Leave the wolves to the amateurs. I grabbed his hand and pulled him along with a spring in my step. We had some time to grind while Lisa was gathering things to enchant for the evening. We passed our old Frexy spot and headed into the plains. The sun blazed overhead as we moved past fields crawling with stupid venom monsters. But they weren't our target. I had something even better in mind, though it would take at least 2 hours of walking to reach. Eventually, we sneaked past a flock of crow monsters and reached a charming meadow stretching over a mile long. On our right, impassable mountains rose, their peaks disappearing into the horizon, while on the left, a river sliced through the landscape near the distant edge. I can already picture it. Queen Erwin laying siege to my fortress. Thousands of players standing defiantly atop the walls, shouting that they will not yield as her summoned demons. Pour in, wave after wave. Back in reality, we waded through waist-high, emerald-green grass, listening to the soft babbling of a nearby stream. It flowed alongside us, eventually merging into a wider river further down. When I noticed Lucas panting heavily, I called for a quick break, and he gratefully gulped down the crisp, cool water. Keeping low to avoid detection, I guided him around the more dangerous areas. Soon, the only sounds were our soft breaths and the faint rustling of grass. A sweet, floral scent hung in the air, mixed with the earthy aroma of the meadow. We crouched behind a bush, trying to stay quiet as we continued sneaking through. At the far end of the meadow, a 10-foot cliff stood tall, our target, our future wall. Lucas blinked a few times, then looked at me with a smirk. This is what you wanted to show me? A romantic spot, I guess. He plucked stray blades of grass from his hair and tried to wash a dirty sleeve in the stream. While he fussed with that, I scanned the cliff's edge for something specific. After a moment, I found it, a stone with rough edges, carved with a rune I didn't recognize. Romantic, sure, I replied, grinning. But check out the enemies down there. And the best part? It's a fortified position. I sat near the cliff's edge, feeling the damp air rising as I peered down at the creatures lurking below. Waspilev, 10. Type: 2 uncommon HP, 16-5-165. As the name suggested, they were wasps, but nearly 2 feet tall. The monsters buzzed around, hunting for flowers to plunder, their long stingers and narrow waists giving them a menacing look. Watching them, I pressed down on the rune carved into the stone. Congratulations, you found East Fortification. Do you want to occupy it? Not yet, system, I thought. I turned to Lucas. How's the stuff? Gimme. My dear mage, finally done fussing with his cleaning, glanced at an invisible menu before nodding. Sure, but you can't actually use it. That's fine. I used to be a warrior, so I just need something to flail around with. He shrugged and handed it over without further comment. Whoa, I thought, eyeing the staff. I'd known a boss drop would be decent, but this good. Staff of Flame, quality, 4 exceptional ATK, 3-4 durability, 8585 restriction, level 7 effects, 5 INT, 2 damage to flame spells. Okay, Lucas, when you hit level 7, it's yours. For the main menu, now system, seed, please send them to attack me. Occupying in progress, first round. Charlie, are you sure we can handle this? Lucas gripped his staff tightly, eyeing the charging wasps with a grim expression. You're my friend. You're my mage. You will not let them kill me. Right? I shot him an evil grin, stood up, and started forming the runes for ice dance, which, of course, failed. The hum of the wasps grew louder as they swarmed in the air, straining to climb the cliff. A few got discouraged, but 5 kept coming, and 2 reached Lucas just as I finally finished the runes. Yes, only on the 5th try. The last step was to shout the activation word, but my train of thought was cut short when I saw Lucas standing and doing nothing. "Stop standing there like an idiot and cast a spell," I yelled, dodging aside as one wasp swung its stinger at me. "Roger that, ma'am." With a flick of his wrist, he created a spark rune in the air, and the nearest wasp burst into flames. Well, singed might be more accurate. It just seemed annoyed. As I leaped back, I finally muttered the activation word. "Ice dance." Instantly, the air turned frigid, every exhale creating a puff of vapor, and frost spread across the field, stretching out like a winter's breath. The wasps didn't take kindly to it, their movements slowing, a minor victory, or we'd be headed to the graveyard sooner than planned. I swung the staff, bashing their small frames as they focused on Lucas. Target lost 4 HP, 1 normal, 3 ice damage. Target lost 4 HP, 1 normal, 3 ice damage. Target lost 5 HP, 1 normal, 4 ice damage. For some reason, they didn't like that and turned their attention to me. I dodged a few stingers coming my way, thanks to the slow effect. But eventually, my luck ran out. A stinger shot forward and struck my exposed thigh with alarming speed. "You lost 9 HP. You are poisoned. You will lose 10 HP over 10 seconds. Oh, that stung. These things really packed a punch. Time for a new strategy. I gripped my staff like a 2-handed sword and swung with all my might, aiming for their stingers. The confidence boost from finally fighting in my heels must have helped, because my evasion game improved. Now, the loud, irritating hum was the worst of it, and it only took 2 hits to snap a stinger clean off. I cheered as one fell to the ground. "Take that, you little buzz, buzz." 1 down, 6 to go. With each broken stinger, the wasps glared furiously, but that was all they did. No attack. Everyone knew that if you broke the thing a monster attacked with, it would stop or switch to another attack method, like a spare hand. But these wasps? Easy targets. I wasn't complaining. I healed myself and braced for the next round. "Hurry, more wasps incoming. We need to break as many stingers as we can." Ice dance only lasts 10 minutes. When the ice dance effect faded, a swarm of wasps hovered around us, aimlessly buzzing. Sweat dripped down places I didn't care to mention, and my muscles ached like hell. It had been tough just holding their attention. My stamina had already dropped to 0 as I removed their stingers. Figures, weak priests shouldn't be doing this. Now for the sweet dessert, let's break them. The onslaught on the defenseless wasps began. Together, we took them down one by one as they buzzed around us, waiting their turn to become our XP. Waspy has been defeated. X20. 160 XP, 3002. Congratulations, you are now level 4. XP to next level, 120,000 Road, Charlie. Each Waspy gave us 16 XP. Insane. Lucas was beaming as he rummaged through the fallen wasps. But no loot, nothing at all. Out of mana, stamina, and any shred of mental energy, I collapsed to the ground. His excited chatter barely registered. How much wine would it take to make this pain disappear? Would I still be in fighting shape? Those damn waspies? The stings hurt like crazy, but I had to push through. I could lower the reality limit, but of course the system had given me a skill that depended on it. "Charlie, are you okay? You look different." "It hurts like hell, but I can handle it. I need to." As a warrior, I had it set to 50%, so half of what I have now. "It'll be fine," I gritted out, hoping my voice sounded more confident than I felt. Occupying in progress. Second round. With a ringing sound, the system reminded me it wasn't over yet. I drank 1 bottle and went in. Waspy has been defeated. X95. 760 XP, 1522, so congratulations. You are now level 5. XP to next level, 8225 Festi 9. You must visit the city to further your priest studies. Mr. Congratulations, you now own the East Fortification. You can develop it into a fortified position. For further development, you must obtain a nobility rank. The mind-numbing grind was something no sane person would willingly endure. Then again, Nobody except us stupid gamers would even try. We fought for hours, and by now the sun had already set. Plus, who enjoys getting jabbed by filthy stingers? Those annoying waspies were smart enough to land a few hits on me during the lures. We even had a few close calls when I couldn't cast the healing rune fast enough and my hit points dropped dangerously low. Lisa, my hero, are you free? Princess, call me Princess or Charlie, please. And yes, Lisa. Alrighty, cute Princess. Come to the tavern, second floor. One of my guildmates will escort you inside. Lucas, that was fun, wasn't it? But I've got to run, I said. Someone's got to make the money you owe. I held up a parchment. Well, a scroll with a recall spell already prepared. Thanks, Owen, for not ruining this yet. Do whatever you need to, Charlie. I like you, even if you don't manage to get me the money. You named player Lucas as a keeper of East Fortification. Please take care of our fortress. And for your information, you're silly. It's already in your account. Now I have to keep my promise and head to a tavern bed with some ugly guy. I winked and began chanting the recall scroll. Fortress? In my account? 10,000, really? Wait, what guy? No. Don't tell me, he shouted. But before he could finish, the beautiful meadow vanished, replaced by the wooden elven buildings around me. The dim light from the surrounding houses cast a magical glow across the street. Lucas, we will talk about this. Princess, we will. Later tonight at the bar? Lucas, Roger. Locking off. The inn was right near the village center where it recalled, so it wasn't a long walk. The village seemed calmer at night, though the distant sounds of music and laughter told a different story. Inside, the warm atmosphere of drinking and chatter hit me like a wave. Patrick had once asked if I hated crowds, since I always went quiet around new people. Not at all. I love people, I just couldn't talk to them easily, that's all. Silly Patrick, I thought, feeling a bit sentimental. He'd always been like a grandpa to me, and the guy behind this tavern bar was handing out drinks just like Patrick used to. I found myself staring, almost hypnotized, unable to look away from the liquor. No, John, you have work to do. I resisted the lure of sweet drinks and headed up the stairs. On the second floor, an elven warrior waited near a plain wooden door. He eyed my cleavage. Hey, cute girl, I'm Rob. What's your business here? Rob's stare drifted to my cleavage again, and my body betrayed me. I stood there as silent as an empty bottle of whiskey. Should have had a drink downstairs. With a sigh, I gave him a weak smile and nodded. He shrugged, opening the door to let me in. Charlie, there you are. As soon as I stepped in, Lisa greeted me with open arms and a kiss aimed at my cheek. I executed an intricate footwork maneuver I'd learned from the imperial family's martial arts, almost escaping her hug, but between the seventh step and a goose-like jump, I remembered her. Big, brain. So I let her get close. Yep, John, this is how you get a girl, good job. She rubbed her cheek against mine before leading me through a few rooms to a back area that looked like a makeshift warehouse. We set everything up for you. Enchant all the armor sets, please. The room was equipped with a nearly broken wooden chair and a small hole-riddled table. Truly a workspace fit for a princess, though I couldn't say anything. I gave her my best insulted look, which she promptly ignored, pulling me into a warm hug and patting my cheeks. I shouldn't act like a teen. I'm 40. That's great. I'm glad you like it. Just text me when you're done, sweetheart. Apparently, my silence had confirmed her idea of how wonderful the room was, and with yet another kiss, she dashed off. What the hell have I signed up for? Chapter 14. The Scorching Dungeon. Lisa leaned against an old pine tree in the forest's heart, her red robe with golden accents fluttering in the breeze. Designed with a little too much attention to aesthetic detail, her robe showcased her slender figure, a gift from the developers to male players, no doubt. She didn't mind the design itself, but sighed for an entirely different reason. Rob was late again, and Rob was always late. Should we just move on? Asked her cousin Peter, and after all that waiting, his tone was mildly impatient. A supportive priest Peter was here to help her reach the pinnacle of the game. Natasha's gonna get in trouble at school if we keep staying out this late. Our paladin friend also, right? The hired paladin just shrugged with a smile, but Natasha's cheeks flushed red, and she ducked her head further into the folds of her oversized cloak. Just as Lisa was about to call it a day, a large summoning circle formed nearby. She clenched her fists. Here is the corrected and polished version of your narrative. I've fixed the dialogue punctuation, improved the flow, and ensured the line breaks create a better sense of pacing. The corrected narrative. Finally, Rob, a 15-year-old warrior who never seemed to know the meaning of punctuality, emerged from the glowing circle. He didn't even have a chance to blink before Lisa's fist connected with his face, sending him sprawling backward. "You're late again! Next time we're going without you," she snapped, adding a well-placed kick for emphasis. "Geez, Liz, it was only half an hour." "Only half an hour? The Fire Tamer title is at stake here. I will be the Fire Goddess. Do you get how big this is?" Peter stepped in gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Please, try not to get all worked up again. Dimitri beat you in every other game. Plus, he's not even that bad of a guy, and he likes you." Her fiery glare cut him off mid-sentence, making him backpedal. That only added fuel to her resolve, and her eyes practically burned with determination. "Let's go." She led the group toward the dungeon entrance. "Don't forget the orders. Teki Lama prepared them for us for a reason." As they reached the edge of the forest, the scenery shifted to an ominous, dying land. Grey ash blanketed the ground, and fire elementals roamed across the barren landscape, casting flickering shadows that danced across the scorched earth. The elementals' bodies were made of pure flame, and their semi-transparent forms left them unfazed by physical attacks. Varying in size and shape, they each had distinct, almost humanoid features, yet each was as unique as any player character. "Isn't the forest line shorter than last time?" Rob mumbled, casting wary glances back at Lisa. "Yeah, some old NPC said that until we clear the scorching dungeon, it'll keep spreading," Lisa said with unshakable confidence. Her steps were full of purpose as they marched onward, the fiery elementals becoming part of their routine. Rob braced himself, charging into the fray, tanking the elementals' flames with his shield and sizable health pool. Peter and Natasha worked in tandem, casting healing spells that kept him topped off and helping to decrease their numbers. Their progress was steady, and after an hour of fighting, they reached the dungeon's entrance, a jagged rift in the mountainside that exhaled waves of oppressive heat. The air was thick with the stench of sulfur. "I don't want to die again," Rob muttered, though his words echoed what they all felt. "Chin up," Lisa said, giving him a reassuring hug and flashing a grin. "There's no penalty for dying here." The heat and sulfur gave her goosebumps, but she brushed it off and laughed to rally the others. "Natasha, you're up," she ordered. The quiet redhead nodded, stepping forward and activating her thief's skill, Detect Trap. With closed eyes, she scanned the entrance corridor, her movements cautious. The red glow from molten stones along the walls illuminated a maze of deadly traps. Though she couldn't see them directly, an instinctive dread seemed to guide her steps as she inched forward, setting a path for the others. Everyone followed, tiptoeing after her and mirroring each careful movement. Bang! Suddenly, a massive explosion reverberated through the corridor, filling the air with firelight and jolting the group. They barely flinched. Just another Rob's day in the scorching dungeon. Teammate Rob has suffered 50 damage, remaining HP 10. "Rob, you stupid piece of fish. I will, arg, not again." "Everyone, stop," Lisa shrieked. In this dungeon, every time someone triggered a trap, the remaining traps would rearrange themselves, resetting the entire corridor's layout. Peter hurriedly flailed his staff, casting a quick heal on clumsy Rob, while Natasha cautiously started forging their path forward once more. It took them 2 grueling hours to finally get through the endless shifting trap corridor. "I hate this. It's so dumb, so annoying," Rob grumbled, always the first to complain without much thought. Lisa's own grumbles were a close second, her irritation mounting with each step. Peter, however, stayed focused, a little worried as he considered their future. He needed Lisa to succeed, but he also genuinely cared about her well-being. The corridor finally widened, marking the end of the trap zone. Just ahead, fire elementals appeared once more, accompanied by enormous flaming spheres known as fire tails, suicidal fireballs that hurled themselves at anyone nearby. There was no going around it. They had to push through. Rob braced himself, tanking 2 fire elementals at once, but his eyes widened as he saw a clump of 10 firetails rolling around the corner. "Incoming!" "Forget Rob. Focus on the tails." Lisa's commanding voice jolted them from their stupor. "From left to right, fast, or they'll wipe us out." "Natasha, that's not left." The team sprang into action. targeting the firetails one by one as they raced toward them. But they were barely keeping up with the onslaught. One ball was still hurtling toward Rob, who was fending off the elementals. Peter, sensing disaster, summoned all his focus and broke his own record, creating a healing rune in a fraction of a second. The rune activated just as the last firetail struck Rob, healing him in the nick of time. Teammate Rob has suffered 50 damage. Remaining HP, 3 man, these balls. I was the farthest of y'all, Rob whined as the elementals continued to burn him alive, though the healers refused to let him die. After 2 grueling hours and countless battles, they finally reached the boss room. Lisa's heart pounded in her chest, as if she had run to her school and back. They'd already failed to conquer this boss 5 times. And just that morning, she had heard Dimitri had defeated the first boss in the Hell Dungeon. The thought gnawed at her. Other guilds were getting closer to surpassing her and stealing her title as the Fire Goddess. Not this time, she thought. I'll do anything to prove to that damn Dimitri, incompetent enough to run a company, by being the best fire mage, and then we'll get him to cancel the plans with Kit. Yes. The cavernous boss room stretched out before them, the rock walls roasted and scorched from the intense heat radiating from molten lava streams snaking across the ground. Lisa glanced warily at the craggy rock in the center of the room. Its surface was searing to the touch, a painful lesson Natasha had learned the hard way. Falling into the lava streams, as Rob had done before, meant game over. The room suddenly darkened as the boss emerged from an opening on the far side, a towering figure cloaked in molten red. With a casual wave of his staff, the torches around the room blazed to life, illuminating his intimidating form. Ext Levi, 7 type, 5 epic dungeon boss, HP 1801-1800. Here we meet once again, immortal players. Hail to you, Lisa, self-proclaimed goddess of fire. You shall die again by my hand, taunted the boss, his voice rumbling through the cavern with a dark laugh that nearly made Lisa lose her focus by second-hand embarrassment. You overgrew, ugly excuse for a demon. I am the true queen of fire. I am fire itself, Lisa shrieked, her body trembling with fury. Her words only seemed to amuse him, his laughter echoing through the room, mocking her fiery passion. Not this time, Lisa. You've messed up 3 times already. She took a deep breath to steady herself. Everyone, get into the positions we discussed, Techie Llama said to use number orders. So, Order 1 and Rob, for the love of God, stay out of the lava this time. I'd rather you die by his hand than melt in that pit again. The group moved with purpose. Mages and priests took their places in the back. The close-range fighter positioned himself near the boss, and Natasha disappeared into the shadows with Vanish One. Let's make this interesting, shall we? What kind of leader would I be if I used the same tactic every time? The boss sneered, summoning a new set of enemies. Fire elementals. Answer my call. One by one, fire elementals crawled from the streams of molten lava, some of them mimicking the group's own members. Lisa could see familiar, fiery copies of Rob and Peter among them, which only fueled her rage. Switch to Order 4, she commanded. Everyone, 3 o'clock. Focus fire at the front. Natasha, stay hidden. The group repositioned swiftly, close-range fighters shielding the mages and priests at the back. Lisa gripped her staff, maneuvering it expertly through the air as glowing rune patterns appeared with each flick of her wrist. As she finished drawing the first rune and shouted the spell's name, she was already halfway through the second. Her control was flawless, even mesmerizing. If Charlie had been watching, she probably would have jumped into the lava out of sheer awe. Perfect runecraft. Damage X2. Target is resisting fire. Damage halved. Critical hit. Target lost 15 HP. The battle had been raging for 20 minutes. Each spell Lisa cast was faster, more powerful, and deadlier than the last. Her focus was unlike that in her law classes. It was more like the rush after an energy drink. She was fire. She felt its heat flowing through her veins. With a fierce yell, she hurled a perfect fireball straight at the boss's head. Take that, you ugly winged freak, you puny girl, fire against fire. As you wish, Doomtails. The boss, enraged, summoned 60 Firetails. This was the dreaded attack that had wiped them out every time before. But to his astonishment, the group charged toward him without a hint of fear. You really thought fire would kill me? Lisa laughed, her voice booming through the cavern. You poor, naive pseudo-demon. You'll be gone before it even touches me. The fiery balls hurtled forward, closing in fast. At the last possible moment, Lisa shouted, "Order 2, now! Natasha, get ready! God's will," their paladin chanted. His spell cast a warm, divine light around them all, forming a protective barrier for just half a second. A hair's breadth too late or too early, and they would have been lost. But the timing was flawless. Boss X has suffered catastrophic damage. 50x50, fire damage halved. Remaining HP, 80 and X, has entered a weakened state. At that moment, Natasha struck from behind. The timid girl was gone, replaced by a steely, focused assassin with a fierce expression. Lisa couldn't help but grin at the transformation. Natasha aimed directly for the boss head, and the sickening sound of her dagger slicing through flesh and bone was both brutal and satisfying. Natasha dealt a critical stealth attack in a weakened state, 10x2, x2, x2, x5. X has been defeated. 50 XP 408. You found an unknown staff. Resty, you found an unknown rune. C, you found unknown armor. You have defeated the first boss of the dungeon. Your progress has been saved. Chapter 5. Flame Staff. In an apartment that costs more than it should, Lucas stared at his computer screen, struggling to process what he was seeing. Somehow, Charlie, no, John, had gathered the money. How? Had all those enchanted items paid off? No way. She couldn't have moved as much as 2 million players combined, right? Right? The balance was clear though, and the grin on his face came instinctively. Still, a darker thought intruded, something Shed said about a guy. He shook his head, trying to dismiss it. John is a man, isn't he? He checked the account again, debating whether to send them the money immediately. No, that would only encourage them to demand more. He set the transfer for 6 days out, buying them some time. Good evening, Lucas. A voice spoke from his left, startling him. Someone had broken into his apartment. Was it the Ring? Terrorists? Or maybe that player head humiliated, the one who'd vowed to find him in real life. Reacting on instinct, Lucas grabbed the gun he kept under his desk, diving behind the table. Name's Jeffrey. And I come in peace, the intruder said calmly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Lucas, aiming his gun at him, took in the young, punkish appearance of his visitor. That's him. He let out a sigh and lowered his weapon. If this kid had meant to kill him, he'd already be dead. The boy's face brightened as he continued. I'm one of the leaders of the Ring of Smiling People. Just dropping in to say hi to you and your girl. Lucas' heart dropped. Please leave Charlie out of this. She's done nothing wrong. Charlie, or should I say, John Charlie, Jeffrey replied smoothly. See, Lucas, you helped him retire. You were the one who archived his ID, right? I've heard some chatter about a plan to disrupt Charlie. Lucas sank back into his chair, his fears easing slightly. Jeffrey looked like a kid, sure, but Lucas knew very well that his power and reach were unnerving. Why is Charlie being hunted? Nathan isn't happy that I helped her when she needed it. I'm here to support her. The best hero in the game, Jeffrey said, an amused smile creeping onto his face. I don't know how it was possible to change his gender to female, but the cover is phenomenal. Excellent work, you two. Yes, but there's still a problem, Lucas said, his voice tense. I owe tens of millions to your colleague. If you could, then stop gambling? Jeffrey cut in with a slight smirk. I have limited resources for now. I need time to merge some ventures and figure out how the reality compares to the simulation. Mine was around 10%, unlike someone's 99.9%, but they were dumb and did not know which company was good and which was not. Shaking his head, he continued. So, survive the next few months and they'll be able to help you. But I need something from Rimelion. It's an item that can only be obtained there and brought here via portal. That portal is not yet built, but it will be, trust me, if I might ask.
You may not.
Jeffrey's eyes flashed. That would be foolish. Pearl is a rash person, and questions would get her killed. I'll tell Riker to help you and Charlie. He's a good man, eccentric, but you should trust him. He gave Lucas a bitter smile, turned on his heel, and left, his confidence filling the room even as he walked away. Back to Charlie. Enchanting items was proving to be one of the most annoying tasks I'd ever tried. Ever. I tossed a pair of gloves at the wall, watching with satisfaction as they slid down to the floor, where I gave them a solid, love-filled kick. 3 times for good measure. 2 months without whiskey? Doable. But this was torture. I took a begrudging sip from my water skin and bit into the cheapest bread they could buy. Real princess living right there. Break over. Back to enchanting. You enchanted the sturdy gloves. Rating 17 times A's. Why? Why is this so stupidly difficult? How many times did I need to practice this rune before I got it right? 1 billion times? My patience wore thin, and my fists smashed into the armrest of my chair, splintering it into pieces. Wonderful. Just wonderful. With one more punch, the old table was gone too. Great. Now I had to sit on the floor. Uncomfortable? Yes. Manageable? Also yes. Calm down, John. Breathe. Wasn't I the one who once found a bug with 3 flying sticks and zoomed around like a comet? I knew how to exploit, damn it. So why was I failing so badly at this? The process was grating. My knowledge of enchanting was limited to an exploit, not the actual technique. I gathered more dust and essence, muttering, "Let's go." You enchanted the sturdy gloves. Rating 28. I hate this. I swear I'm absolutely the worst with these things. The minimum effect I needed to get was 5% just to make it useful for Lisa. She seemed desperate. That required a rating of at least 40%, and I couldn't reach it fast enough. Frustrated, I threw another punch, this time cracking the floor. I paused, taking in the scene around me. Something felt off. This was unlike me. Normally, I'd analyze every detail and work out a solution methodically before acting. Could it be my new hormones messing with my head? No way. Lucy was leagues better at enchanting than I ever was, and she also had to deal with these hormones. My success rate? A pathetic 1 in 10 attempts. On the bright side, at least ID stopped outright failing after the first couple of hours. I glanced at the clock, and the memory of the bar's comforting warmth crept back. Sorry, Lucas. Tonight's a no-go. Later, as I channeled mana into the rune, I noticed a faint glow at its edges, a weak line of light that linked the rune to the glove, focusing on the essence. Interesting. Maybe this was a clue? Carefully, I dusted the connection points with 2 more layers of essence dust, pouring in mana at a slower, steadier rate. You enchanted the sturdy gloves. Rating 49 Kane's success. I tossed the gloves onto the completed pile and kept going, enchanted energy practically coursing through me. Dust the glowing spots, channel mana, and bam! Instant success. I'd cracked the enchanting code. Pumping my fist with a triumphant grin, I enchanted item after item, far exceeding my expectations. When I finally finished, I sent a message to Lisa and collapsed on the floor, exhausted. You called, sweetheart? Lisa strode in moments later, flashing a playful grin. Why else would I call you, Miss Moneybags? I thought, but I kept quiet. After I nodded toward the finished gear, she eagerly dug through the pile, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Her dazzling smile showed off her perfect teeth, and suddenly I felt my face heating up. I turned away, trying to brush off the odd feeling twisting in my stomach. Snap out of it, John. You're a girl now, remember? Maybe she likes girls. Stop it. Once Shed finished examining everything, Lisa squealed and pulled me into a hug, bouncing up and down like a kid. I couldn't help it. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and soon I was grinning and bouncing with her. Great. Now I was just like those noobs who cheered after killing a wolf that was stuck in the mud. Not exactly how a 40-year-old should behave. You're a lifesaver. I really needed this gear, she whispered. I mumbled something in response against her shoulder, steadying myself as we jumped. Honestly, leaning my head on her chest was just a side effect. Definitely not intentional. Our celebration ended abruptly when she pulled out a scroll, her eyes sparkling with mischief. One last favor. Ice Princess, enchant this staff for me, and this rune is yours. But, she wagged a finger at me, you have to promise not to enchant anything for Dimitri. Rune of Fire. Quality, 3 rare effect, boosts fire damage. Ingredients, 5x enchanting powder, 2x essence of fire, 1x fire gem requirements, 1 beginner enchanting price, 10 egg Miss Lisa. Not so sure about this, I muttered, my eyes glued to the floor. I don't want to damage your item. Lisa's hand found my shoulder. Squeezing with such confidence and warmth, it sent a comforting wave through me. She patted my head, and for a moment, I could hardly keep myself from grinning like an idiot. Princess, you're so cute, she laughed. Give it a shot. If you fail, that's okay. I'll still like you. Here is a tip. Don't inspect the item before you enchant it. Let it be a surprise. Her easy encouragement calmed my nerves, and I managed a small smile back at her. John, would you have ever guessed a noob would be your cheerleader one day? She was onto something, though. Maybe I'd feel less pressure if I didn't know the full worth of the item. It was probably just a regular staff, right? She wouldn't hand me anything rare, right? I glanced at the scroll again, and my stomach dropped. The rune of fire was more complex than the system led on. Rune, it said, but it was actually two interconnected runes. The first part was straightforward, but the second? A mess. It was as if a child had scribbled together 3 octagons in a haphazard connection, with no sense or reason. The staff wasn't exactly basic, either. It was crafted from dark red wood, and at the tip, a bright red crystal was embedded. Just a cheap crystal, I tried to tell myself, nothing fancy. Just a stick. Just a stick. Calm down, Charlie. John. Lisa plopped onto the ground, happily sorting through all the enchanted items, humming some tune to herself as I studied the runes. I took a steadying breath and dusted the staff with 4 even layers of powder. After that, I looked for the right placement for the runes. It would look cool, I thought, if I placed them near the bottom of the staff. Perfect. I decided to set the gem about 2/3 up. Ideal if I pulled this off. Finally, faint rune outlines appeared, and I guided my trembling hands through each twist and turn of the design. Focus, John. Lisa trusted you with this. I slowed my pace, feeling a slight, almost invisible tug in my mind as the mana resisted, wanting to surge outward. It was nothing like anything in the real world, or whatever our world was, but in an odd way, it reminded me of trying to hold in a ridiculously full bladder. A sliver of light began to shine along the staff, and with my final brush of powder, the runes connected. You enchanted the fire staff. Rating 61. The runes wrapped around the base of the staff, glowing a fierce, bright red, and the gem shifted to match the enormous crystal at the top. My snowflake emblem was even etched right into the gem itself. I stared, barely able to believe what I was seeing. An idea that had just been in my head was now there in front of me. Real and perfectly crafted. Flame staff. Quality: 5 epic ATK, 4 to 5 durability, 10-5-105 effect, 7 INT, 3 damage to flame spells, enchanting, 4 damage to flame spells. Restriction: level 7, mage fire. Type class description: staff used by Ext, the fire tamer subordinate. Enchanted by Ice Princess. I dropped to the floor, paralyzed with fear. This was one of the rarest drops from the first boss in the Scorching Dungeon. Lisa had trusted me with epic tier dungeon loot. My voice caught in my throat as I stared at the staff, frozen. Lisa snatched it up, her eyes sparkling as she examined the stats. Princess, you're incredible. Look at this staff, she squealed, letting out a triumphant laugh. Wahaha, I am the fire goddess. Everything belongs to me now. Eat that, Dimitri. She swung at an invisible enemy, leaving a trail of fiery sparks in the air, then clutched the staff to her chest, twirling in a graceful, almost professional dance. I'd never seen anyone dance with a staff before, but she looked like she'd taken lessons, probably a perk of her wealth. Feeling oddly encouraged, I finally spoke up. I'm glad you're happy with it. Could I get some equipment too? Level 5 priest gear, of course. Peter's next door. No, actually, I'll tell him, she said, giving me a quick kiss on the cheek before dashing out the door with such excitement she nearly tripped. What just happened? The ruthless fire goddess had kissed me? The rumors about her had to be wrong. I followed her lead and entered the next room to find a lone elf sorting through equipment. Nervousness tangled my tongue, and I could only manage a nod and a small smile. Oh yeah, he said, rolling his eyes. Our fearless leader mentioned something about priest gear for you before she bolted off to who knows where. I nodded, as if this was completely normal, even as he sighed and led me to a room filled with neatly organized equipment scattered across the floor. Hundreds of items, all arranged by type and level. The sheer effort it must have taken. Peter, wait until you find out you can build shelves. I accepted whatever he handed over and quickly left without a word, mentally kicking myself for being such an ice princess. Chapter 60. Dirty Old Man. I ducked into an alley next to the shopping area and slipped into my new gear. The robe was a simple white cloth with red trim. It left my shoulders bare and highlighted, well, a lot of skin. Cleavage and thighs mostly. Great. The tiara was plain. A simple band of reeds without any embellishments, which was fine by me. Finally, a princess with a tiara though. Now to find Erwin and be a princess for real. Wait, would that make me princess? A possible exploit that might shatter the system? Haha. Finally dressed like someone who didn't just roll out of the gutter, I strolled through village number 4 feeling a touch more confident. I stopped to ask an elven guard for directions to the priest mentor. Mentor? She echoed, her high-pitched voice ringing down the entire street. I know! Go straight. Then left by the big general store, and left again. Cringing under the sudden interest of passers-by, I tried to make my escape, but not before noticing her armor. Somehow, it was even more impractical than mine. Her chest was practically bursting out of it. How would that even block an attack in this reality or whatever Rimelion was? With a silent curse at the system and the questionable taste of gamers, I hurried away, finding the building at last. An old elf greeted me warmly. Welcome, young priestess. His white full-body robe seemed ordinary, but his gaze wasn't. When he looked at me, I felt stripped bare, as if his eyes saw straight through me. Ah, the scanning spell. One of the few advantages NPC trainers had over players. I wondered if the real-world simulation had something similar. The room smelled thickly of cinnamon, like a bakery rather than an ancient training hall. Hello, I'm here to learn advanced skills, if possible, I said, trying to keep my tone steady. My hesitant steps betrayed my nerves, though. But I could talk. Stupid body. Why could I talk to him easily but got tongue-tied around Lisa? Let's get on with it then. 3 basic skills. I can't learn that many right now. I already have 5, and I don't want to give up any, I interrupted, apologetic. He looked at me with newfound interest, his old, discolored teeth showing as he smiled. His tongue flicked out, coated in saliva, and I had to suppress a shudder as his intense gaze roamed from my head to my feet. I instinctively took a step back, wondering if even Boris would find him creepy. Show me your skills then. I'll judge if you're worthy, he said, licking his lips in a way that made me cringe. Old man, I decide my destiny. These skills are mine, and you can't take them from me, I retorted, agitated at the thought of losing my heroic abilities. He just snorted back. Right. With flushed cheeks, I attempted to show him ice dance, visualizing the runes, but of course, I fumbled the spell. Not my finest moment. Without a word, he waved a hand, conjuring the blue haze that enveloped us. Judging by the buildup of energy, these aren't common skills. Focus and do it properly, he instructed. I tried again, concentrating on each movement with precision, but the ice dance still wasn't coming together. Before I could try once more, he crept closer, reached out and gripped my hands firmly, guiding them. I froze, tempted to yank my hands away and smack him, but his grip was surprisingly strong. Young priestess, you're too reckless in your runecraft. Magic is about precision, not speed. A failed spell is useless. Even if it takes time, don't rush. I knew that, but finesse was never my strong suit. The reality was frustrating. My casting speed lagged behind others. I wanted to scream at him my favorite profane words, but my experience taught me otherwise. Mentors were usually wise, and their experience was boundless. Yes, I could beat a warrior mentor, but this old pervert, he knew more about magic than I did. Fine. Begrudgingly, I let him circle behind me, his damp robe sticking to my skin as he guided my hands, feeling the unfamiliar calm tug of mana as he directed my movements. For the first time, the runes filled with energy smoothly, without the usual resistance. Whatever he did, it surprised me. I hadn't achieved that like ever. As I finished the last rune, he sniffed my hair. Seriously? And I shouted, Ice dance! A frosty blue light spread across the room, leaving a shimmering layer of ice. An exceptional spell, worthy of a hero. Have you met a god? He asked casually, as if divine encounters were everyday occurrences. Of course, Sir Trainer. I was picking some yogurt at the grocery store and chatted with God in the queue for bananas. I opened my mouth to answer, but noticed that he was still gripping my hands, enjoying the touch. Yes, The god of ice blood, I replied, trying not to think about it as I attempted to free myself. Splendid. I was waiting for a hero to come to our village. I hadn't expected a young, booming hero with beautiful bosoms. Destiny has brought you to me with such vigor, he whispered in my ear, far too close for comfort. Trying to escape his clutches failed again, so I nodded at his remark. Obviously, it was the destiny. It wasn't like I had to visit him at level 5 for the advancement, 10 for getting first proper class, 25 to evolve class, and so on. He caressed my butt. Hey! The sensation of his clammy hands was the last straw. I gathered all my strength and nimbly jumped away from him, twisting around his hand using imperial steps taught to young princesses to escape from situations just like this one. He composed himself and gestured for me to sit. I have a task for you, should you be brave enough to accept. I shrugged. There was nothing on the floor, no mats, no tea, not even a cushion. I waited for him to settle first, before reluctantly sitting, careful to keep a distance between us. Imperial steps won't work on the floor. You received your first quest. Do you want to disable the quest system? The organic quests have greater rewards, but you won't get help from the system, recommended only for experienced players. Disable the help, I muttered to myself. What kind of exploiter would I be with quest arrows and logs cluttering my vision? The old elf's voice rang out again. I've recently received reports of strange activity on the island of the dead. Please investigate these incidents and explore the tomb of Queen Eowyn. Wait, hold up. Was this the Imperial quest? The fall of the Empire already? Regret immediately crept in. Disabling the quest log suddenly felt like a rookie move, but no way was I backing down now. My pride was at stake, no crutches from the system. I accept. I'll gather my friends and… No, dear hero, you must do this alone. He stopped me before I could finish and leaned in close. Too close. Was he going to caress me again? What was his deal? This looks like a fun setup for an RPG-style story. I've cleaned up the dialogue formatting and corrected some punctuation and grammar to make the narrative flow more smoothly. The corrected narrative. Do you realize I'm a priest? I can handle this solo. I'll fail, I protested, scooting backward as the rough ground scraped against me. You are right, I apologize, young heroine. For the duration of your mission, Donovan will accompany you. He turned and called out, Donovan, come here, hey! Wait, old man. I never agreed to this Donovan guy tagging along. I pouted, but he was already ignoring me, grinning with those dreadful, rotten teeth of his. The metallic clank of armor echoed through the room, and a warrior in gleaming silver approached, kneeling before the mentor. He looked barely 20, with short black hair and a soft, untested face. He hadn't seen much, if any, battle. Just perfect. Donovan Livy, 10 class, Squire. Squire Donovan, at your service, Master Tion, he shouted with way too much enthusiasm. Wait, Master Tion, this old guy? Tion was the retired priest it encountered when testing the main quest. I remembered his dramatic backstory. Something about him saving a duke's life after his exile. Apparently, had been banished for, well, sleeping with the duke's daughter and her maid simultaneously. Classy. Every starting village had its notable NPC to kick off the big story arcs, so running into him again wasn't too shocking. But his stats? Insane. His heals practically carried me through tough fights back when I was testing it. I eyed him, and he shot me a grin back. Womanizer. Yeah, he was unforgettable. Donovan Tion continued with the same serious tone. You're to travel with this young heroine and protect her with your life. Do you understand? Yes, sir. I'd sooner die than let the enemy harm her. He boomed, practically vibrating with zeal. My poor ears. It was annoying. So I stood up, walked over to him, and extended my hand. My name's Princess. I hope we… Princess? I'm a prince too. Are you an actual princess? Donovan blurted out, practically bowing to the floor in excitement. I wanted to protest, to shut this whole thing down, but as I glanced at Tion, I caught him openly ogling my ridiculously low-cut robe. Great. Donovan, stop with the prince nonsense. You'll never get nobility without hard work, Tion chided, although his eyes didn't move from the neckline of my robe as he crept closer. No, this was not happening. I refused the quest, I declared, stomping toward the exit. Main quest with these two? Hard pass. Jion, quick as ever, sprinted over and grabbed my hand. "Please wait, hero princess," he said, his voice all soft and pleading as he ran his fingers over my palm. I shivered, irritation boiling inside me. Can't even decline a quest in peace? Fine, let's play hardball with this pervy priest. If you want my help, here are my conditions. First, 1,000 gold pieces for supplies, for me and Donovan. Second, if we're traveling to that island, I want us on one of the Duke's raid ships, the ones heading past the scorched land. Deal? I turned to leave, but Tion tightened his grip, a sly grin spreading over his face. Then, to top off his noble charm, he pulled me closer and kissed my palm with all the flourish of a knight. Agreed. Both conditions are perfectly reasonable. Wait, what? He actually agreed. I thought those demands were outrageous, at least slightly out of reach. All right then. Very well, I said, feigning nonchalance, but I'll need half a day to prepare. Almost said log out there. Did these NPCs know this was all a game for us players, or was that strictly a player thing? The Duke's fleet will pass through the village tomorrow. Meet us at the temple and well be ready. Here, your promised compensation. His tone finally shifted to something more like a proper mentor than a medieval creep. About time. You received 1,000 jages. Thank you. I managed a quick smile at Taeon before practically bolting out of the building. I felt the place like it could explode any second, and I sprinted away, leaving that creepy atmosphere behind me. Once in the familiar alley, I logged out without hesitation. Back in reality, I fumbled for my old shirt and pants, only to stop and stare at my smaller hands. Damn, every time. I sighed, settled for a white shirt and skirt instead, and checked the clock. Midnight. Well, at least a quick rest wouldn't hurt, so I went to bed, and as I lay laying down, out of nowhere, a loud mechanical roar filled my ears, a propeller plane starting up. What in the world? Was this some kind of simulation glitch? The scene changed suddenly, and I found myself inside a plane, fully dressed in skydiving gear. I wasn't alone either. Next to me, a younger version of Lucas was grinning, looking thrilled at whatever insanity was about to happen. Chapter 18. Alchemy is fun. I slipped back into the tavern and peered around carefully. Thankfully, there was no sign of Lisa lurking about. I slid in unnoticed and headed for a secluded spot in the back. It wasn't a private room, just a small area with a single table and 5-foot-high wooden walls around it. I could still hear chatter on the other side, but it was better than sitting out in the open. First things first, I ordered a pint of beer and stocked up on another crate of wine and some food for me and Donovan. Where better to resupply than a cozy tavern? Then I stacked all 10 cauldrons on the table. The waitress frowned but said nothing about it. While inspecting the cauldrons, I noticed a small yellow crystal embedded beneath each one. With a spark of mana, the cauldron heated, a tiny flame flickering to life. Sweet. For the preparation phase, the recipe only mentioned needing rhodambine, so I pulled out the ingredients, 10 times the amount of course. To kick things off, I had to fill each cauldron with water, exactly as the recipe instructed. Right, who travels casually with gallons of water? Me. I hauled out my big water bottle and filled each cauldron, spacing it out in 5-second intervals for the exploit to work. Once the water boiled, I tossed in the violet alchemy thingies. Technically, they were called alchemy reagents, but alchemy thingies had a better ring to it. According to the recipe, I was supposed to throw in crushed flour once the thingies turned bluish. Crushed flour? And why wasn't that mentioned in the prep stage, you moron? While the water heated, I quickly ground the brittle black petals of the rhodambine flower in my brand new mortar, releasing a sharp, pungent aroma. The system timer counted down precisely to 5 minutes, and as the color finally changed, I dumped the flour in. The bubbling potions released an aromatic scent as I stirred each of the 10 cauldrons in rapid succession, leaving me more exhausted than a boss fight. Terrific. The table rattled slightly as I set down the potion bottle, its contents sloshing inside. Alchemy bottles only came in 2 types, standard, with a 10-ounce volume, and small, holding just 1 ounce. As soon as the first potion turned green, I activated the ring, and the liquid in the cauldron condensed. I didn't waste a second, pouring it straight into the bottle. In quick succession, I repeated the process with each of the other cauldrons. When I finally finished, I slumped onto the bench, exhausted but satisfied, scanning the blue notification boxes with a grin. Congratulations. You have created the Agility Potion X110. Agility Potion. Effect. 50 agility for 10 minutes. Yes, I jumped up, cheering. My intuition had been spot on. It worked like a charm. Since the potion was originally larger, creating 10 smaller ones and merging them made the effect 10 times stronger. Sweet, I murmured in delight. The only downside was having to make the potions simultaneously, with just a 10-second window after creation to merge them. Easy. Princess? I heard Lisa's enthusiastic voice from across the room, followed by her quick footsteps as she rushed over. She threw her arms around me in a tight hug, like a kid clutching a favorite toy. You're amazing! Thanks to you, we cleared the second boss. As she hugged me, I felt her lips press gently against my hair in a sweet, affectionate kiss. I opened my mouth to protest, but my voice caught, and all that came out was a soft squeak. Naturally, that was the only reaction I could manage when a beautiful girl held me like this. What's with the 10 cauldrons? Don't you need only one? She asked, still holding me. Despite being treated like a cute mascot, I felt a warm flutter of happiness inside. More is better. I'm heading to the Duke's ship. You coming? I deflected, not wanting to get into the details of multi-alchemy. Honestly, I hadn't invented this trick. I'd seen something similar in a video 5 years from now. They had decreased the size of the metal to make it sturdier. So I made an educated guess. With enough creativity, anyone could use the ring to their advantage, so I shouldn't worry, right? Hopefully, the system would fix it later rather than sooner. No report for Ian then. Hell be sad. Oh, I'd love to, Princess. I heard it's a tough quest, but I need to finish the dungeon first, she said, sounding dejected, which admittedly gave me a tiny thrill. No more annoying hugging. Or maybe it didn't. Actually, hearing that had the opposite effect. Why? No more cuddling. I get it. Good luck, friend, I said, watching her return to her table. Please, Lisa, kiss me more. Determined to earn more of her affection, I peeked over at her room again, only to find a way too many people around her table, all waving at me, including that Rob, who was staring at my boobs earlier and also now. Not happening. I squeaked, quickly darted back, and got back to my alchemy. The result? 100 small potions and 10 bottles for emergencies. My slow pace and dejected expression belied my enthusiasm as I entered my mentor's lair. Princess, come sit with us. Donovan's loud voice boomed, very loud. Wonderful, just wonderful. I nodded and walked over to the low desk where they were squatting. A tea party on the floor? Bizarre, but at least they'd set up some actual furniture this time. I briefly considered turning around and running, but ended up sitting down anyway. Donovan handed me a cup, and I took a cautious sip. The tea was lukewarm, with a strong blueberry aroma that was almost inviting. Almost. The taste, however, was lacking. It was like a mouthful of dry, flavorless soil. Patrick's window cleaner had better flavor. So, what's the story with you and Donovan? How did you two meet? I asked, my glorious attempt at conversation. When my mother died, she wished for me to become a knight. Like in the legends, back when humans were just a lesser race. Donovan's battle cry echoed through the lair as he brandished his sword dramatically. Before I could comment on how ridiculous he looked, Tion shot him a scolding look. Donovan, let go of that nonsense. The past is in the past. He glanced my way, and a knot tightened in my stomach. Hero, you're just in time. The Duke's fleet will arrive shortly. I spoke with the harbor master. You've got a place on the 3rd ship. You'll need to convince the captain, or even the Duke himself, to fulfill your destiny. I knew there'd be a catch. Wonderful, I muttered, sipping the tea. A splash of rum might have been perfect to mask the rocky flavor. Blah. Before I realized it, the old man was pressing himself against me from behind, patting my head. Where can I complain about harassment in a game? Well, let's not put a target on my back, or they might pull the banhammer. You'll be fine, you're a hero. He leaned over, trying to peek down my cleavage, and I could feel his breath dampening my hair. A wave of disgust washed over me, quickly giving way to a growing rage. Fine, pervert. I poured the rest of my drink on him and slammed the cup onto his head, making him recoil. Let's go, Donovan. An unexplainable anger was boiling inside me as I stomped out, each step landing harder than the last. Why am I like this? My feelings were a mess I couldn't make sense of. The not yet knight scrambled to join me, quickly gathering his things as I left. Good luck, the cursed mentor called after us, laughing as he healed himself. Choosing this village turned out to be a mistake. Stupid Tion. It wasn't until Donovan led us on a stroll through the village that I finally spotted the river winding through it. The harbor was hidden down and around the mountain, so when the river suddenly came into view, I let out a surprised, "No way." Unlike the calm streets above, this area buzzed with activity like a beehive. Elves were darting around, shouting, selling wares, and boarding ships. You name it. The harbor master, an older man with a booming voice, stood in the thick of it all. My calm dissipated with each step toward him, replaced by rising anxiety. I slowed my pace, veering slightly to the side, as if I had something else to do. Donovan noticed and gave me a puzzled look. Thinking I hadn't seen the harbor master, he grabbed my hand and dragged me forward. "Wait," Mr. Tion said, "we can sail with the Duke." Donovan's trademark yell was actually useful here in the noisy crowd. The harbor master gave us a nod. "That's right. Wait," he shouted just as loudly. While I shielded my pointy ears, he called over a young boy and told him to guide us. This was a blessing, as my focus was practically ruined by the hundreds of people bustling around. The noise of overlapping conversations, the clamor of ships, and the rank smell of rotting. The everything overwhelmed the poor, introverted me. The kid led us to a large dock area, off limits and guarded by the town's soldiers. After he proved we belonged, the guards let us pass the rope strung between old, rotting posts. We found a quiet spot where the mountain met the river, and I finally leaned back against the rock to rest. "We're here." The boy grinned and held out his hand. "He wants a tip?" I looked over at Donovan, but he was too busy admiring the female guards nearby. After a quick look at the boy's scruffy appearance, I handed him 1 silver. Judging by his wide-eyed gratitude and his repeated thanks, he'd overpaid again. Whatever. Stop staring at the girls and tell me, how long have you been training? I gave Donovan a slap on the back, instantly regretting it. That armor was no joke. My hand throbbed with pain. "I've been in the service of my master for over 10 months, he yelled, grinning at my cleavage. "Don't yell." And that wasn't my question. "What can you actually do? What kind of training have you had?" "I followed my master. Whenever I needed it, I'd take a hit. He always healed me afterward," he said proudly. Damn, old man. This kid was utterly useless. "Show me how you'd strike an enemy, all right?" I kept my voice neutral, trying to stay calm. He nodded, but it was painfully clear his stance was off and his technique was non-existent. He swung his sword without moving his feet or hips at all. After silently cursing the old pervert 1,000 times, I said, "Let's make a bet, all right?" I pulled out my staff and pointed it at him. I hadn't tried the whip yet, and this wasn't the best place to practice. If you can stay on your feet for 10 seconds without falling, you win. And if you hit me even once, you also win. He looked at my staff with a scornful expression. "What are the stakes, princess? If you win, I'll let you touch my butt. But if I win, I get to call you Don and teach you the basics of swordsmanship." He agreed to the uneven terms the second I mentioned his reward. What a fool. "You have used the agility potion." Agility increased by 50. After I nodded to start, he took the initiative. The idiot tightened his grip on his sword, bringing it close before thrusting it straight at my chest. Thanks to my boosted agility, I sidestepped and gently tapped the tip of my staff against his blade, redirecting his attack to the left. He nearly lost his balance from that alone, leaving his right side wide open. I reached out and tapped him with a single finger, enough to make him lose his footing and fall. "Again!" he shouted, scrambling back to his feet. We squared off once more. For the duration of the potion, I sparred with him and defeated him every time, yet his unyielding spirit kept him coming back. "All right, Don, that's enough. So, what do you think?" He looked at me with eager eyes and said, "Your butt is amazing." Chapter 19. The journey starts. After our sparring session, I leaned back against the mountainside, not noticing the ships until the unmistakable sound of sails snapping in the wind reached my ears. The sight took me aback. The Duke had sent over 30 ships, their sails billowing proudly in the breeze as they approached the harbor. The Duke's fleet split, some headed to the harbor, while others anchored in the river's center, with only a few ships docking. Our friend, the harbor master, greeted the delegation while dock workers scrambled to load supplies. What really caught my attention, though, was the way they used whips to prod along their strange creatures, a bizarre blend of pig and horse. Fellow whip users, amid the bustling activity, Don stepped up to a soldier guarding the delegation and loudly announced our business. His shout caught the attention of an older captain, who approached us with a warm smile that put me slightly at ease. "I heard about you two. You're the knight, right? And you must be the young priestess Tion mentioned. Go on in, we've got a room ready for you." Startled, Don dropped his sword with a clatter, then quickly saluted. "Yes, sir." Only the lessons from the palace kept me from face-palming and dying from embarrassment by association. With a flick of his wrist, the captain gestured to a nearby soldier. "You, escort them to the cabin near the kitchen." The soldier responded with an elven salute and motioned for us to follow. As I took in the size of the massive ship, I felt the wooden boards creak underfoot as we made our way into the hold. Our room was small, containing only 2 bunk beds. Don scowled at the sparse furnishings, but I didn't care. Players never had to sleep in the game, I reminded myself. At least I wouldn't have to worry about him invading my bed at night. But ending up with these perverts while playing as a girl? Rotten luck. I'd have preferred a magistrate from the capital, a true gentleman. Ignoring Don's grumbling, I started enchanting my gear. The tiara's success had been a nice boost, though its fire resistance wasn't all that useful for me. My skill in runecrafting had improved with practice, but my enchantments averaged a modest 70%. Maybe I had a touch of talent, hopefully. After all that work, I'd managed to gain 2 intelligence on everything, except for the robe. Enchanting, 6 INT. Whip enchanting, 2 INT. Our cozy little room was filled with the persistent smell of old wood, which didn't sit well with my nose. The clatter of Don's armor hitting the floor broke the silence, and I could see the boredom in his eyes. It was perfect for my plan. "Let's do some real training, Don," I said, giving him a quick pinch in the side. He groaned and dropped onto the edge of the bed, examining his armor. "That's for my butt, amateur. You won't need armor for this. In fact, it's better without it." I grabbed his hand and dragged him up to the deck. He protested but quickly quieted, trailing after me with his eyes firmly fixed on my backside. Of course. We reached the upper deck, where the captain's voice echoed as he barked curses at the sailors. Dodging the flurry of activity, I led Don to a secluded corner by a bench, away from all the bustle. "So, Don, you're a knight," I began. "Your shield is your best friend. It keeps you alive. Its purpose isn't just to block strikes, it can also distract your opponent, block their view, and redirect their blade." His expression was blank, though his eyes were less interested in my words than in my posture whenever I leaned forward to demonstrate. His grinning face betrayed exactly where his focus was. "This brat." I give up acting my age. I slapped him lightly and continued, "Your sword is your offensive weapon. Its purpose is to cut down your enemy quickly and effectively. Never use it for defense. That's what the shield is for. Got it?" Don gave a lazy nod. I fought the urge to slap him again, to knock that smug look off his face. What a disgrace. I remembered training Imperial soldiers on my quests, where my words held respect and authority. Now I was stuck with this shameless brat. "On your feet. Into your stance," I ordered. He rose slowly, shield in one hand and sword in the other, but his arms hung lifelessly, looking more like a mage out of his element than a knight ready for battle. "This is what you call a stance," I barked. "Present the shield in front. Bend your knees." He lifted his shield, barely. I kicked his calf, forcing him to bend with a yelp. His eyes pleaded for mercy. "Princess, I don't need all this training. My queen will teach me everything." He started rambling about Queen Owen, as if hoping she'd magically turn him into a proper knight. Dream on. Not a queen, but a princess will beat you into a proper knight. His sword clattered to the deck as he stumbled from my second slap. "Get up. Back in your stance. When defending, you face your opponent with your left foot forward, keeping your shield close to them. That way, you can block easier and dodge incoming strikes. Right foot back, shoulder width apart, and keep your back straight." Getting him into a proper stance took more than a few kicks and several corrective smacks. The ships had finally sailed, and the wind whistled all around us as we drilled. I checked his form, still painfully amateurish. and with a sigh, I grabbed his equipment to show him the stance myself. In theory, anyway. Lifting Don's shield proved near impossible with my lack of strength, and I nearly toppled over just trying. Don burst into laughter, gasping for air as he doubled over and eventually rolled on the ground, cackling. Fine. I shoved his useless equipment back at him and slipped on my own new shield, a silver bracelet that hugged my forearm perfectly. As I channeled mana into it, I felt a drain on my reserves and sighed. The loss of mana stung, but at least I could wield a shield. When my mana reached the bracelet, a translucent purple luminescent barrier burst into life, forming a solid, rounded shield over 3 feet wide. All right, watch my stance, I said, demonstrating. See how my back is straight. Pay attention to my legs. I'll perform an attack. I shifted my rear leg forward, rotated my hips, then pivoted on my front foot and struck downward with an imaginary sword. The most basic attack in the book. Now, your turn. Don swung his sword in a wild arc, crashing it into the ground before stumbling forward. His attempt was clumsy, but he looked determined, trying his best to mimic my stance. Bo drew poorly. But hey, at least he was trying. All right, Don. Now I'll hold my shield up. Try to get through my defense. I settled into a defensive stance, presenting my shield to him, but he just snickered like a kid. Well, he was one. Can I, penetrate your butt if I manage it? Training with the most shameless pervert. You stupid brat. Ugh. Fine. If you actually manage it, I'll let you touch me once. He didn't wait another second. He lunged at me with a slash, but I blocked it with ease. The magic shield absorbed the blow effortlessly, like an alchemical exploit. It even surprised me how easy it was. His attack's energy vanished the moment it hit. Sweet. Block successful. Damage mitigated. 3. Other damage halved. Damage suffered. 1. As my hit points dropped dangerously low, I had to stop the fight and heal myself. Hooray! At least the stupid spell worked on the first try. While Don continued sparring with imaginary enemies, I took out my whip, determined to practice. I swung the whip, trying to replicate the moves I remembered from videos of a legendary mage killer in my past life. Their name was renowned all throughout the forums. It was Fox Chrissy. Fox Chrissy was a pro, and the whip's double damage property was lethal against mages and priests. The sight of Fox Chrissy tearing through the backline, leaving chaos in their wake, was intoxicating. Maybe someday I'll have crowds cheering for me like Fox Chrissy did. Looking back up, I caught Don ogling me from behind. Never mind. A confident stride approached, and I turned to find the captain grinning at me. Hero, ever actually handled a whip before? You wield a sword and shield like a seasoned soldier, but one little whip seems to have you stumped. I frowned and glanced at Don's sloppy stance. I've used swords for a long time, yes, so I'd say I'm an expert with those. But a whip? Not really, the captain nodded, reaching down to pull out his own whip from his belt. What the? All right, young priestess, let me show you how it's done. After a few nervous glances, the lesson began. I moved my arm in a wide arc and slashed downward. The whip responded clumsily, more of a wiggle than a controlled strike. The captain stepped in, grabbing my hand to guide me. His grip was rough, not gentle in the slightest, much to Don's amusement, but at least it was purely professional, unlike certain other masters. While I tried to teach Don, the captain was teaching me to face an imaginary enemy with a whip. The floaters. A shout interrupted our training session, cutting through the air like a whip. Care to lend a hand, young hero? Floaters are annoying little bastards, the captain called out as he strode toward the ship's center. A strange, burbling sound echoed across the deck, followed by the wet slap of something hauling itself aboard. The creature emerged. It was a stout, dark green-blue mass glistening with seawater. Its skin shimmered like oil slicks on whiskey, slimy and uneven. It had a pointed, almost bird-like face with bulging, fish-like eyes that darted about erratically. Its jagged teeth jutted out at odd angles, giving its wide, lipless mouth a permanently twisted snarl. Fleshy, fin-like limbs flopped against the wooden boards, leaving a sticky trail behind. Gross. The captain didn't flinch. With 2 precise cracks of his whip, the creature let out a gurgling screech before splitting clean in half, its innards spilling onto the deck in a slimy, steaming mess. What the? Floater Livy 5, Type 1 common HP, 4040. I rushed to the captain's side, my heart pounding. What the heck was that thing? A floater? Every time we set sail, they swarm us. Angry little pests, they attack in waves the whole trip. With a swift kick, he sent the creature's remains splashing back into the river. Constant waves of low HP monsters. Is this heaven? As the next floater crawled onto the deck, I stepped up to practice my whip technique. I swung with all my strength, but the whip's tip sailed wide, striking the ship's deck instead. All right, this is nonsense. Focus, Charlie. John. I tried again, but missed once more, achieving nothing except a lesson in frustration. Too slow. Predict their path, then aim. The captain's laughter rang out as he settled onto the bench beside us, watching my attempts. Determined, I tried again, adjusting my timing. This time, as the whip cracked against the floater, a sharp supersonic bang echoed across the deck, and the creature's insides practically imploded from the strike. Armor pierced. Target lost 10 HP, 5x2 normal. Number frickin' way. A grin spread across my face as I turned to Don. Don, on guard, we are in heaven. Chapter 20. Well, boss. It truly was paradise. The floaters kept swarming, and I sent Don in as our tank, letting me practice my whip swings freely. Don charged forward like an idiot, tripping over a loose board and sprawling across the deck. Just as a floater lunged at him, I swung hard, feeling the satisfying crunch as my whip connected with its skull. Floater has been defeated. Your contribution, 4 XP. The system kept interrupting with messages of XP, so I silenced it. Annoying. Eventually I ran out of mana after one last healing spell, forcing us to take a break. The disappointment must have shown on my face because the captain looked over, intrigued. What's got you down? I want to help, I want to fight, but I'm out of mana, I said, watching the sailors fend off the relentless XP bags as I clenched my fists. Damn it, I thought. The rankers are probably way ahead of me now. I know the future, I exploit every trick and still am lagging behind. The captain chuckled. Luckily, we've got a whole stash of mana potions on board. For you? He fluttered a potion in front of my face. One's yours for 5 coppers. The only condition is that you keep fighting them. I jumped at the offer, nodding eagerly, and practically snatched the potions from his hand, slapping a few coppers into his palm. This quest is perfect. If you need more, just holler, and I'll get someone to bring them. Keep fighting, hero. With a grin, I downed the potion and leapt back into the fray. Every time Don's health dipped too low, his high-pitched cries for healing echoed across the deck. Useless brat. I moved my shield hand in a quick pattern, letting mana flow and golden energy wrap around him. NPC Donovan has been healed for 14 HP. With a quick flick of my fingers, the runes for Ice Dance shimmered to life, filling the air with a familiar blue glow and a crisp layer of frost. First try. Even my Ice Dance was improving. Though my runecrafting was slow, I kept up a steady rhythm, just as that creep had once told me. The memory of his gaze on my exposed body made me shiver. Stupid system, stupid people. For a moment, I clenched my teeth and swung hard, decapitating the nearest floater to reclaim a sense of control. I knew my runecrafting speed needed work, but right now, I reveled in the thrill of success. The sharp crack of the whip, the adrenaline rushing through my veins, and the steady flow of experience points kept me wide awake. The floaters didn't stand a chance. My whip was everywhere, striking one after another. Can I buy more mana potions? I asked after dispatching the latest creature. Princess, aren't you tired? The captain's voice held a hint of concern as he handed me a towel. You've been at it for 10 hours straight. That's a lot of brawling. You're welcome to rest, we can handle it. That long? When you were having fun as a battle priestess. Oh, battle sister. Wasn't I basically a nun? Captain, I'll always be ready to fight. If my god wills it, and if there's an enemy, I'll face them, I replied, flashing a smile to mask the real reason for my determination. It wasn't exactly a lie, but I wasn't here out of some heroic sense of duty. My restless heart had other goals. Very well, he nodded. I already sent a man to bring more supplies for you. You're a true hero. Not quite. I was here to grind, Ice Dance, Ice Blood, heal proficiency, all of it. He'd pushed the Ice Blood effect to its limit, and was now racing against the clock to strike down another enemy within 5 minutes. Hurry up, you slowpokes! I took a seat on a nearby bench, pouring myself a glass of wine to keep a steady buzz going. Somehow, that slight haze helped me power through the monotonous grind. That and the satisfaction of the system's muted notifications stacking up in the background. Bring it on, dear system. Let those rewards pour in, Dawn. Isn't this the best thing that could happen to us? I shouted, feeling pure exhilaration as I leveled up. The thrill washed over me, and I couldn't help but dance right there on the deck. Don just smirked, his eyes lingering a bit too long before he turned and disappeared below deck, probably to catch some sleep. Whatever. He'd barely stepped away when a sailor brushed past him, hurrying in the opposite direction. Perfect timing. Mana potions quickly filled my hands as coins left my purse. Again. There you go, hero. Keep up the fight, the captain said with a grin, handing over the potions. With a wild smile, I jumped back into the fray, ready to face off with the ugly creatures swarming the deck. As night fell, the river became as smooth as glass, perfectly mirroring the stars scattered across the sky. For reasons only he knew, the Duke insisted on pressing forward to the seashore, and more floaters crawled up because of it. I wasn't complaining. Long sessions were my specialty, and with each hour I felt more alive. Blocking a claw strike with my trusty shield, I dispatched another floater with a clean, fluid motion of my whip. Then something shifted. The steady howl of the wind suddenly dropped to silence, and every other sound faded into an eerie hush. Sheets of rain fell, and the distant rumble of thunder grew louder, like a storm charging our way with the roar of a drunken Irishman. The captain's brow furrowed as he scanned the horizon. I have a bad feeling about this, he muttered. Why? Why did you have to say it? I screamed internally. And then it hit. The enormous shriek of something far worse than the floaters, something lurking beneath us. The entire ship shuddered as an enormous, grotesque tentacle shot up from the ocean, flinging seawater across the deck. Rows of massive suckers lined its length, each rimmed with tooth-like projections, and each as large as my head. I inhaled deeply, tasting the warm, salty air. We'd already drifted into ocean waters. Sea monsters. With a sickening splash, the tentacles slammed down, hurling dozens of floaters onto the deck. What a welcoming party. I was out of luck. Ice Dance was still on cooldown, but I joined the melee anyway, diving into the chaos. Form up, second line, take position, the captain barked. The warriors fell back into formation, shielding the mages who arrived to reinforce us. Spells lit up the night as they clashed with monstrous shrieks. Tentacles thrashed the water, and the salty air filled with the sounds of a classic world boss fight. Let's get a slice of this pie, I shouted, downing a super potion before diving back into the fray. You have used the agility potion. Agility increased by 50. A strange surge of courage took over, and I charged forward, whip at the ready. The entire ship shook violently beneath me, the vibrations rattling through the deck. A swishing sound caught my attention from the right, and I knew I had seconds to act. A powerful gust of wind swept past as a massive tentacle tore through the deck, ripping through everything in its path. My heart skipped as I watched the tattered sails flapping wildly. I grabbed onto the nearest rope to steady myself, but before I could get my bearings, the rope swung with the broken sail, now caught on the monster's tentacle, and suddenly, I was soaring through the misty rain. As I flew, another ship appeared to my left, its enormous sails unmistakable. It was the Duke's flagship, my chance to impress him. I lashed out with my whip, and the end wrapped securely around the Duke's mast. Clutching the handle with both hands, I felt the sudden jolt that stopped my flight. With a deep breath, I swung and crashed into the massive sail, the impact knocking the air from my lungs as I struggled to keep my grip. Below me on the deck, the Duke and his party were engaged in a fierce fight against a swarm of floaters and what appeared to be elite versions of the creatures. Gasping, I tried to steady myself. Ice Dance was finally off cooldown. As I clambered up the rigging, I urgently traced the runes in the air. Thankfully, this wasn't Earth. With my potion-boosted agility, I scaled to the top with ease, relying more on speed than strength. From my new vantage point, I caught my first full glimpse of our enemy. An enormous octopus floated ominously on the sea's surface, its 8 massive tentacles plunging in and out of the water. I'd fought similar creatures back on Kari Island, but those octopuses were epic rare monsters at level 100, and at least 100 times smaller than this behemoth. Just as I finished tracing the last rune for Ice Dance, my eyes locked onto the monster's level and a chill ran through me. Elaginus Livy, 15, type, 6 Marvel World Boss HP, 26, dulls and 26, dulls and dulls, dulls, dulls. Dulls, damn. The first Marvel monster and a world boss to boot. Taking down one of these beasts was normally a job for thousands of level 15 players, not for someone stuck at my measly level 7. As I finished the last rune, the effect of my Marvel level spell burst into action, casting a brilliant blue glow that lit up the night sky atop the Duke's flagship. Whoopsie daisy. The monster's gaze snapped to me, and a heartbeat later, I heard the terrifying rush of its tentacles slicing through the air. I had no time to think, only to react. I leaped and prayed for a safe landing. As I fell, I caught the ripping sound of sails being shredded to tatters. My descent wasn't remotely controlled, and I crashed onto the deck right into a pair of floaters. Above, a deafening slap of flesh met resistance, and a surge of mana flared so powerfully behind me that it nearly knocked me off balance. Then, a beautiful glowing shield enveloped the ship. Istvan's work, probably. No time to check. At least 10 floaters had noticed me, their grotesque, bulbous eyes fixed on me with chilling intensity. Luckily, Ice Dance's newly upgraded form was even flashier than before. The runes glowed with a deeper frost, casting an icy aura that chilled the air around me and turned the rain into snowflakes as it fell. Not that the floaters stopped to admire it. They charged at me without hesitation. With practiced ease, I swung my whip. Its crack split the air with a supersonic bang as it connected, crushing a skull instantly. The thrill of that fatal blow was intoxicating, more potent than the dozens of wine bottles I'd downed. Come at me, you ugly bastards. Armor pierced. Target lost 44 HP. 6x2 normal, 8x2 ice, 100 ice blood effect. Effect, floater has been defeated. Your contribution, 5 XP. Fear me, floaters, I am the hero of Ice Blood. I shouted like Don, smashing my whip down onto their skulls without a second thought. They crumpled like level 1 bear bits under my strikes, falling one by one as I leaped back toward the railings with deadly precision. Only one word described the scene: massacre. And the XP poured in like tea, spilling from an endless pot. From the top of the deck, a voice rang out over the chaos. I've heard of you. Nice, our new heroine. It was the Duke, his gaze fixed on me with a hint of expectation. Lend us your strength to defeat this monster. Nice? Probably misspoke. Nothing important. Gladly, my lord, I called back, heart racing as I prepared for the next round.